Chapter 299. What's your impression of magic? Using powerful fireballs to bombard the grass into white ground? Using magic to delude people's hearts to deceive the world and pursue power? Using tricks that are similar to street acrobatics to win the cheers and admiration of stupid nobles? Using mysteries that seem extremely powerful to others to decorate your own status and appearance? Or is it the laughable pleasure and satisfaction of annihilating your enemies in battle after battle? Thales lowered his head as if he was deep in thought. However, his heart was already trembling. Magic. Magic? What exactly is magic? A long time ago I always felt that wizards were people with great power. They could casually throw a fireball, the prince said with a sigh, a little absent-minded. Or they could hide in the tower and not go out, researching a spell that could destroy the world, or they could be the kind of old pedants who persistently pursued the truth. But now you're telling me? Asda leaned against the back of his chair again and snorted coldly. Indeed, the magic system of Soul Tower is the greatest heresy in the history of magic. In the beginning it was not recognized by other wizards at all. They ridiculed us as storytellers, and we retorted that they were merely tricksters. For example, the Alchemy Tower stubbornly believed that magic was a deep study of the relationship between humans and nature, and that the latter's resources were kept for their own use. It was not strange for them to have this kind of thinking. After all, the Alchemy Tower, known as the Tower of War, rose during the war between humans and ancient orcs. It started with killing and practicality and relied on survival and victory. It was very similar to the kind of wizards who throw fireballs and specialize in researching spells. But we are different. The mystic's tone was full of seriousness and caution. In the end, the Soul Tower's ideals shocked the entire history of magic. Even the ascetics and alchemists were deeply affected. Thales furrowed his brows. You mean, if magic can't provide some meaning to the world, give some possibilities to the future, and give some value to humans besides satisfying our own desires for food and clothing? Asda turned his head and narrowed his eyes. His expression was calm, but it was very stressful. Then what is the point of us putting in so much effort to gather mages, summarizing and calculating, researching, passing down the seeds and concepts of magic one after another, and constantly seeking to improve amidst doubts and criticism? Asda's expression was still very stiff, but Thales inexplicably felt that there was a deeper layer of emotion hidden behind his face. If magic is merely a slave to its users, a tool for self-interest and a capital for flaunting their status, a cloak for winning dignity and the capital for fulfilling their desires, an excuse for wizards to stand aloof from the world and boast about their transcendence, then what is the difference between the existence of wizards and the nobles who fight for power and profit, the farmers and hunters who only seek food and clothing, the warriors who kill enemies and perform meritorious deeds on the battlefield, the merchants and craftsmen who only seek profit, and the hermits who pretend to be profound? Then, as mages, what's the need for us to pursue truth and correctness? What's the purpose? To survive? To live a better life? In order to live a better life? To live for others to see? To become smarter and stronger, and then let countless people who are weaker and stupider than you lie on the ground, marvel at your achievements and worship your status? No, Thales. Asda slowly enunciated his words. That is definitely not a wizard. At least, it is not a wizard that we acknowledge. Instead, it is just a moth that writes the word magic on the only fig leaf it has. Thales pondered over his words and could not help but be entranced. Is this also part of the mystic's curriculum? Asda nodded solemnly. Of course, and it's extremely important. Don't let the existing framework imprison you, Thales. Let your thoughts run wild. Thales stared at him blankly. The mystic sighed slowly. Thales had almost forgotten that he could still breathe. Do you remember what I said? In Soul Tower, in the philosophy of the Seat of 10,000 Laws, magic is a choice, not a monotonous tool or method. Being a wizard is a form of recognition, not a tacky status or identity. And this was my choice and my recognition back then. Asda looked straight into Thales' eyes. It is also my magic. Asda fell silent. But Thales was immersed in the shocking conversation and could not return to his senses for a long time. Mr. Sakern, what kind of place is Soul Tower? He asked dreamily. Asda paused for a moment. 3 seconds later, the mystic slowly clenched his fists. Soul Tower, Asda said very slowly. His voice was deep, as though there was a layer of sandpaper behind his throat. Wizard's holy land, apprentice's hope and magic's future. Countless thoughts and ideals collide fiercely there. What we believe to be the truth is polished in lectures and discussions. Countless like-minded peers are moving forward step by step in debates. Every day is a new day because there are always new things waiting for you. There are always new people in the future because old things are always left behind, and old people are always left behind. At that moment, Asda seemed to have remembered something. He stopped talking and looked down at the chessboard. It was as if he had violated some taboo. His face darkened, and the blue light in his eyes gradually disappeared. Thales noticed his teacher's expression and abnormality. He wisely stopped asking. Everyone had their own story. But not everyone was willing to talk. Moreover, hearing you say that, I really want to see it with my own eyes. Thales sighed. It seems that Seoul Tower is a very great and beautiful place. Asda suddenly raised his head. Of course not. This time, the mystic's tone was exceptionally cold. Even Seoul Tower has its own filth, darkness, ugliness, and compromises. At the end of the day, wizards are just humans. Remember Thales. An organization, a place, a group, as long as it is made up of humans. The mystic stared at Thales. Then it will never be that beautiful. Just like the vortex you are in this game. The prince raised his eyebrows, a little embarrassed. Huh. But Asda ignored him. He only turned his head to look outside the room. Perhaps this is the limit of humans. Thales swore that he heard the mystic let out a barely noticeable sigh after the last word. Under the setting sun, the mystic's face was still handsome, but there were some lines that were usually not there. It was as if the artist had added a few more strokes. Class dismissed. Asda looked at the setting sun and said softly. In the next second, before Thales could even show his astonishment, the mystic's figure faded away. Hey! Thales looked at the empty seat and the chessboard that was once again checkmated. He sighed helplessly. This again. Thus, Thales ended his day of playing chess outside once again. Accompanied by Justin, Wuxia, and the others, he prepared for his return trip in low spirits. He had gained enough surprises today. Perhaps he should not add any more burdens on himself. In view of the treachery in Dragon Cloud City, Thales raised his head curiously and looked at the commotion in front of him. What's going on? The former deputy commander of the White Blade Guards, Lord Justin, walked past the prince and looked at the situation in front of him with uncontrollable anger. At the entrance of the chess room, dozens of warriors from the Archduchess Guards coldly pressed down on their weapons. They were in a tense confrontation with dozens of unfamiliar soldiers who came from the alley next door. Those soldiers were obviously not from Dragon Cloud City. They were murderous and did not show any signs of weakness. Behind them was a brownish-black enclosed carriage. Wuxia and Ralph looked at each other, not understanding what was going on. Thales furrowed his brows and saw the leader of the unfamiliar soldiers clearly. It was a female warrior with a buzz cut and a round face. Prince Thales, I represent Black Sand Region and send you an invitation for a meeting. The current deputy commander of the White Blade Guards, Lady Kroshmerk, waved her arm at the carriage behind her, which was guarded by the Black Sand Region soldiers, and said coldly, Viscount Kentvita is in the carriage. Viscount Kentvita is in the carriage. He invites you to move into the carriage and give him a few minutes to talk. Thales was slightly stunned. What, a meeting? No. Doubt and vigilance rose in Thales' heart. What does Kentvita want to say to me? I don't know, Krosh said softly, a cold glint shone in her eyes. That is your judgment. At this moment, Viscount Kentvita's voice came from the direction of the carriage from afar. I promise, Your Highness, if you miss this carriage you will regret it in the future. Believe me, this is very important. Thales felt a chill in his heart. Regret it? Very important? Why do we have to get into the carriage? Thales narrowed his eyes and said warily, we can go upstairs or find another place. Why in the carriage? Look around you. Krosh glanced at the Archduchess Guards with an unpleasant gaze. In Dragon Cloud City, is there any private place within a 10-meter radius of you? Justin, who was in charge of protecting Thales, tensed up. Thales stared at Krosh in bewilderment, then at the carriage behind her. Strange. Black Sand Region wants to talk to me. At this time? Hell, why isn't put Ray here? Impossible. The vigilant Lord Justin immediately rejected the other party. If you want to see the prince, you can. We have had enough of Dragon Cloud City's blockade. Krosh did not back down. She no longer paid attention to her predecessor. Your Highness, this is the closest we have been to you in a month. Believe me, we just want to talk to you. Thales, who had countless thoughts flashing through his mind, was about to speak, but Justin beat him to it. Krosh, I still remember what you looked like when you were a child. Lord Justin took a step forward, his expression becoming more and more unpleasant. I have a good relationship with your father, and I'm also very happy that you became a white blade guard, so, don't force me to do it. Behind him, Thales sucked in a deep breath. If that's the case, then you'd better do it now, Uncle Justin, Croce shouted coldly. Or let the prince decide for himself. He's a guest, not a prisoner. Justin's expression turned cold. He was about to draw his weapon, and the Archduchess guards around him also prepared to attack with hostile expressions. At this moment, Lord Justin. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the prince took a light step forward. Thales raised his hand and pressed down on Justin's shoulder. At this time? The prince stared at Black Sand Region's carriage, his thoughts whirling. At a time when Extet and the Alliance of Freedom had a delicate relationship. At a time when the news from the city of faraway prayers was unknown. At a time when Dragon Cloud City was in a dilemma. The people from Black Sand Region want to talk to me, a powerless, awkward prince of an enemy kingdom? It's too suspicious. Thales shook his head and said to Justin, "This is Dragon Cloud City, and they are the king's special envoys. It's unwise to have a pointless conflict, and you know what kind of situation we're in." Justin frowned fiercely. "But you know they are, after all, Black Sand Region," Wyatt could not help but say. "With all due respect, your highness, your safety, listen to me." Thales turned his head and looked at his own people. The Archduchess needs new information to face the king. "There's no doubt that this is a chance to see what they have in mind for Dragon Cloud City," he said to the frowning Justin. "For Dragon Cloud City." Justin's words were stuck in his throat. "And she's right, I'm a guest. Wyatt, the carriage is here and I won't disappear into thin air." Thales smiled at his attendant. Justin and Wyatt glanced at each other. They both felt uneasy. The prince calmly turned to Croce and looked at the soldiers behind her. "Besides, the people of Black Sand Region will guarantee my safety, right?" Croce nodded and pressed her hand against her right chest. She said respectfully, "I swear on my life and the king's honor. You will get off the carriage safely in a few minutes." Thales glanced at Justin and Wyatt, who were still doubtful, and shrugged. Ralph, on the other hand, nodded at him. "Inform the leader and the count." In the end, Lord Justin nodded hesitantly, but at the same time he cautiously ordered his subordinates, "Make sure they know about this as soon as possible." "Do you know how important you are, your highness?" Wyatt stared at the carriage with an unpleasant expression. "It's just like what the Star Killer said, you always create problems for us." The prince smiled. "This is why I need you, Wyatt, and you, Madeira." He gently pushed aside the two personal guards in front of him. Accompanied by Wyatt and Ralph, he walked into Black Sand Region's battle formation. The displeased attendant and the Phantom Wind follower were stopped in front of the carriage. Thales threw the book in his hand to Wyatt and strode forward alone. "No matter what Black Sand Region wants to tell you, Thales, you must be calm and cautious. You've experienced Lampard's prowess and witnessed Kenvita's cunning. You must be careful when you face your greatest enemy." In the next second, Thales, whose heart was as calm as the surface of a lake, opened the carriage door and boarded the unlit carriage. In the carriage, Kenvita's silhouette sat quietly in the darkness. The clothes on his body could be vaguely seen. "I keep feeling that this is your revenge for me refusing to talk to you alone on the road back then." Thales closed the carriage door and exhaled. He sat opposite Kenvita. Viscount Kenvita, but the prince immediately shuddered. "That's not Kenvita. That's, long time no see, Thales." The man gently lifted his gaze from the saber between his knees. "Are you old enough to drink?" "That's, how dare they?" At that moment, Thales' mind was almost completely blank. In the carriage, the master of Black Sand Region, Extet's 36th common elected king, Chapman Lampard, opened his cold eyes in the deep darkness. Chapter 300. Never, never, never underestimate the Northlanders' courage. This was what Putray told Thales 6 years ago after the near-death battle in Heroic Spirit Palace. At that time the prince deeply believed in it. But at this moment, as he stared at King Chapman, who sat calmly in the carriage, Thales realized to his horror that he still did not understand the weight of these words. King Chapman stared at him coldly. There was a scrutinizing look in his eyes. It was just like when they first met 6 years ago. Over the past 6 years, Thales had imagined countless times that the terrifying new king stood at the highest point of Black Sand City and stared coldly in the direction of Dragon Cloud City as he slowly issued a dangerous order to deal with the Prince of Constellation. But no matter how Thales racked his brains and exhausted his thoughts, he could not imagine that their reunion after 6 years would be like this. "You?" Thales widened his eyes, unable to believe the reality before his eyes. "Are you crazy?" King Chapman did not answer. His gaze was cold. Thales subconsciously looked around and surveyed his surroundings. Do not worry, King Chapman's cold and aged voice rose. It's just you and me. There was only one small window in the dark carriage, and it was made of gray one-way crystal drop glass. The Archduchess guards, led by Justin, and the prince's own guards were still guarding the area. They surrounded the Black Sand Region diplomat group, which consisted of a dozen soldiers. Thales no longer looked around. He took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down and started to think. What's going on now? Lampard came to Dragon Cloud City personally? And most importantly, Thales stared at King Chapman in front of him and broke out in a cold sweat. No one in Extet knew that the ruler of the entire kingdom had concealed his identity and was hiding in this small diplomat group led by Viscount Kanda. That means? The prince gulped, gritted his teeth and said, Do you know what happens to the common elected king of Extet who is overly confident and arrogant, leaves his heavy protection and personally enters a dangerous place? Thales got over his initial shock. He frowned and adjusted his tone to the most natural. I'll give you a hint. His name starts with an N. King Chapman snorted softly, his emotions indecipherable. Of course I know him. I know him too well. I grew up listening to his stories and looking up to his image. Unlike you, you've only known him for a day. Thales furrowed his eyebrows slightly and remembered the unforgettable old king. That's why I know that if he hadn't done what he did back then, his fate would have been even worse, the new king said calmly. Thales took a deep breath. He knew very well how threatening the other party was, so he decided not to waste his breath and went straight to the point. Thales leaned back in the carriage and said calmly, What I need to do now is to shout out loud. The illustrious Chapman I will vanish from the face of the earth, like snow melting in early spring. Not a single trace will be left. Neither Kanda nor Croche will be able to save you. He narrowed his eyes and tried to observe the king's expression in the dim light. And Regent Leespan will probably happily wipe away his tears and tell the whole country that the diplomat group from Black Sand Region was unfortunately attacked by bandits on their way back. Dragon Cloud City deeply regrets this. The king's hand slapped the scabbard tightly. Following the advice given by Nicholas, Wuxia, and the others for the past 6 years, Thales fixed his gaze on Lampard's shoulder. At the same time he moved his hand, intentionally or unintentionally, to his thigh and moved closer to J.S. dagger at his waist. In the narrow carriage, the long sword would only be a burden that would restrict his movements. Besides, Thales glanced at the carriage door with the corner of his eye. I won by jumping out of the carriage at the first possible moment. However, the scene he imagined did not happen. King Chapman took a step forward. His sharp and cold eyes stared straight at Thales, making the latter feel even more pressured. Indeed. The king nodded slowly. If I die here for no reason, no one will know, no one will be able to hold me accountable, and no one will be able to say anything about it. There will be no irreparable consequences. There is nothing more that the archdukes in the country can only dream of. King Chapman tapped the old scabbard between his knees gently. Asterisk thud, thud, thud. Asterisk, Dragon Cloud City will probably be able to breathe a sigh of relief. The hatred that cannot be declared will be washed away, and the imminent threat will be removed. All the archdukes who participated in the King's Selection Congress, Rockne, Letgo, will also be freed from the heavy shackles and burdens. The battle between a rebellious king and the archdukes will come to an end. Extet, which has been in turmoil for the past 6 years, will be restored to its former state. Asterisk thud, thud, thud. Asterisk the king's eyes narrowed slightly, as though he wanted to see Thales more clearly. He spoke slowly and paused between his words, and that special prince of Constellation will no longer have to worry about his most dangerous enemy. Thales' Adam's apple moved slightly. The teenage prince stared back at his enemy, unwilling to show weakness. King Chapman's tapping on the scabbard suddenly stopped. His face suddenly turned cold. But, damn it. I know there's a but. Thales snorted coldly in his heart. He remembered how he often used this word to tease a certain young lady. He would pour cold water on her when she was in high spirits and make her leave in a huff. He could not help but think of the phrase, retribution is not pleasant. If you do that, the prince who thinks he's smart might win this move, but in the end he will lose the entire game, the king said coldly. His Majesty said coldly, even you and your Archduchess lost completely. Thales froze for a moment. He clenched his fists lightly, puzzled. What? Myself, the Archduchess? Cleanly? Do you want to see that Archduchess head pierced by a pike and erected on the city walls of Dragon Cloud City? The king said faintly, "Then open your mouth and call for help. Surround me and kill me here. Do not hesitate." At that moment, the air in the carriage instantly became heavy and stagnant. Thales bit his lower lip and sucked in a deep breath. "What do you mean, Lampard?" The prince gritted his teeth. "What exactly do you want?" Thales saw the unsmiling King Chapman curl up the corners of his lips, which was a rare sight. "It looks like you've been living well in Dragon Cloud City for the past 6 years. King Chapman leaned back again with an indifferent expression. "My men report every year that the Archduchess and the Prince have a very close relationship, almost like lovers." Thales furrowed his eyebrows in pain. He could not refute the king. "But me? For the past 6 years as the common elected king of Extet, I've been acting like a fisherman fishing on the ice. I've been cautious and cautious." King Chapman looked out of the carriage and sighed with emotion. "I've been thinking about how to catch those hateful shoals of fish to fill my stomach while trying my best not to become their food in the water." "So far you've been doing pretty well," Thales continued in dissatisfaction. "Otherwise, you wouldn't have the leisure to come to Dragon Cloud City to catch up with me when the whole country is condemning you. By the way, the Alliance of Freedom played a pretty good hand. They used an imminent war to make the city of faraway prayers and Dragon Cloud City suffer." King Chapman chuckled, then snorted coldly. "That's just what it looks like, Thales. You know it better than anyone else." The king tacitly acknowledged Thales' accusation. He said calmly, "It's been 6 years, and that ideal Extet is getting further and further away from me." The Prince of Constellation was slightly startled. "Saroma." Thales acutely grasped the main point. Why did he mention Saroma? "Thales. The job you found for me 6 years ago?" The king raised his right hand and gestured at his temples. There was a faint scar on his face caused by the crown. "It's not a good job. Almost all the archdukes see me as an enemy. Needless to say, the 4 archdukes from back then, and the 3 who couldn't attend the King's Selection Congress also have a lot of complaints. All the decrees I tried to implement were met with many difficulties. Even in Black Sand region there was a lot of resistance. Rockney and Letko have been running around, jointly denouncing the king's injustice. My vassals were seething with resentment and were ready to take action." King Chapman sighed softly. "Kinslayer." The king lowered his head slightly and stared at his saber. "This is the nickname they gave me. Even the most vulgar commoners laughed at this nickname. Even if my decrees could increase their harvest by 30%, even if my orders could prevent them from being exploited by tax collectors and oppressed by suzerains, even if everything I did was to allow these lowly and insignificant people to obtain their own future, yet..." The king stopped talking. He stroked his saber gently and his gaze grew colder. "They are still against me. Perhaps one day my authority hidden in the crown will be swept away, the decrees I issue will become waste paper, and I will die alone in a heavily besieged city without food? I don't know." Thales sighed. "That's because you tried to use a new standard to confer nobles, change the status quo of the distribution of power, and change everyone's future. You tried to make a group of people who were used to the present and the past believe that the unfamiliar future would be better, and make another group of people give up on everything they were enjoying. Even when the wealth was at its most abundant, the food was at its most abundant, and the conditions were at their most mature, it was still difficult for most people to imagine." The prince shook his head. "And you want to use 6 years to complete what Mindes III could not do in more than 100 years? Thales raised his head and stared seriously at the former Lampard, who was now King Chapman. "This is the price." The carriage fell into silence. King Chapman fixed his gaze on him. Both of them stared at each other for a whole 5 seconds, until the king slowly laughed. "See, I knew it was right to come to you. You are one of the few people who can understand me." King Chapman's smile was very cold, and it made people unconsciously nervous. This made Thales realize that because of his new title, the prestige of the Archduke of Black Sand region was also increasing day by day. Not everyone can participate in this kind of conversation, not even a smart person like Lessa. Thales sneered and shook his head. "Lampard. Before I impatiently call out to the people outside, cut the crap." The prince's tone became firm. "Why did you come to me? What did you mean by losing the entire game?" King Chapman did not answer immediately. His increasingly aged face showed an expression of ridicule and mockery. "Take a guess, Thales," the king said flatly. "Just like before, aren't you the best at this?" King Chapman did not answer immediately. His increasingly aged face showed an expression of ridicule and mockery. "Take a guess, Thales," the king said flatly. "Just like before, aren't you the best at this?" "Damn it. What makes him so bold? What gives him such confidence? No. No matter what he wants, it's obvious that the Alliance of Freedom is not enough to drag the city of faraway prayers and Dragon Cloud City down. Thales leaned against the leather backrest and seemed to be deep in thought. In order to save yourself from the predicament of being condemned by the masses, you have to add fuel to the fire. So, you want to start with Dragon Cloud City. I'm guessing the Archduchess marriage? You want to use her to plunge Dragon Cloud City, which poses the greatest threat, into internal strife? Thales raised his head coldly. Once you lose external support, the king can easily extinguish the resentment and dissatisfaction of the vassals in Black Sand region, allowing your decrees to be carried out unimpeded. King Chapman's expression did not change. He did not comment. Speaking of Archduchess Walton, I have a question. Unexpectedly, the king pushed the saber on his knees to the side, freeing his hands. Chapman Lampard placed his elbows on his knees. With a relaxed expression, he asked in a defenseless manner, "Back then, how did Nuven turn you into his ally and make you willingly stand on Dragon Cloud City's side?" Thales shook his head rudely. "He didn't turn me into his ally. You forced me to stand on Dragon Cloud City's side, remember? Someone wanted to frame the Prince of Constellation and help him build his country, but in the end, he suffered the consequences of his actions?" When he said this, Thales was satisfied to see that King Chapman's originally calm and composed expression had become much more unpleasant. "I guess he gave you a promise." The king ignored his sarcasm, but Thales could feel that Lampard's tone had become colder. "A marriage contract, is it?" Thales sucked in a breath. "I know that when his bloodline was cut off, Nuven must have promised to marry his granddaughter to you in exchange for the protection of the future king of Constellation." Thales subconsciously clenched his fists again. "So, that's why you care so much about the Archduchess marriage?" King Chapman's speech became more rapid, and the pressure he gave off gradually increased. "You think she's your fiancée, something you have in your pocket, and an important chess piece for Constellation to control Extet from afar? But now she's facing—" Thales clenched his fist so tightly that he chuckled. "I admire your imagination, Lampard." The prince sneered and shook his head. "Do you really think that an heir to the throne of Constellation can marry the Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City of Extet?" The king's lips curled up. "If King Nuven was still alive, perhaps." Chapman I said softly, "But my uncle still made a good deal. Even after his accidental death, the gift from the late king was exchanged for an unexpected gift in return. Under the illumination of the starlight, the dragon spear survived the unpredictable torrents and storms. You did your best, broke convention, and supported her to sit on the Archduchess throne. In these 6 years you, together with Leespan and the others, did everything you could to help her gain a foothold. You did your best to maintain the stability of Dragon Cloud City during the earth-shattering disaster of Nuven's death." In the carriage, the king slowly leaned forward and stared intently at the heir of Constellation. "Even if you know that the girl sitting on the Archduchess throne," he enunciated each word with a shocking emphasis, "she is not the true Walton bloodline." At that moment all the muscles in Thales' body tensed up. He knew. He knew. Thales, who had always been good at thinking and handling matters calmly, had never wanted to immediately turn hostile and solve the problem with violence as much as he did now. The image of the helpless and sobbing little rascal appeared in Thales' mind. He instinctively felt for his dagger. "Chapman Lampard. Kill him. Kill him. Now. Keep this secret forever." The prince took a deep breath. The sin of Hell's river surged out of his body, but it did not surge to his limbs. Instead it surged to his brain. Under the effect of the sin of Hell's river, the last remaining shred of rationality returned to Thales' mind. Like a traveler clinging to a cliff, it told him at the top of his voice, "Calm down." The enemy came prepared. King Chapman sighed. "You know, Madame Calchon told me a lot of things." The king shook his head. "For example, the true direct bloodline of the Walton family is extinct. Once her identity is exposed," he said flatly, "what will happen to her? Think about it." Chapman's words were like a dose of fatal poison that spread in Thales' heart. In front of the bright moon god spokesperson, she impersonated the Archduke of Dragon Cloud City and deceived all of Extet. Thales raised his head slowly. The prince gently swallowed his saliva. But he was far from being as calm as he appeared. "This is Saroma's greatest weakness. Also. So this is Chapman Lampard's goal. Bringing this secret to me? Damn it. Damn it. What should I do? What should I do?" Thales' heart beat faster and faster, almost to the point that he could not suppress it. King Chapman observed the Prince of Constellation's reaction with interest. But he was disappointed. Even though the prince was usually more taciturn, his expression remained the same. It was as if what the king just said was not a major event that could shock all of Ekstead. In the next second, Thales closed his eyes and took a deep breath. You have been complaining about your current situation just now, but it reminded me of something very interesting, Your Majesty. The king narrowed his eyes and watched strangely as the second prince opened his eyes. With the calmest and most composed tone, he said as if nothing had happened, "That year, you were chosen as the next king in the 6-person King Selection Congress." Thales shrugged in a relaxed manner and said, "So, if one of the Archduke's votes is proven to be invalid?" King Chapman's expression changed. "Then you obtained the throne by relying on the difference of one vote," the prince said flatly and launched his counterattack. "Is it still legal and reasonable, King Chapman?" In the next second, King Chapman clenched his fists, as if he had been struck in his weak spot. His gaze returned to the cold and fierce look that Thales was familiar with. Just like Archduke Lampard in the past. The carriage fell into a suffocating silence again. Until one side broke it. Ha! The corners of the king's mouth curled up and he laughed out loud. King Chapman tapped his knee lightly. He stared at Thales as if he was looking at a bird that could not escape from its prey. "So, are you sure that this is true?" Lampard said coldly. "She is indeed not the real Walton. Is that right?" At that moment, Thales' expression changed drastically. Chapter 301. I have slackened, I have slackened, I have slackened. As he stared at King Chapman's steady and aloof expression, Thales, who was drenched in cold sweat, suddenly realized this in sorrow. Even though he thought that he had been very vigilant during the past 6 years, and he had also been on tenterhooks under the gazes and whispers of the Northlanders, compared to the days when he was surrounded by danger and was forced to fight with all his might, the prince's current life was still too comfortable and leisurely. At some point in time, even Thales did not realize that he had unknowingly gotten used to this comfortable rhythm. So much so that when he suddenly faced a terrifying and powerful enemy like Chapman Lampard, and in a game that was even more thrilling than the one he faced 6 years ago, he, who had been away from the battlefield for a long time, was at a loss for what to do and what to do. Thales even began to suspect that the reason why Lampard would suddenly and boldly seek him out at this time was to catch the unprepared prince off guard. "You know." Across the carriage, King Chapman did not care about the prince's expression. He nodded in satisfaction. "It's good that you admit it instead of pretending to be deaf and dumb." There was a dangerous glint in his eyes. "Saves me the trouble of field testing the power of this truth." Thales' expression became increasingly unpleasant. "It's been 6 years. Thales breathed absent-mindedly. Lampard stood at the highest point of this country. He trained and honed himself to become more experienced and brilliant in his life-and-death battles against the archdukes and vassals. One careless move and he would lose everything. As for himself, the Prince of Constellation, a guest in name, but a pawn who was actually a hostage, he was imprisoned at the highest point of this famous city by the king's order for a total of 6 years. Under the company and protection of the guards, under the surveillance and isolation of many forces, he spent his days in silence and solitude with his books and servants as his companions. He couldn't get in touch with more people and he couldn't get further information. He was far away from the most dangerous and complicated games. He was lost and corrupted in the illusion of peace. In a way, Lampard won. He fought for 6 years and at the same time he took 6 years from me. Thales clenched his fists. "Maybe." There was a voice in Thales' heart calling out to him. "Maybe it's time for me to go." He left Dragon Cloud City and returned to, however. Thales raised his head slightly and looked into King Chapman's eyes expressionlessly. "Breathe, Thales, breathe. The chess game was not over yet. It was not the time to give up. In fact, the battle had only just begun. Isn't that right, old friend?" The familiar sin of Hell's river spread through his nerves and blood vessels, spreading through his entire body. It was like the flames of hell, but also like the frost of the northernmost region. It made Thales shudder. Think carefully, Thales. Fear, nervousness, frustration, dismay, bewilderment, and countless other superfluous emotions instantly left him. Thales leaned against the back of his seat, crossed his arms and furrowed his eyebrows. First of all, Thales thought coldly, Lampard said that the Red Witch did not tell him a single word. Is this true? If it was true, it meant that the king had learned of Dragon Cloud City's greatest secret from another source. He needed confirmation. King Chapman did not panic. He waited thoughtfully for the prince's response, as if everything was under his control. You're not sure either, right? When it comes to this bargaining chip that can overturn Dragon Cloud City and yourself at the same time, the field test, and whatnot is just empty talk, Thales said expressionlessly. When did you start suspecting it? There was considerable interest in King Chapman's eyes. From the first day. Thales gritted his teeth lightly. The first day, in other words, triumph, is the token that the King of Renaissance gave to Raikuru. It has a high status and extraordinary significance. Over the years, it symbolizes the Walton family's legacy and Dragon Cloud City's authority. It has always been worn by the successive archdukes of Dragon Cloud City, passed down from generation to generation and known by all. The king's voice traveled into his ears coldly, and it gave people the illusion that it was not cold. But that night, when my men carried Nuven's corpse away, his finger was empty. Until I saw you put the ring on that girl in the Hall of Heroes. Thales moved slightly. He remembered the confrontation in the hall that year. You suspect that I took the ring in private and put it on Saroma? The prince said softly. That seems a little arbitrary? King Chapman shook his head. No, I don't think that group of former White Blade Guards had the guts to desecrate the late king's corpse, nor do I think that they would allow you to take the supreme token that represents the Walton family from Nuven's corpse. So, triumph could only have been taken from King Nuven's finger when he was still alive and given to his granddaughter. The look in King Chapman's eyes became more and more dangerous. That makes it even more suspicious. Thales' expression froze. He had figured out the key. Lampard's information did not come from the secret room or the Red Witch. This terrifying and ambitious man found this secret on his own. If that's the case, the king snorted coldly. Nuven could not have known that he was about to die. Why would he hurriedly take off the ring that represents the Dragon Spear family and secretly hand it to a girl who could not even be trusted by the vassals? Wouldn't it have been better to gather the vassals in public, pass the ring under the watchful eyes of the public, confirm the heir, and use the born king's authority to endorse the Archduke's legacy and pave the way for the Archduchess? Then I thought of you, King Chapman said quietly. You were also in Dragon Cloud City that day when the late king privately passed the Ring of Triumph to his granddaughter. Thales Jade Star. The prince lowered his head so that the other party could not see his expression clearly. That night, the late king wanted to pass the ring to his granddaughter so that you and the Jade Star family could see it, right? He chose you, Thales. Strangely, there was respect and disdain in King Chapman's voice at the same time. Because of the status of the Jade Star family and the King of Constellation, and also because of the uniqueness you displayed that night, he chose you to be the husband of his granddaughter and the future Archduchess. After his death, with the power of Constellation, you will continue the Dragon Spear family's rule over Dragon Cloud City and protect your wife's family. The prince could hear his heart beating at a constant rate. At that moment, the once familiar thinking pattern returned to Thales' mind. In the conversation just now, he first probed whether I have an engagement with Saroma. Then he asked about my alliance with King Nuven. Both of them. For many years, I have been full of doubts about how this alliance was formed between the two of you, King Chapman said coldly. You were right about one thing. Thales, the heir of Constellation, how could he marry the Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City under the heavy opposition? The king gradually approached Thales' face. The prince could even see his own reflection in the king's eyes. There are two doubtful points. First of all, how could you possibly believe that this fragile alliance would still be effective and profitable in the face of so many obstacles when King Nuven's life was nearing its end? Moreover, with a fragile marriage, could Eternal Star City really interfere with Dragon Cloud City's affairs? Secondly, how could King Nuven be sure that his actions were not like inviting a wolf into his house, that the alliance he formed would not fall apart after his death? How could he be sure that Constellation would not go back on its word and leave while seizing benefits, or even send the Walton family and Dragon Cloud City to hell just to attack Ekstedt? King Chapman returned to his seat. His domineering words came to an end. Only endless silence and deep thought were left in the carriage. Thales narrowed his eyes slightly. Very well. Lampard's words about not being of the true Walton bloodline did not mean that he knew the whole truth. On that cruel night 6 years ago, what happened in the Hall of Heroes was not as simple as the old king giving his surname to a girl who was not of his bloodline. That night, Alex's pale face appeared in front of Thales' eyes. He shifted his attention back to the king. If that's the case, the only thing Lampard can be sure of is, now it's up to him to make his own move. In the dark carriage, Thales took a deep breath. A pretty good guess. The Prince of Constellation carefully weighed his words. Every second he reminded himself of the existence of the enemy he was facing. But it's still missing a link. King Chapman raised his eyebrows. Thales said flatly, "Croche, how much did she tell you?" The carriage sank into silence. The prince waited patiently. As expected, in the next moment, King Chapman's face twitched. An emotion similar to surprise appeared in his eyes. Interesting. King Chapman did not seem to have expected this. "How did you know?" "No, I don't," Thales said quietly in his heart. "Until you confirmed it for me." "Kenvita's audience," Thales answered straightforwardly. That cold-faced female warrior behaved very strangely. She was agitated when she faced the herald, her attitude towards Kenvita, and the baffling words she said to the Archduchess at the end. Of course, there was also her eagerness to invite me into the carriage, even at the cost of a fight. King Chapman stared at him quietly. A few seconds later, the common-elected king could not help but snort softly. "Ash is a very interesting girl. I've never seen someone as arrogant as Lessa be so infatuated with any woman. I guess the Tower of Eradication does have its ways, right? A long time ago, Caslin was also infatuated with a woman from the Tower of Eradication." Thales shook his head. He did not want to listen to the king's nonsense. He went straight to the point. "I guess she introduced you to her father, Lord Burnmerk?" King Chapman's eyelids twitched. "Not exactly." The king snorted softly. "When we were discussing the Alliance of Freedom, we happened to talk about the eldest son of King Soria Walton, who broke Fort Liberté. My lovely vice-captain told me how she grew up under the care of the prince's consort, Lady Adele. Of course her father, the late king's loyal administrator, Burnmerk," King Chapman said in a low voice. "And how he tried his best to mediate the unfortunate marriage between Prince Soria and his wife. He protected the pitiful consort and advised the cruel prince." "I see," Thales thought quietly. But then he thought of something. "That's not right. If Croche knew about it from the beginning, there's no need to wait until—" "Who noticed the problem?" the prince asked without batting an eyelid. "You can't be sure of anything just based on a little girl's memories." King Chapman was silent for a whole 3 seconds. It was so long that Thales could not help but frown. This time, Chapman Lampard's voice was very soft. It sounded as if it came from afar, but also as if he was afraid of waking up a sleeping baby. "It was Harold." Thales was startled. "Harold?" "Wait, he means?" The king let out an indecipherable sneer. It sounded sad but also angry. "When Prince Soria was assassinated, my elder brother, Harold Lampard, was the first person to rush to the scene. Of course, the assassin was hidden in his team. Do you remember?" King Chapman's voice slowly regained its calmness, as if he was narrating a story about someone else's family. "Harold once described the tragedy to me. The prince was covered in blood and collapsed in the carriage. His body was cold, and his personal guard was holding the body of the princess consort. He knelt outside the carriage and looked at the baby girl in her arms, crying her heart out." Thales did not speak. Lampard sneered. Lessa was very interested in this detail. Why did Lord Merk, the White Blade Guard and later administrator, seem to care more about the consort? The prince's expression froze. He was getting closer. Following this clue, Lessa also discovered that after the king's selection, the Archduchess ascended to the throne, but Administrator Merk, who had guarded Lady Walton conscientiously for the past 12 years and was supposed to continue protecting Dragon Cloud City with his life, disappeared. For 6 years, even Ike did not know her father's whereabouts. It was as if he became disheartened overnight and gave up on everything, including his oath of blades and loyalty. The king continued speaking. Soon he found more. Some of the servants and guards in a certain area of Heroic Spirit Palace had either disappeared or died during the calamity 6 years ago. None of them survived, and they happened to be the personal guards of the Archduchess, who was the baby girl. Viscount Lessa Kenvita. Thales sighed. "Is this why people call him the Night Falcon?" "It makes sense." "Is he good at hunting with his eyes open in the deep night, which ordinary people do not pay much attention to?" The king shook his head and did not continue the conversation. Lessa made a bold conjecture and Croche beat him up 3 times because of it. The current Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City is not her father's daughter, but Administrator Merk's bloodline. King Chapman's eyes shone with a terrifying, cold light. "I'm guessing that in order to protect the secret of the bloodline, Regent Leespan made him disappear forever?" "Very well. He does not know." Thales told himself silently, "I only know half of the truth. He only knows Alex. But he does not know Little Rascal and he does not know Saroma." "I can't believe you found out the truth just like that." Thales rubbed his forehead with a pained expression and said in a seemingly resigned manner, "Your subordinates are really talented." The king gently grabbed the saber beside him. "Finally, I understand the answers to the two suspicious points. In order to gain your trust and entice you, King Nuvan must have given you more than the marriage contract. He gave you a bargaining chip that could destroy Dragon Cloud City and the Walton family. He gave you a bargaining chip that even a trusted official like Lispan would be wary of, so that even after King Nuvan passed away, Eternal Star City could still control the restless Dragon Cloud City from afar. And all of you are quite satisfied with this." King Chapman shook his head. It was unknown whether he was feeling sentimental or smug. "I think this is one of the reasons why the Red Witch betrayed the late king, even though she never admitted it." Thales heaved a deep sigh. The battlefield was now very clear. "So, this is a secret that can simultaneously eliminate the legitimacy of the Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City and weaken the legitimacy of the common elected king. We have each other's weaknesses," Thales said indifferently. "I'm guessing that you want to draw Dragon Cloud City to your side? To stand on your side, or at least not on Rockne's side?" "Ah, Thales, we have known each other for a long time." King Chapman snorted softly. "We have fought against each other more than once, and this has allowed us to understand each other." The prince took a deep breath and shook his head. "Why should I do this? This is just a grudge between you and Dragon Cloud City." He shrugged as if he did not care. "If you want to be destroyed together with Dragon Cloud City, then go ahead. I can stay out of this." Chapman snorted coldly. "Even if my mutual destruction with the Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City will cause you and Constellation's hopes and interest in Dragon Cloud City to fall through?" The king said meaningfully. "Hopes for Dragon Cloud City?" Thales chuckled softly and retorted without showing any weakness. "I'm not even the king. It is still too early to talk about this." King Chapman narrowed his eyes. His gaze became thought-provoking. "Yes, you are not the king yet, but you have already done so much for Dragon Cloud City." In the next second, the king's tone changed. There was mystery and strangeness in his words at the same time. "But what if I say that everything you have done to help the Archduchess ascend to the throne, and everything you have done to maintain in Dragon Cloud City is actually built on a terrifying lie? And everything you think you are infallible is just a joke to pave the way for someone else?" At that moment, as he looked at King Chapman's expression, Thales frowned slightly. He instinctively felt that something was wrong. "What do you mean?" The prince subconsciously clenched his fists. "A joke to pave the way for someone else?" "No. I remember the first time we met, when you rejected my offer, you told me to be careful with those who want to become your allies." King Chapman's expression was so cold that it looked like water was about to drip from it. "No matter how sweet their words are they sincere?" Thales' frown deepened. Thales. King Chapman shook his head. In a tone that made Thales' skin crawl, he spoke flatly. "Do you really think that our beloved late King Nuvan Walton is an ally worthy of your trust?" Thales' breathing gradually became softer. "Do you think that he will be so magnanimous as to hand you a bargaining chip that can destroy his family, trust you wholeheartedly, and believe that you will protect the Walton family without regard for your own safety? Do you think that you and Nuvan have made a win-win deal? That you will obtain a wife who represents Dragon Cloud City, and he will obtain the continuation of the Walton family, and that everyone will get what they need? Do you think that Nuvan will be so tolerant as to tolerate a person who is not of his blood sitting on the Archduke's throne, and that all he cares about is that illusory and empty family name?" The king said softly, "You underestimate our late king too much." Thales stared at King Chapman with a face full of doubt. "If you have nothing else to say, Mariah is still alive," the king said quietly. At that moment, Thales, who could not react in time to the slightly unfamiliar name, was slightly stunned. Feeling uneasy, he subconsciously said, "Who?" A strange and terrifying expression appeared on King Chapman's face. The next moment, the king uttered a name softly, "Mariah. Mariah Walton." Mariah? Thales mulled over the name and without realizing it, his face turned pale. "What? That's... When I first found out, I was even more shocked than you were." The king added as if nothing had happened. "Yes, 6 years ago, the beginning of everything, the Prince of Extet who was assassinated in Constellation, which led to a series of drastic changes in our kingdoms, laid the foundation for our fates and made you a hostage." At that moment, King Chapman's eyes seemed to burn with terrifying flames. Still alive. Time seemed to have stopped at that moment. It was as if even the air in the carriage was about to freeze because of this terrifying moment. Thales was completely stunned. What is he talking about? That prince? That Prince Mariah who was jointly assassinated by Lampard, Pofrit, Arund and Constellation's new star? Still alive? That means, a terrifying thought instantly crept into his mind. Only God knew how much effort Thales had to use to suppress the trembling of his entire body and the drastic change in his expression. A few seconds later, Thales widened his eyes. His expression was unpleasant and he could not believe it. This is impossible. Do you still not understand, Thales? King Chapman's eyes shone with indignation, and he enunciated each word clearly, as if he was chewing on his deepest hatred. In Dragon Cloud City, whether it was the late King Leespan or the Star Killer, all of them knew and understood this. Thales' brain was in extreme shock and astonishment, and he struggled to maintain his ability to think. All of them knew it. They waited patiently, looking forward to the day Prince Mariah returned. Before he returned, they used a fake archduchess to temporarily preserve the Walton family's power. At the same time, they feigned civility with you and obtained Constellation's help. Chapman, the first words were like the most terrifying poison, seeping into every inch of Thales' thoughts. From the beginning to the end, only 2 people were kept in the dark and knew nothing about it. This is why I came to you, Thales. The king stared at Thales, whose expression was almost frozen. His gaze swept past Thales' slightly trembling left hand, which was pressed against his knee. You and that pitiful archduchess herself. Both of you are just puppets manipulated by King Nuven. Constellation thinks that it holds a bargaining chip that can keep Dragon Cloud City in check. It painstakingly maintains its relationship with Dragon Cloud City, conscientiously supports the Walton family's rule, and hopes that one day, it will reap rewards from the marriage between the king and the archduchess? However, many years later, when Mariah returns, his legitimacy will overwhelm everything. The archduchess' existence will be overthrown, your marriage will become a laughingstock, the promise you obtained from King Nuven will be proven to be nothing more than a stupid joke, and everything you built will be reduced to ashes overnight. He's lying. He must be lying. Thales could only tell himself this. To make me, Thales' eyes were still wide open in disbelief as he stared at the king. It was as if he had returned to that terrifying night. Alex, who was convulsing. Merc, who was howling in pain. King Nuven, who was laughing coldly. Saroma. No, it was little rascal. And the ring in her hand. At that moment, the prince felt that even his thoughts were about to be frozen. I told you, I know my uncle too well, unlike you who only spent a short day with him. Nuven, he toyed with everyone in the palm of his hand. The king stroked the saber between his knees and sneered as he said these words. He used an unprecedented lie to deceive your trust and belief. He used a seemingly sweet and sincere bait to catch your persistence and loyalty. From your self-righteous thoughts, he harvested the prey that the great dragon wanted the most. King Chapman slowly raised his right hand and slowly curled his fingers. This is King Nuven's real trick and strategy. It is a gift from the late king. In the next second, Chapman Lampard clenched his right hand tightly. It was as if he had just seized someone's throat. Thales' breathing shuddered as he broke out in a horrified cold sweat. Welcome to the cruel real world. In the darkness, an ugly and cold smile appeared on King Chapman's colorless face. The guardian of Dragon Cloud City, your highness. Passengers boarding the train, for the sake of your health, please fasten your seatbelt at all times. Swordless, with a serious expression. Chapter 302. He remembered. Thales stared fixedly at the floor under his feet. 6 years ago, in the secret tunnel under the gatehouse, the group of people who escaped were intercepted by the Red Witch. They could not advance or retreat. At that time, the exhausted Star Killer went forward alone and used a very large bargaining chip in exchange for their safety. Thales could not help but feel a deep suspicion rising in his heart. What did Nicholas tell the Red Witch that made Madame Calchon turn around and leave so decisively? What made her ignore existences like the Prince of Constellation and Miss Walton, as if they were just unnecessary outsiders? Is the secret room really so unconventional that they could leave without any hesitation after making up their mind to overthrow the stubborn King Nuven a moment ago, and leave without any involvement in anything the next moment? If, as Lampard said, Saroma's existence is just... Thales took a deep breath. Veins popped up on his hands. Ridiculous. He stared coldly at King Chapman in front of him. The heir of Dragon Cloud City, who was publicly acknowledged to have been dead for 6 years, is still alive? And me going north alone and being a hostage for 6 years, including our life and death battle in Heroic Spirit Palace 6 years ago, was all just part of a conspiracy? You expect me to believe you? What kind of baseless words are these? The prince looked offended. He stared at the king's eyes in dissatisfaction and retorted, "Why did Mariah deliberately fake his death? Why did he let his family be on the verge of collapse and Dragon Cloud City be in turmoil? Why did King Nuvan come up with such a strategy where the gains did not make up for the losses, and even lost his life in vain under your counterattack?" Bang. Because he did not deliberately fake his death, and Nuvan did not do it on purpose either. King Chapman punched his scabbard and responded to Thales's aggressive words with a frosty expression. "Do you think this is some kind of fun? Do you think I would be so bored as to fabricate such a lie to drive a wedge between you and Dragon Cloud City? Ever since I received this damn news, God knows how many methods, time and resources I have used to get to the bottom of it, just to find out whether that useless prince is dead or not. To find out how long I can wear this crown I got 6 years ago." The king's sharp eyes were filled with murderous intent. "Believe me, if he is not dead, there is no one in this world who would want him to disappear as quickly as possible, without anyone knowing." Thales looked suspiciously at the anger and coldness hidden on the king's face. He had a vague feeling that the other party's emotions were not fake. The carriage was silent for a few seconds. "So, I didn't deliberately fake my death." Thales calmed down and tugged at his sleeves. "What do you know?" King Chapman snorted coldly and said, "This is from the secret room. To be exact, it's from my spy in the secret room. It said that the Red Witch has been investigating this matter for a whole 6 years, regardless of the cost. She only found some clues half a year ago." Deep in thought, Thales repeated slowly, 6 years. The king nodded solemnly. 6 years ago, Prince Mariah returned to Dragon Cloud City from his fief. In Heroic Spirit Palace, he had a fierce argument with King Nuvan. Even though King Nuvan had gotten rid of most of the people in the palace before he died, there are still people who are alive to testify to this. When King Chapman said this, his eyes shone with a strange light. It lingered between disdain and disgust. A few days later, Mariah left without saying goodbye and disappeared without a trace. Thales's gaze froze. "Left what?" "Yes, Thales." King Chapman snorted in disdain. A prince who shouldered the heavy responsibility of a kingdom left home in a fit of anger because he was scolded by his dear father. The prince took a second to digest this news. He then looked at King Chapman with a burning gaze. Can you imagine Nuvan's expression at that time? His son irresponsibly left behind everything, including his own identity and his original mission to Constellation. In one night, he disappeared from Nuvan, Dragon Cloud City, and even all of Extet's sight. In order to escape safely, he even deliberately leaked his itinerary to Pofert as a cover. That's how everything happened after that. Mariah Walton, Nuvan's useless son, the king said through gritted teeth in contempt and anger. He is practically the greatest disgrace of the Walton family in the past 600 years. Even if you search all over Extet, you probably won't be able to find a piece of trash worse than him. My God, a prince, left everything behind, ran away from home? For some reason, another person's figure suddenly appeared in Thales's mind. Decades ago, Lady Gines was not as mature and charming as she was now. She was penniless and in a sorry state, but she resolutely walked out of her family's manor, followed the prince's fleet, and walked towards an unknown future. The king used a few seconds to regulate his breathing. He snapped out of his anger and resentment. Because of that, the born king, who was badly battered and exhausted, could only use a substitute with a similar face to replace his runaway son on a diplomatic mission to Constellation. Anyway, as a symbol, the prince only needed to smile. We found information about that substitute. He was born in a small noble family in the suburbs of Dragon Cloud City. His ancestors were blood relatives with the Waltons. He was found by the White Blade Guards 18 years ago, and from then on, entered Dragon Cloud City to work. Of course, he was actually being trained to become Prince Mariah's substitute. King Chapman continued coldly, "You know what happened after that. You know what happened after that?" Mariah's substitute died in Constellation. I guess Nuvan was very surprised, but he took advantage of the situation and made it real. He pretended to be angry and demanded corresponding compensation from Constellation, but internally, he cleaned up the restless archdukes. Thales tried his best to pull himself out of the shock Mariah gave him. He looked at the king with an indescribable feeling. This is why I began to suspect the Archduchess' identity. There is no reason for Nuvan to leave behind an Archduchess and a son who can overthrow the former. He caused Dragon Cloud City to sink into a terrifying whirlpool of a fight for succession. Believe me, from Alcius of Prestige Orchid region to Rose of Enlenzo dukedom, this is the most terrifying disaster for a noble family. Of course his biggest surprise should be you, Thales. You are the Prince of Constellation who can save the Dragon Spear family in the future when Mariah disappears, when Dragon Cloud City is beset with difficulties both internally and externally, when his power is waning and when he passes away. An excellent tool. The king stared at Thales with a complicated gaze, as though the prince before him was an object. Just like that, Nuven used a fake archduchess to trap you in Constellation, stabilized the Walton family's rule in Dragon Cloud City, and allowed the Dragon Spear family to live through the years when the born king was not around. At the same time he hid the biggest secret from all of you. Perhaps one day Leespan or the Star Killer will welcome back Mariah, who is tired of playing outside. Dragon Cloud City will return to the Waltons' hands, and all of Constellation's schemes will fail. King Chapman ended his speech and stared at Thales quietly. Thales did not say a word. His eyebrows furrowed as he pondered in silence for nearly 2 minutes. How could this be? King Nuven's back appeared before his eyes. The heroic and shrewd former king turned around in his mind and flashed a cold smile that made people shudder. Nuven Walton. He dared to fight in front of the vassals, and used a vicious scheme without hesitation. He could poison a young girl to death without batting an eyelid, and put the family's inheritance in his and little rascal's hands without a care. And now, Nuven the born king. What kind of person are you? Is this what you want to say? The second prince said in a weary tone, everything that happened 6 years ago, the grudges between our two kingdoms, the conspiracy in Renaissance Palace, the confrontation in front of the fortress, the disaster in Dragon Cloud City, all originated from Mariah's willful departure? It's hard to believe, isn't it? King Chapman sneered. But the origin of everything is so absurd, ridiculous, comical, and completely unreasonable. You were a hostage in the north, trapped for 6 whole years because of an unjust accusation. I almost gambled everything and I almost lost everything. With each word, the hatred in King Chapman's eyes intensified. Arund was reduced to a prisoner, Poffert's neck was twisted, and Ekstead even had a new king. Since then all the bloodshed and turmoil. All of this originated from a good-for-nothing who left his home. The king suppressed his hatred. His gaze was ruthless, as if he was about to open his mouth and eat someone in the next second. The carriage was silent for a few seconds, as if they wanted to remember the heaviness of this moment. The prince closed his eyes gently and slowly opened them again. But what Nuven did not expect was that his nephew in Black Sand region would do something beyond his expectations. When he had just started setting up his plan, Nuven had already taken the king's life and put on the crown himself. That's why you're sitting here and talking to me. Thales' gaze on the king became calm again, and there was no emotion in it. In the carriage, King Chapman's breathing gradually calmed down. It's not just me, Thales. King Chapman leaned back against the carriage. His eyes were bright and piercing. There's also you. Thales narrowed his eyes. Don't forget, we built my crown together, the king said faintly. Thales sighed softly, then snorted. It's still baseless nonsense. The prince rubbed his forehead sleepily. Mariah's death. Everything is based on the empty words you told me. Yes, so that's all I have to say, King Chapman answered without hesitation. But I believe that you have your own conclusions and you've been here for 6 years. You're more familiar with the people and things in Dragon Cloud City than I am. You can absolutely find the truth on your own. Thales lowered his head. He only felt tired. Whether it was Mariah's life or death, Saroma's identity, Nuven's schemes, or Chapman before him, all of them made him feel like his brain was about to explode. This is too much. So tiring. Assuming this is true, then I've been deceived and toyed with by a dead man for 6 whole years? The prince chuckled for some reason. This feeling is really strange. Across him, the king's expression changed slightly. Only 6 years. That's not bad. Thales raised his head. What do you mean? But King Chapman only stared at him quietly and snorted softly. Don't forget, whether it's the generations of Ekstedt's boorish and unrestrained archdukes, or the groups of Constellation's scheming and astute nobles, all by a seemingly mediocre and cowardly king of Constellation, a dead man who passed away 100 years ago, he sighed with emotion and said, deceived and toyed with for more than a century. In the next moment, Thales' gaze became clear again. He looked at Chapman Lampard seriously. What do you want, Lampard? Finally, King Chapman leaned forward and curled up the corners of his lips slightly. It was as if this conversation had just begun. Li Span and the Star Killer have been keeping a close eye on Heroic Spirit Palace. I can't get close to that girl, but you can. There was a profound look in the king's eyes. You also know what I want. Thales snorted softly. Rockney and Letko, Stustel of the Sentinel region, and Cameron of the Glacier Sea. The joint condemnation of the 4 archdukes is not easy to deal with, is it? He shrugged. That's why you spent so much effort to incite the Alliance of Freedom, and even schemed about Dragon Cloud City's choice of stance. King Chapman nodded. I've said it before, this is not an easy task, and every archduke is not easy to deal with, he said seriously. But Thales interrupted him. 6 years ago in Heroic Spirit Palace you said, every one of you was born shackled by the endless struggle between the king and the archdukes, and you will never be able to free yourself. You want to break it? The prince spoke in a tone the king had never heard before. He seemed to be sentimental, but there was also a hint of mockery in his voice. But for some reason your current actions remind me of King Nuven. For a moment, Thales saw the tendons in King Chapman's hands tremble slightly. Those who want to break the shackles rack their brains to study the structure of the shackles, and are fascinated by this game of escape, Thales said softly. Until one day he realizes that the shackles on his body have grown into a part of him. He can no longer leave the shackles he once wanted to break. Thales sneered subconsciously and asked the same question he asked another king 6 years ago, don't you feel tired? Or is it that the pain the shackles inflict on you has already made you unable to feel the heaviness they bring to you? King Chapman did not speak. His face did not move in the dim carriage. The silence lasted for a long time. Thales exhaled and laughed involuntarily. He averted his gaze and no longer paid any attention to King Chapman, who did not bat an eyelid. He shook his head. This reminds me. Perhaps his choice, Mariah's choice to run away allowed him to escape from this shackle and be free from it. Unlike us. Regardless of whether Lampard would find him or not, to a certain extent, Mariah Walton, the willful prince who abandoned everything and ran away, had already left the shackles given by his bloodline. But what about me? What about Thales Jadestar? When will he be able to break free from this shackle? At that moment, Thales suddenly thought of the air mystic and the hand he had extended to him. But what followed was a warning look from High Priestess Holm, who was in Bright Moon Temple. King Chapman's expression was so dark that it looked like it was about to drip water. He did not. A few seconds later, the king gritted his teeth and tightened his grip on his scabbard. Walking away is not an escape. Running away weakly is not a form of release either. But he will. King Chapman's voice grew deeper, and there was a terrifying meaning hidden in his words. After we find him. Thales heaved a long sigh and tried to pull his thoughts back to the vortex in front of him from his emotional state. Mariah, assuming that he is still alive as you said, the prince braced himself and forced himself to meet the king's gaze. Then where will he be? When he heard this topic, King Chapman also recovered from his anger and resentment. He tapped his saber gently. Recently, a person who matches Mariah's description appeared on the southern side of the Great Desert, near Sarah Dukedom. We only managed to investigate up to this point. That is the Constellation's territory, and it is difficult for the secret room to infiltrate. But we will not stop. Let us work together to find Mariah and kill him, Thales, the king said coldly. No matter who does it, let us put an end to this baffling threat together. Let Nuven and his joke to fool the world go to hell. King Chapman slowly drew closer to Thales' face. After this incident, I hope that you will understand, Thales. In this seemingly peaceful Dragon Cloud City, who are your friends and who are your enemies? Who treats you as a worthy opponent, and who treats you as a puppet in a farce? The corners of Thales' lips curled up. He imagined the prince roaming the world with his name hidden. He then thought of Lispan and Nicholas. You have a good idea. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The prince shook his head and spread his arms. He leaned back against the carriage without a care for his image. But I can still shout now or simply reveal the truth about what happened in the carriage. Then your words, your secrets, and your ideals. Thales narrowed his eyes. I'll go to hell with you. Chapman stared at him and did not look away for a long time. The temperature in the carriage seemed to have dropped to freezing point again. I have a question, Thales. After an unknown amount of time, the king said slowly, once Mariah returns, what will await your little girlfriend? Thales' mood darkened. You know the answer. Will the kind Lispan and the kind Star Killer give her a certificate of commendation after Mariah is restored to the throne, in recognition of her contributions to the stability of Dragon Cloud City while she sat in heroic Spirit Palace pretending to be an archduchess for the past 6 years? The king sneered. If Mariah's matter is true, then this secret will not be buried with my death. One day, together with your enemies, it will fiercely devour you and that girl. This is the meaning of the choice you face today. Thales stared at Chapman without moving. His eyes were dull and devoid of emotion. Choice. Another choice. He clenched his fists. The prince said coldly, I can leave and watch from the sidelines. You can play your own game of chess. The king smiled. You won't. You're different from a lot of people, Thales. King Chapman shook his head confidently. His gaze was like a sword that pierced straight into Thales' heart. As long as you have the ability, the strength, and the belief, you won't leave without doing anything and leave a hell behind you. You'll cold-bloodedly watch others cry in pain, and you'll hypocritically console yourself that this is the best choice and the most realistic one. He raised his hand in the darkness and pointed outside the carriage at the highest point in Dragon Cloud City. Otherwise, you wouldn't have walked right into the trap and returned to heroic Spirit Palace 6 years ago. Thales clenched his fists tighter, almost to the point where his palms were about to break. Damn it. He sighed tiredly in his heart. No one in the carriage spoke again. The silence lasted for a long time. It felt like a century had passed. If you have nothing else to say, then so be it. Thales shook his head with a gloomy expression. I'm tired. Of course. King Chapman, who was watching him quietly, nodded casually as if they were not enemies at all. You know where to find me. When Thales heard this, he sneered. You still can't bear to leave? You know, a storm is coming and Dragon Cloud City's future will not be peaceful. In that second, the king's gaze became very subtle, and there was an indescribable meaning hidden in it. I'm not the one who can't bear to leave, Thales, Chapman Lampard said in a calm and thought-provoking manner. Just as you said, a storm is coming. Thales frowned. As his Adam's apple bobbed, he stood up and placed his hand on the carriage door. There's one more thing, Thales. With his back facing the king, Thales stopped in his tracks and turned his head slightly. King Chapman turned his head to the side and glanced at him with a strange gaze. 6 years ago, under Broken Dragon Fortress, you dared to charge in the opposite direction even at the risk of losing your life. You made a bet with me on the battlefield where swords and sabers are blind. But today, 6 years later, in the peaceful Dragon Cloud City, you don't dare to risk the Archduchess' life. You don't dare to be stubborn to the end and make a bet with me on the battlefield where there are hidden undercurrents. Thales was stunned. The king laughed and said, What's wrong, Thales? Is it easier to make a decision in a dangerous and bloody situation than in a strange and indecipherable situation? Or is it because it's harder for you to make a decision when you're facing another person's life than when you're facing your own? Thales gritted his teeth and frowned. That's different. Back then, the people around me and I were all in a dangerous situation. I could risk my life without hesitation even if it was hopeless. But today, Saroma, or did you become cowardly, hesitant, and merciful during your 6 years in Dragon Cloud City? Chapman said softly. Thales maintained his posture of pressing against the carriage door. His expression was stern. We are different, Lampard. The second prince did not turn his head. His side profile was still facing Chapman. He said coldly, You are a cold-blooded gambler. King Chapman raised his eyebrows slightly. What about you? What are you? This time, Thales did not hesitate. He opened the carriage door and got off without turning his head. Be careful, Thales. The king's voice traveled faintly from behind him. When your enemies smell your weakness, bang. Thales closed the carriage door without hesitation and shut the words behind him inside the carriage. He had heard enough today. There was no need for his emotions to be shaken. Besides, weakness? The prince remembered the Black Prophet's terrifying appearance and his heart tightened. In the carriage, King Chapman stared at the carriage door that was slammed shut with a complicated gaze. He lowered his head to inspect his scabbard and said the second half of his sentence in a seemingly unconcerned manner. They won't let you off so easily. I've spent the past 4 days without updating the novel on revising the first few chapters. If you're interested, you can go back and download the first few chapters again. Chapter 303. While Thales watched the people from Black Sand region leave amidst Waya's grumbles, the hurried sound of horse hooves rang out behind him. The vigilant Waya and the others instinctively blocked the prince, but Thales, who had expected it, sighed and turned around calmly. They came so quickly. and so impatient. As the horses neighed in dissatisfaction, the person got off his horse. Accompanied by his attendants, he passed through the personal guards and walked towards Thales with a stiff expression. Beside him, Lord Justin bowed respectfully. It was Count Leespan. The old but still spirited regent of Dragon Cloud City stood in front of Thales with an unhappy expression. Your Grace. The prince's gaze swept past the group of Dragon Cloud City patrols who came with the count, and he politely nodded at Count Leespan, as if he was not surprised by his sudden appearance. Should I be surprised that you are so concerned about my itinerary? But the count, who had rushed over after hearing the news, had a dark expression on his face. He had no intention of exchanging pleasantries with the prince. Do you know how arbitrary and reckless this is? Directly boarding Black Sand Regent's carriage? Thales shrugged helplessly and walked towards Jenny with Leespan. Wuxia, Ralph, and the others were a step behind them, maintaining a distance that was neither too far nor too close. The former prime minister's gaze became solemn as he looked around. The personal guards, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, became nervous again. What happened? What did Black Sand Regent say to you? What did they say? The prince remembered the secret King Chapman told him, and he could not help but feel gloomy. Mariah, Saroma. They are very interested in Dragon Cloud City, but they can't contact the Archduchess directly. Thales gestured in the direction where the people from Black Sand region left with a relaxed expression. For this reason they want to rope me in. Lispan's gaze changed a few times. They tried to rope you in? Do you need me to remind you of the relationship between Dragon Cloud City and King Chapman? Or what role you played in the storm 6 years ago? Thales blinked. I don't think that Black Sand region would place their hopes on a foreign prince who is almost their mortal enemy without any assurance. The count's expression was gloomy. Or do they have a very good reason to talk to you? Thales clenched his fists slightly in his sleeves and began to size Leespan up again. How sharp. So, Prince Thales, is there anything I can help you with? Lispan's tone was polite but compelling. Thales could not help but feel wary. How credible was Lampard's words? In Dragon Cloud City, who were the enemies and who were the friends? How should he choose? Thales took a deep breath. He could not help but think of the terrifying secret Lampard had mentioned. A gift from the late king. The prince looked at the count in front of him with complicated emotions. His gaze swept past his white temples. During these 6 years, what kind of emotions did the most powerful minister in Dragon Cloud City harbor as he watched Saroma grow up? What did he think of Saroma, his titular ruler? Archduchess? The wife of the future Grand Duke? An inexperienced little girl? Yeah. The prince sighed slightly. They gave me a very convincing reason. The count listened attentively. Thales raised his head and said without batting an eyelid, They said that as long as I can help them, King Chapman will personally give the order. The prince paused for a moment before he said softly, Let me return to my country. In that second, the old regent's gaze froze on Thales' face. Thales forced a smile and spread his hands. Is that so? Interesting. After pausing for a few seconds, the count pursed his lips. His tone was thought-provoking. Then how did you answer? Thales stood in front of Jenny and looked at the girl's joyful expression. He was deep in thought. I need to think about it, Thales answered very slowly. This is my answer. Leespan did not speak. After a few seconds, the regent raised his eyebrows slightly. You know that you are in Dragon Cloud City. Thales nodded. I know. Leespan looked at him with a piercing gaze. You also know that the Archduchess is protecting you. Thales took a deep breath. I know. But you still need to know. This time, Count Leespan raised his voice slightly. There was a fierce look in his eyes. 6 years ago, during the King's Selection Congress, when the 5 archdukes agreed unanimously to not let you leave Ekstedt. How the lonely Lady Saroma stood in the Hall of Heroes and threatened the archdukes in front of High Priestess Holm that if she was not allowed to keep you in Dragon Cloud City, she would refuse to be chosen as the king and be destroyed in Dragon Cloud City with the 5 of them. Thales was stunned. He lowered his head and stared at the ground with a dazed expression. He remembered how Archduke Letgo patted his shoulder earnestly and told him to take care of himself in Heroic Spirit Palace. About this I really don't know, the prince said absent-mindedly. Leespan looked at Thales' expression and nodded slightly. Please don't let her regret that decision. You should return to the palace. You don't want to offend Lord Nicholas at this time. You have an outdoor class tomorrow. After the regent finished speaking, he glanced at the prince, who was deep in thought, and turned to leave. Regent Leespan. Thales stopped the count. Will you miss him? Li Span turned around and looked at the prince expressionlessly. He raised his eyebrows slightly. Will you miss King Nuven? Thales added. You know, the born king, the real tough guy from the Walton family. The prince's expression was slightly gloomy. He looked like a sentimental poet, thinking about how good it would be if he was still around. This time, the silence between the two lasted for a long time. It was so long that Wuxia, who was a few steps away, could not help but signal Thales, but he was stopped by Ralph. After a long period of silence, Count Li Span finally spoke calmly. Every day I miss him, especially when there are mountains of documents and chores piled up on the table again. You can't imagine how deep our friendship is. Thales stared at him. Yes. You know, when King Nuven was still around, Dragon Cloud City and even Extet were far from being like this. Thales sighed. The vassals were in their positions and their actions were orderly. The subjects had their own duties and everything was in order. Thales stared at the count's face and said with a faint sigh, but after he left, during the Archduchess' reign, the entire Dragon Cloud City was in turmoil, and the people were in a state of panic. Now, even Black Sand region dares to come to Dragon Cloud City to contact me. Li Span looked at him without moving. She has not ruled for long and the people are not used to it yet. We need time and patience, the count answered without missing a single detail. Thales narrowed his eyes slightly. Yes. Perhaps to Dragon Cloud City, a weak and powerless girl is still a notch below Archduke Walton's position. The prince shook his head faintly. There was a hidden meaning in his words. Perhaps she is still far from having the right to rule Dragon Cloud City. Li Span frowned slightly and said in a displeased tone, Please do not interpret my words as you wish, Prince Thales. Thales closed his eyes and heaved a long sigh. Your Grace, the prince asked in a seemingly nonchalant manner, if one day the Dragon Spear family's bloodline is cut off, and the Waltons have no successor, Count Lispan's expression froze. What will you and your family do in Dragon Cloud City? Once he said this, Li Span gave him a profound look. Even if we are allies, your words just now can still easily cause misunderstandings, Prince Thales, especially after your meeting with the emissary of Black Sand region. The Count's words were already laced with politeness but unquestionable sternness. Even now, 6 years later. Thales smiled apologetically. Please understand that the current situation in Dragon Cloud City worries me, whether it is the Alliance of Freedom and the City of Faraway Prayers in the west, or the emissary of Black Sand region in the city, and of course, the vassals of Dragon Cloud City. I have to think more and plan ahead. Li Span stared at him firmly and did not move. Dragon Cloud City will always belong to the Walton family, the Count said slowly. Raikaru's descendants have ruled this land for nearly 700 years, but it is not without reason that the Cloud Dragon Spear flag is still passed down to this day. There will be news from both the Alliance of Freedom and the City of Faraway Prayers. Please don't worry too much. Thales stared at Count Li Span for a long time. A myriad of thoughts ran through his mind. I understand. The prince said meaningfully. In the next second, he nodded slightly and got on Jenny's saddle without hesitation. He spurred the horse and left, leaving Count Li Span and the group of patrols far behind. After entering the first gatehouse, Thales was not surprised to see Nicholas at the palace gate. However, the Star Killer only cast him a glance from afar before he turned around and dismissed the Archduchess guards, who had just gathered together as if they were facing a great enemy. He then turned around and left. The prince frowned. Thales did not fall asleep that night. For the first time he felt that the walls and floor tiles of Dragon Cloud City were exceptionally hard, and his back hurt when he knocked against them. Let me sum it up. In the Archduchess' study room, Merrill Hicks, the old crow, sat in his favorite seat. Just like before, he neither used a book nor a pen. He only leaned on a walking stick, smiled shakily, and nodded gently at his two students. Thales rested his chin on one hand and looked at Hicks in a seemingly serious manner. My dear Saroma has given us many interesting and powerful explanations about how the joint ruling pledge was formed. For example, why Nuven I, who was the most powerful, was willing to compromise. The most powerful, Nuven, what is that terrifying old king thinking? Hicks' voice continued to travel. For example, the prestige of King Raikaru and the Queen of the Sky is still deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Raikaru's descendants? Prestige. In Dragon Cloud City, how much prestige does Saroma need to have in order to stabilize her rule? Even her bloodline. For example, the defense line at Glacier requires power that far surpasses that of an archduke to maintain. An archduke? How will the game between the archdukes affect Saroma's rule? For example, as we mentioned in the first lesson, the boundaries of governance. If we do not maintain the system in which the major vassals open up their own territories and govern themselves, Extet will find it difficult to maintain and protect this vast territory that stretches from West Billow to Northland, across the 4 great ancient provinces, and is second only to the ancient empire. The boundaries of governance. At this moment, Thales felt a pain in his ribs. He turned his head in a daze and watched Saroma pull her elbow back as if nothing had happened. Thales stared at her in a daze. What's wrong? Until, I'm sorry I have to repeat myself. Hicks stared straight at the Prince of Constellation. The old crow said with a smile, do you have anything else to add about the achievement of the joint ruling pledge, Thales? Thales snapped out of his daze. He had unknowingly become absent-minded. He hurriedly flipped open his notes, shook his head apologetically and nodded. I'm sorry Yes, I have something to add about how Extet's joint ruling pledge was achieved. Hicks raised his head slightly, showing an interested expression. Constellation. Thales raised his head and answered, the achievement of the joint ruling pledge is largely thanks to Constellation's contribution. Chapter 304. Thales raised his head and took a deep breath. He adjusted his breathing and pulled his heavy thoughts back to the lesson. I have seen relevant historical data in 2 books, including The Joint Ruling Pledge and The Disaster of Black Eye. Compared to the endless chaos in Extet after Raikuru's death, Constellation's warlike Black Eye John Jadestar the first successfully inherited the King of Renaissance's army and territory, and obtained the loyalty of the vassals. Hicks and Saroma listened to him attentively, but only Thales himself knew that even now, his mind was still preoccupied. He was only reading the notes and reading from the book. In less than a year, Black Eye almost unified the South and completed what the King of Renaissance did not finish. He took over Blade Edge Hill and part of the coastal area, which is today's South Coast Hill, and Constellation became more and more powerful. Thales thought about the disdain on Putre's face when Nicholas showed off the joint ruling pledge to them when they first arrived in Extet, and his explanation. At this stage, because the peace treaty between Raikuru and Tormund was invalid, and because the suzerains and Extet were in conflict with each other and had endless internal strife, Constellation began to take the opportunity to expand northward. When the Arun family of Constellation and the Tannen family of Northland had a conflict over the ownership of Overwatch City, John Black Eye gathered an unprecedented Constellation army to the north. 2 days after Black Eye marched into Overwatch City, Nuvan Walton, the Smiler of Dragon Cloud City, who was also the first Nuvan, made a proposal. With the help of the Queen of the Sky, he mediated the conflict between Prestige Orchid Region and the City of Faraway Prayers. The 10 suzerains gathered in front of Raikuru's tombstone, and the joint ruling pledge was signed. Nuvan I was crowned king, and the 9 suzerains were promoted to archdukes. Thales exhaled and flipped through the notes he made in the library a few days ago. So, to a certain extent, I believe that it was the threat from the newly rising constellation that made the 10 suzerains, who were in conflict with each other, compromise, and work together to fight against the enemy. What happened after that is the proof. In response, the Tannen family asked for help from Nuvan I in the name of the joint ruling pledge. Even though the archdukes were still in conflict with the power of the pledge, the Smiler, Nuvan still gathered the army and vassals he wanted. A great war broke out with Constellation's army around Overwatch City, forcing John Black Eye, who originally had the upper hand, to give up on the idea of advancing northward, and turned westward to attack Western Desert. That was the first time the joint ruling pledge came into effect. It was also the first time Extet waged war against Constellation in the name of the kingdom. To a certain extent, it was also the first time Extet intimidated the Western Peninsula. No one could imagine that after the Battle of Eradication, other than facing the calamities, which other force could mobilize such a large military force. Hicks rolled his eyes and seemed to be deep in thought. Thales sighed. So, back to the main topic, Constellation's strength and rise to power also contributed to the joint ruling pledge, and the unification of the strongest country in the Western Peninsula to a large extent. It allowed the 10 archdukes to temporarily set aside their differences, and created the system that this country would follow in the future. In other words, Saroma asked curiously, Constellation wanted to seize the opportunity to attack Northland, but in the end it helped to unify Extet. Yes. Thales nodded. In this case, not only did Black Eye John's plan to launch a war and invade Extet from the north fail, it also strengthened the kingdom of the Great Dragon. When Thales finished speaking, he realized that Saroma was already staring at him with starry eyes. He could not help but cough. Hicks laughed out loud. Starting from the joint ruling pledge, we seem to have found an even more interesting topic. You want to weaken a certain person or a certain country, but you intend to crush the other party's fist, and instead help the other party. The old crow sighed slightly and spoke in another language. There's a phrase in the Far East called overreaching oneself. Are there any more examples? Thales narrowed his eyes. Of course. Unknowingly, his attention was attracted. He lowered his head and flipped through his notes. It's still Constellation and Extet, but in reverse. The virtuous king Mindes III's reform. At that moment, Hicks' gaze froze slightly. During the Fourth Peninsular War, Extet's pressure and destruction on Constellation left behind a land of devastation, but it also left behind a blank space and an opportunity. The suzerains in various parts of Constellation became weak and were in urgent need of assistance and recovery. They scrambled to seek help from Eternal Star City, which made the obstacles the king faced unprecedentedly small. Mindes III was able to promote his officials on a blank piece of paper, create his system, borrow money and levy taxes without any qualms, and appease the nobles' dissatisfaction with a very small price. The Great Dragon's threat and invasion, on the contrary, made it convenient for him to start his own game of chess, and formed the system of Constellation today. Thales quickly concluded this example that he was all too familiar with in one sentence. He raised his head, only to find that Hicks was looking at him with a strange gaze. My dear, I really didn't expect you to use the virtuous king as an example. The old crow snorted softly. You must know that even in Dragon Kiss Academy, the evaluation of the virtuous king is mixed. Of course, it's focused on his imitation and innovation of the main Nox official assessment system, as well as his support for the establishment of a private academy. Thales scratched his head. I'm sorry, due to various reasons I'm still quite familiar with this part of history, so I tried my best to find historical materials in this area in the library. Hicks coughed softly. Then, according to what you just said, war is a very complicated topic because temporary victories and defeats seem to only be superficial, and the positions of the victors and losers can change at any time? Thales' gaze had already left the notebook. He suddenly thought of King Neuven and Lampard, King Kessel and Arund. King Neuven attacked Black Sand region and suppressed the Lampard family for decades, but created a terrifying and ambitious person who would take his life in the future. Arund plotted to usurp the throne and plunged Constellation into a crisis, but after his failure, he gave Kessel a reason to control the northern territory with the royal authority. What about himself? He seemed to have saved the Walton family's fate perfectly and cleverly, sent the Archduchess to the throne, and ensured Constellation's interests. But all the things that he thought he was infallible in the past became questionable after Lampard's visit. Thales sighed slowly. Suddenly, he had a deeper understanding of the virtuous king's words. A momentary victory or defeat is but a fleeting moment. How interesting. Thales raised his head and said quietly, in fact, I think that simply using victory or defeat to describe the outcome of a war is lacking in consideration. The old crow raised his eyebrows slightly. Do you mind saying a little more? Thales cleared his throat as though he had returned to the past in his dream. War is not a carpentry game and the opponent is not a piece of wood. If something protrudes here, you just hit it with a hammer and it will behave. No. Thales muttered to himself for a while. He continued, war is the gathering of many factors, and it is also the interaction of two parties or even many parties. The wood you hammer may become fragile, or it may become tighter, or it may become harder, or it may become rougher and harder to touch. But it is not determined by whether you hit it with a hammer or not. It depends on the conditions and factors of countless wars, as well as our perspective of observation. Hicks encouraged him to continue speaking with his gaze. Thales sucked in a breath. War is a declaration of war, the ideal of a country's unification, reconciliation of contradictions, sharpening of weapons, and defining one's own moment in blood and fire. But it is also the opportunity for Jianghu to react spontaneously in a crisis, to decisively break away from his old ways, to reconstruct himself, to close his loose fingers, to clench his fists tightly, and to face the enemy in a brand new state. Even after the war ends, this influence will still continue. He could not help but think of the virtuous king. And after the war, both parties will no longer be the same. I think Constellation and the Great Dragon are the best examples. Over a longer period of time in history, the two sides of the war will change and change accordingly. The forces of power will rise and fall and the balance will shift. That is why the society we live in and the situation we live in will become what it is now, and it will deeply affect our lives until today. Perhaps, compared to what we can see in a short period of time, the glory or pleasure of victory, and the humiliation or pain of defeat, this is what we have always ignored when we face war? After Thales finished speaking, he sank into deep thought. Very good. Hicks clapped softly. I have to say, it has exceeded my expectations, young sir. Saroma furrowed her eyebrows and said thoughtfully, so, in other words, when we face war we should consider more, and not just stop at the superficial level of whether we can win, or what will happen if we lose? Thales' eyes lit up and he gave her a thumbs up. Hicks smiled faintly. You are right, my dear Saroma. I like this conclusion very much. He blinked his eyes casually, revealing a trace of slyness. So, I can still sum it up. Both students showed expressions of interest. The old crow sighed and his eyes behind the lenses trembled slightly. First of all, Constellation and Dragon, your fates are intertwined with each other. This is definitely not an empty statement. Be it in the past, present, or future, you have long been entangled together and are inseparable from each other for hundreds of years. Your origins are so deep, you are so close to each other, and you are so closely connected that any change in either of you will have an impact on the other party that is difficult to detect immediately, but cannot be ignored and irreversible in the future. Is that right? The two students nodded vigorously. Their teacher sighed and coughed uncomfortably. I think we can at least reach a consensus. War is not that simple. It is neither simple destruction and reconstruction, nor is it simple plundering and reconstruction. As for victory and defeat, this is the most superficial of all. Hicks looked out of the window. There seemed to be emotions flowing in his eyes. So, both of you have the conditions and the power to wage war in the future even against each other? I am not advising you to hate war, but before you make up your mind to wage war, I think you should first think clearly about whether doing so will really achieve your goals. How many unexpected things will happen because of this? What additional consequences will there be? What will it symbolize in the long-term future? How will the impact on both of you be calculated? Thales and Saroma fell silent as they pondered about something. War is not an overly idealistic game. It is not a one-way assault by one party against the other to determine who is superior or inferior. I actually hope that it is that simple. So simple that we only need to sit in the tent and count the number of chips and listen to the battle cries outside the tent. Then victory and defeat will be decided and everything will be over. Hicks stared out of the window in a daze, as if he had forgotten that he was just summarizing and chatting. He continued on his own, but it is not. It is not. Death, sacrifice, benefits, price, victory and defeat? These are only the most superficial things in war. The old crow was rather sentimental. More importantly, the fate of thousands of people in both countries will be decided by this. The direction of the future for thousands of years will be affected by it. All factors will be tested in this cruel furnace. And you and I, whether we are suzerains with high positions of power or commoners who rise and fall with the wind, are just the most powerless chess pieces because most of the time, it is not up to us to decide, even if you are the instigator or the victor of the war. Please remember, dear gentlemen and ladies, beyond the hypocritical moral accusations, beyond the simple calculation of benefits, beyond the illusory warrior's honor. Hicks sighed deeply as if he had remembered something from the past. Do not belittle war itself. It is not as simple as you think. It is not a game in which you must win or lose, in which you must pay a price, and in which you must live or die. Thales and Saroma stared at their teacher's expression and seemed to feel the heaviness in it. They looked at each other and did not dare to breathe loudly. All right, it's just a little sentimental. Hicks snapped out of his daze and smiled nonchalantly. So, let's go back to the main topic. Do you have more examples where the outcome of a battle cannot be determined by the outcome of a battle? The old crow did not wait for them to speak. He blinked his eyes behind his spectacles in a seemingly unintentional manner. If not for the time being, then I would like you to continue thinking about an example. Thales and Saroma were slightly taken aback. Then the weak old man uttered a word. The bloody year. Apart from victory and defeat, from what perspective and to what extent should we evaluate the gory year that was full of wars? Thales froze on the spot and stared at his teacher in a daze. He had the illusion that the moment Hicks said that word, he glanced at him lightly. It was a scrutinizing glance, and it was a stark contrast from his usual relaxed demeanor. Consider it your extra homework, but you don't have to hand it to me because we won't discuss it next time. The old crow stood up laboriously and laughed. Then let's call it a day. Before Thales could think about the meaning of the question, the two students quickly and respectfully sent their ailing teacher out of the door. Asterisk thud thud thud. Asterisk, Saroma. As he watched his teacher leave, Thales shook off the shadow in his mind and said to Saroma in the most solemn tone, "Listen." Saroma, who was tidying up her notes, was slightly startled. "What's wrong?" The prince's face was solemn. He took a deep breath and stared into Saroma's eyes with an exceptionally serious expression. The girl felt uneasy as she stared at him. "Today, after the outdoor class, it will be around dinner time." Thales clenched his fists. Recalling what he saw and heard yesterday, he became even more nervous. "I have something very, very, very important to tell you." His tone was unprecedentedly serious. Saroma stared at him in a daze, as if she was not used to the prince being so serious. "Very important?" "Yes." Thales seemed to feel that she was not paying enough attention, so he quickly added, "You must consider it seriously. It's about our futures. It's something that will affect our entire lives." The Archduchess was stunned. She blinked behind her pince-nez, then she blushed. Okay. The girl cleared her throat. She was a little flustered, but she immediately displayed her usual dignity as an archduchess. She raised her neck arrogantly and snorted softly. "I hope you'll be on time, Your Highness." Without waiting for Thales to react, in the next second, Saroma made a standard dance step and left the study room with a whoosh. Why did she run away without even putting away her books? Thales stared at her back, puzzled. He stared at the tips of her red ears. And why did she? In the next second, Thales suddenly remembered something. The prince was shocked. He stood up abruptly, extended his right hand, and chased after her with a strange expression. "Hey, aren't you thinking too much again, little rascal?" On the other side of Heroic Spirit Palace, Hicks walked further and further away with his walking stick. He walked out of the corridor. He exhaled a mouthful of air from his weak lungs and coughed painfully. Then he waved his hand and rejected the servant who wanted to help him. "Thank you, but I'm not that old." Asterisk clatter clatter clatter. Asterisk Hicks looked at the gradually fading Northland scenery outside the window and recalled the conversation just now. His relaxed and playful expression disappeared, and he became serious. "Even though he's very smart, even though he has those eyes. But he's not like his father." The old crow sighed with a sentimental expression and muttered in a low voice, "And he's not like you either." Hicks curled up the corner of his mouth and looked at the sky outside the window. He shook his head in amusement. "What do you think, Thurin?" The old man walked out of the corridor of Heroic Spirit Palace alone with a hunched back and a limp. Chapter 305. That afternoon, Thales grabbed his long sword and shield and walked out of the blood court. Accompanied by his guards and attendants, he went to the training field. He stepped on the tiles under his feet, walked over every step, walked past the grass and trees of Heroic Spirit Palace, looked at the palace guards and the Archduchess guards, who were sculpture-like or fierce-looking, and watched as they dutifully and responsibly cleared the way for him and defended him. These things, these people, this place, and me. Thales clenched his teeth lightly. "What's wrong, Your Highness?" Thales snapped out of his daze and looked at Wuxia, puzzled. "What's wrong?" Since yesterday, the prince's attendant looked worried. He looked around and said in a low voice, especially after talking to the people from Black Sand region. Thales' footsteps froze for a moment. He stopped. As the prince suddenly stopped, the Archduchess guards around him seemed to have sensed that something was wrong. They spontaneously got into formation, held their weapons, and guarded any entrance that could break into the prince's side from outside the courtyard. Of course, it would be the same if the direction was reversed. "Your Highness." Lord Justin's question came from among the guards. Thales frowned. The omnipresent guards used to make him feel at ease, but now, after the upheaval 6 years ago, he had never felt that the current scene was so glaring and out of place. Thales raised his hand and said loudly, "Just a moment, my lord. Say a few words." In the distance, Lord Justin waved his hand, and the atmosphere around him relaxed a little. The prince turned his head and forced a smile at Wuxia. "Is it that obvious? Looks like I still need to practice more." Beside Wuxia, Ralph let out an indecipherable snort and made a gesture. "It's all right." Thales raised his eyebrows and nodded. "Then I'm relieved." Wuxia watched the exchange between the two and sighed. "Others may not be able to see it, but He frowned and looked at the prince worriedly. He did not continue speaking. Thales smiled helplessly. Wuxia Madeira. The prince called out their names and propped his long sword on the ground. He sighed and said, "Have you experienced this before? You wake up one day and suddenly realize that the allies you have been with for a long time might all be your enemies." Wuxia froze for a moment. He then looked around sharply. On the other hand, Ralph snorted coldly and signed. "Look at my legs." When Thales saw the hatred in the Phantom Wind follower's eyes, he could not help but frown. "Relax, Madeira." He shook his head. "You've made your choice. You don't have to live for the past." Ralph did not say anything. He only stared at him. "Your current state worries me very much, Your Highness." Wuxia's expression became more and more unpleasant. "If we could share your burdens, Wuxia," Thales interrupted him. The prince flashed a bitter but leisurely smile. "I remember you saying that we should treat every farewell as our final farewell so that we won't miss out on our lives, right?" Wuxia nodded slightly. "From my teacher. She is a person worthy of respect." "Yes." Thales mulled over this sentence and snickered. He put on a rather approving expression. "Life is wonderful. You really shouldn't miss it." The attendant and the Phantom Wind follower were stunned. "And Putre?" the prince asked calmly. Wuxia frowned. "He has his own things to do. He went out early in the morning." "Is that so?" Thales pondered for a few seconds before he raised his head. "Get ready." Wuxia looked puzzled. "Get ready for what?" Thales shook his head. "Don't ask. No matter what is about to happen, don't panic." He sighed. "Trust me. Trust your prince." As the two of them looked at each other in confusion, the second prince took a deep breath and strode towards the training field again. The Archduchess guards, who had formed into groups, followed him. Their movements were agile and their footsteps were firm. On the training field, Nicholas, who was dressed in neat military attire, raised the axe in his hand and cast a sidelong glance at Thales, who had just arrived. "I heard that you caused trouble for Leespan again yesterday. You were in Dragon Cloud City, having a heart-to-heart talk with the people of Black Sand region?" Thales adjusted his breathing and exercised his joints while he calmly looked at the pale man before him. "The Star Killer. The person who took Horus Jadestar's life. What kind of person is he?" The prince remembered how arrogant and domineering he was when he intercepted him outside Dragon Cloud City, how fierce he was when he threatened him in Heroic Spirit Palace, how cold and merciless he was when he watched that scene in the Hall of Heroes, and how tenacious and heroic he was when he blocked the enemy single-handedly in front of the gatehouse. What kind of existence am I in his eyes? And now, Dragon Cloud City has enough troubles on its own. There's no need for me to cause trouble for them. Thales finished warming up and walked to the training field expressionlessly. About 10 steps away from them, Saroma had already started practicing self-defense with a dagger. The Star Killer narrowed his eyes. "Yes, because you yourself are a big problem." Thales snorted softly, raised his shield, knocked on the surface of the shield, and got into a fighting stance. "I forgive you magnanimously, Your Grace. Perhaps one day I will still miss that stinky mouth of yours." Nicholas was slightly stunned, then he curled his lips. "You are exceptionally brave today. Come on." Thales' tone was calm, but there was a solemn look in his eyes. He said softly, "This is the moment when you and I fight. Don't be careless." The next moment, the Star Killer's axe struck like a bolt of lightning. Thales, who had expected this, calmly observed his opponent's footsteps. He was not fooled by the feint. He took a step back and did not rush forward. Instead, he steadily withstood the second wave of attack hidden under the axe. Thud. Thales withstood the blade of his opponent's axe and grinned. "Ha, as long as I understand the pattern, it's not that difficult to dodge your strange movements." As the prince grunted, Nicholas nonchalantly withdrew his axe handle. "You're dead." It's the power of eradication again. Soaked in cold sweat, Thales gritted his teeth and held his breath as he spat out 2 words. "How cunning." "Pay attention to your footsteps." Nicholas swung his single-edged axe and answered coldly, "I haven't used the twist of fate yet. This is just the appetizer." The power of eradication is not only a life-saving straw for a moment, it can also shape a person's fighting style over a long period of time. Thales covered his abdomen with a pained expression and retreated. "Is this your style? Fluttering around and making unpredictable movements?" "This is the only one in Northland." There was a hint of arrogance in Nicholas' voice. He swung the axe in his hand, then miraculously changed its direction and turned to the left. It circled around Thale's wrist and was firmly caught by its master. You should feel honored because most of the people who have seen it are dead. Thales exhaled to relieve the pain in his abdomen. He frowned and looked at Nicholas, then forced an unpleasant smile. So, former captain of King Nuvan's personal guards, commander of the White Blade Guards. Even in battle you're very good at acting and are used to deceiving people, right? Nicholas' expression changed slightly. You still have the leisure to provoke your opponent. It seems like you're very confident. In the past, training would end after you died 30 times. But today I'm in a good mood. The Star Killer stared at Thales coldly and snorted. How about relaxing it to 100 times? With a hostile expression, he slowly raised his axe. At this moment, they know. Thales leaned on his sword and his shield as he said, intentionally or unintentionally. Nicholas furrowed his brows slightly. Know what? The prince inhaled and raised his head to look at the Star Killer before him. They already know. Thales solemnly met Nicholas' sharp gaze. They know that Saroma Alex Soria Walton is not a true descendant of the Walton family. At that moment, it was as if time had frozen in the area around them. Nicholas' gaze paused in the air for a few seconds. His lips parted slightly, and the muscles on his pale face trembled slightly. Thales patted his shield and stared at him calmly but worriedly. You mean? The Star Killer's expression was unpleasant, but he quickly reacted. Yesterday in Black Sand region? That's what they told you? Thales nodded expressionlessly. Nicholas widened his eyes and stared at him. He did not move. Even the heavy axe froze in midair. His expression was like that of a sailor sailing alone in the sea who had just discovered that the bottom of his ship was leaking. Thales looked at the Star Killer's face and exhaled. The only thing worth rejoicing about is that he won't easily use this to threaten us. In the face of the puzzled and worried Nicholas, Thales tapped his shield gently. The Archduchess was one of the people who chose the king back then, and she was the most important vote for the new king. She ensured that the King Selection Congress was legal and effective. Once she loses her position due to her bloodline, King Chapman's crown will also be on the verge of falling. This is the only reason why we are still safe. Nicholas did not seem to have recovered from the shock just now. He mumbled, in that case. Thales nodded solemnly. The current situation is like us. Dragon Cloud City and Black Sand region both have a sword at our throats. The hilt of the sword is in each other's hands, and we can destroy each other at any time. The silence lasted for a long time. Then, without warning, Thales took a step forward, leaned his shield forward, and thrust his long sword forward. Asterisk clang. Asterisk even though he was absent-minded, Nicholas still had terrifying instincts and awareness. He swung his axe backhandedly at an astonishing speed and split Thales' long sword. Then he spun around and pushed against the prince's shield with his elbow. Thales' hand trembled and his vision blurred. Asterisk thud. Asterisk faint cries of surprise came from the crowd of onlookers. By the time Thales reacted from the pain and saw what was in front of him clearly, he had already been pushed to the ground by the Star Killer. His sword and shield had fallen from his hands. And the handle of the axe in Nicholas' hand was pressed against Thales' chest. Lampard in Black Sand region. Nicholas increased the strength of his grip. He gritted his teeth and moved closer to Thales' ear. How did they find out? Thales' face contorted. He used all his strength to move his throat out of the range of the axe handle. Kent Vita mentioned the secret room, the prince said through his teeth laboriously. I'm guessing that Madame Kaoshan hasn't been idle these past few years? Asterisk thud. Asterisk Nicholas coldly punched the floor beside Thales' ear and used the momentum to climb up from his body. How is this possible? Nicholas frowned and extended his hand towards Thales, who was panting non-stop on the ground. Thales panted a few times, but he still stared at the Star Killer's face. You know, back then you knew very well that the Red Witch knew this secret. But your reaction was how is this possible? The suspicion in his heart grew stronger. Thales took a deep breath. I recognize your expression and I'm very familiar with it. The prince grabbed Nicholas' hand and used it to stand up. It's surprise and puzzlement. Thales patted the dust off his body, turned his head and said solemnly, but it's not worry and nervousness. You seem to be full of confidence and not worried at all, Lord Nicholas. Nicholas' breathing paused for a moment. What are you talking about? You remind me of 6 years ago, Lord Nicholas. Thales repeatedly addressed the Star Killer by his official title. Without realizing it, the solemn atmosphere became tense again. When we, the old king and the Archduchess, witnessed that scene together in the Hall of Heroes, there shouldn't have been a fifth person. Thales sighed. He picked up his sword and said, intentionally or unintentionally, you remind me of 6 years ago, Lord Nicholas. Theoretically, there shouldn't be anyone else who knows about the secret of Little Rascal. Nicholas transferred the axe to his left hand. His gaze slowly became terrifying. What are you trying to imply? Thales snorted, lowered his head and said softly, you're right. Do you still remember? It was still 6 years ago when we met Madame Calshon in the secret passage under the gatehouse. The Star Killer's frown grew deeper. Sorry, Nicholas, among so many people, you are the only one who had a secret deal with the secret room in the Red Witch, Madame Calshon. Thales sighed. His gaze was still fixed on the man's face, unwilling to let go of even the slightest detail. The contents of your deal are still in doubt. And yesterday, Black Sand Region learned the truth about the Archduchess through the secret room. Asterisk the blade of Nicholas' axe struck the sand violently. An abnormal shade of red appeared on the Star Killer's pale face. His gaze became focused and his tone was filled with danger. Are you suspecting me? What welcomed him was Thales' merciless slash with both hands. Chapter 306. Clang. The sword and axe clashed. With a cold expression, Nicholas blocked Thales' path. I'm trying my best to be polite, Your Grace, so I'm trying not to think that way. Thales gritted his teeth and tried hard to regulate his breathing while he increased the strength in his hands. But you know how serious this matter is. To be cautious, please forgive me for asking an unnecessary question. Does the Red Witch know this secret? She knows. Did it leak from you? In fact, Thales had eavesdropped on their conversation. The Red Witch did indeed know this secret. She had confided this to Nicholas. But Thales still had to ask. Because, no. Nicholas effortlessly blocked Thales' blade. His expression did not change and he answered resolutely, of course she doesn't know, at least not from me. Otherwise she wouldn't have let go of the chance to take advantage of this. At that moment, Thales' gaze changed. He stared into the Star Killer's eyes through the sword and axe, and thoughts surged in his heart. He's deliberately hiding it from me, hiding the fact that the Red Witch knows the truth. What? Is it because he's afraid that after I find out, I'll continue to ask why the Red Witch let us go? Or is he afraid that there's a secret behind the Red Witch letting us go? A secret that will lead to, it doesn't matter if this Archduchess is not of Walton's blood? For example, is that so? At that moment, Thales' heart only grew heavier. He took a step back and moved the blade away. Very good. Thales was beaming when he raised his head. He looked as if he had breathed a sigh of relief and returned to the relaxed prince. Even though I don't believe it either, I'm much more at ease after hearing you prove it. Nicholas frowned and looked at him without a hint of a smile. Then let's change our direction. Thales took deep breaths and looked as if he was thinking hard. Anyone who knows this secret from you, what about them? Is it possible that they came into contact with the Red Witch? Nicholas swung his axe. Anyone? Thales' heart sank. He tacitly agreed. He tacitly agreed that the Red Witch knew Little Rascal's secret. So, the meaning behind the question, how is it possible, was not, how could the Red Witch know? It was how could the Red Witch reveal the secret? Thales sorted out his emotions and nodded without batting an eyelid. Does Lispan know? The true identity of the Archduchess? You didn't tell him anything in the past 6 years? This time he could clearly see that Nicholas' expression did not change at all. It was as if he had been frozen in ice. Thales let out a long sigh. Uncle Nicholas. The prince looked a little anxious, as if he was really worried about something. We are not talking about some pre-dinner joke to liven up the atmosphere. Thales narrowed his eyes slightly. But the survival of Dragon Cloud City. He turned to the girl who was practicing her dagger. And Saroma's rule. Lampard has our greatest weakness, and your hesitation will only add to our troubles. Northlanders. A few seconds later, Nicholas lifted his head expressionlessly and looked at him calmly. Not a single word was spoken. Thales stared at the silent Nicholas. He could not help but sigh and raise his sword. So you told him. Nicholas raised his axe and absent-mindedly blocked Thales' light sword strike. It was powerless. Impossible. The Star Killer's expression was stiff, as if he had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. He has no reason to betray us. It's impossible for him to reveal the information to the enemy. Thales snorted softly. Who knows? Count Seal Lispan, the former Prime Minister of the kingdom, is only loyal to the Waltons. Thales said meaningfully. If he knew the truth about the Archduchess and knew that he was not serving the Waltons, would he feel that he was more suitable? Nicholas raised his head abruptly and gritted his teeth. It's precisely because he is loyal to the Waltons that it's even more impossible. Thales did not speak. He only stared at Nicholas with a complicated gaze. Why are you so certain and confident? Why are you so confident that Lisban will still follow King Nuvenswil after his death and serve a girl who has nothing to do with the Waltons without complaint? Thales sighed softly. Don't forget, the direct bloodline of the Waltons is actually extinct. Nicholas shuddered slightly. Could it be that after the born king's death, the will of the late king, conveyed by his personal guards, is so supreme? Thales pushed Nicholas away and sneered. So much so that a noble and traditional Northland suzerain could put down his dignity and habits and bend his knees to serve a girl who is actually not of his liege's blood? Unless King Nuven is still alive, how can a vassal who has almost all the power in Dragon Cloud City remain loyal to a powerless and fragile girl for decades? Thales shrugged. You know, if it's Lisban, then the Waltons' rule in name will probably come to an end. The secret he holds is enough to overthrow the Archduchess. I said it's impossible. Nicholas' dissatisfaction was extremely obvious. You don't know anything and you don't understand Lisban. Thales looked at the Star Killer and sighed softly in his heart. Yes. Lisban doesn't seem like that kind of person. He wouldn't be stupid enough to trade secrets with Black Sand Region. So, there's only one explanation. Because Lisban knew that everything he worked hard for was still for the sake of his loyalty to the Waltons. What he was truly loyal to was still King Nuven's bloodline. Your concern ends here, unless Black Sand Region comes into contact with you again, Nicholas said coldly. I'll deal with this matter. You won't be stupid enough to confront him directly, Lisban? The prince said flatly. Just because of the late king's affection and kindness. Nicholas turned to the side in disdain. He ignored him and retreated a certain distance. Until Thales' next sentence. Have you forgotten about that traitor? Thales sneered in front of him. Have you forgotten how you refused to believe in his betrayal until he appeared in Heroic Spirit Palace? Until you personally killed that traitor, Castellan Lampard? The sentence was like a spark that ignited a straw. Nicholas turned around abruptly and threw a punch at Thales' abdomen. Thud. But to the Star Killer's surprise, Thales seemed to have changed into a different person. He quickly stretched out his hands and firmly caught the punch, which he habitually changed direction. That's right. Keep a low profile. It's best to pretend that nothing happened. Thales struggled to hold the other party's arm tightly. He gritted his teeth and said, because most of the time, even I don't know who is my enemy and who is my friend in Dragon Cloud City. Nicholas stared at him with a frown. A few seconds later, the Star Killer unceremoniously withdrew his arm, causing the prince to stagger. He looked at Saroma, who was practicing with a dagger with Justin in the distance. He pursed his lips. Have you told the Archduchess about this? Black Sand Region's bargaining chip and threat? No. Thales exhaled and swung his numb hands, experiencing the numbness caused by the sin of Hell's river slowly subsiding. Not yet. Very well, then keep quiet. Nicholas seemed to have calmed down. His gaze was fixed on Saroma. She doesn't need to know about this. As for this matter, the White Blade, the Archduchess guards will investigate it. There was silence. After a while, Thales sighed dejectedly. He stood up and no longer looked at the Star Killer. Is that so? All of you thought that you could use long swords and shields to protect her. Thales watched the Archduchess practice and snorted softly with a profound meaning. That's why you only taught her how to use a dagger. He shook his head. Think about it. When the enemy's sword is in front of her, the weak Archduchess only has a small dagger, and she only knows how to stab and slash. I can't imagine anything crueler than this. Nicholas glanced at the Archduchess, then turned to Thales again. There was disdain on his face. Don't worry. Before the enemy's sword arrives, I will cut off his head. Ah, that's really amazing. Thales shook his head. There was a hint of melancholy in his tone. However, Lampard's sword has already stopped at her throat, and Lampard's head is still on his neck. And she's still happily learning how to use a dagger from all of you. Nicholas did not say anything, but his frown deepened. Thales narrowed his eyes. Did you also train Prince Moriah like this? Teach him the secret of using a dagger to defend himself and keep him away from all dangers? The prince lowered his head and patted his hands. He sighed and said, no wonder Moriah didn't return from Constellation. Women don't belong on the battlefield and Moriah isn't a woman, Nicholas interrupted him coldly. His training was much harder. He was also a courageous swordsman and axeman. And the reason he didn't return was definitely not because his skills weren't good enough. Thales crossed his arms and was silent for a moment. Of course, Mariah. Thales shook his head. There seemed to be a different meaning in his gaze. A legal male heir to the Archduke's throne. If he were still around, Dragon Cloud City would probably be stabilized. Then I probably wouldn't need to come to Ekstedt. Nicholas snorted coldly as if he did not realize what the prince wanted to say. But she. Thales gestured at the Archduchess with his chin, as if this was just a casual conversation. She's a woman, and she's not even of the Walton bloodline. This brings about a lot of problems. She can't just know how to defend herself with a dagger. That's far from enough. That's not something you should worry about. Just take care of yourself. Nicholas bluntly cut him off. That's my business. You're really confident. Thales snorted softly and shook his head. It seems that with just one word from you, Dragon Cloud City will instantly become stable, and Leespan and the other suspicions will be eliminated. Is that so, Nicholas? That's all for today's lesson, Nicholas said stiffly. Practice on your own for the rest of the time. Thales sneered in his heart and shook his head. What happened to the 100 times we agreed on? But the Star Killer only cast him a cold glance, turned around and left without hesitation. Thales stared at his back and slowly furrowed his brows. It was still early and the sun was still shining. Ending so early? Waya walked forward and took the sword and shield from Thales' hands. Puzzled, he said, "Today's training seems a little different?" The second prince took a deep breath and shook his head gently. What are you talking about? Isn't it the same as before? Thales stared at the Star Killer's retreating figure and could not help but sigh emotionally. This overwhelming advantage, the two parties fighting each other. The two parties fighting are not on the same level at all. You don't have to compare yourself to the Star Killer. Waya raised his eyebrows and followed the prince's line of sight. He looked at the terrifying former commander of the White Blade Guards and said tentatively, "But seeing that you've become so optimistic again, I'm relieved. It's not too bad, is it?" Thales turned around and cast his gaze at Saroma, who was practicing her dagger on the other side. She was drenched in sweat. He then looked at the guards and servants, who had vigilant expressions on their faces, in and out of the field. It's not too bad? No. Chapter 307. Thales walked in the corridors of Heroic Spirit Palace, feeling gloomy. Nicholas was a terrible liar. He had concealed King Nuven's decision all those years ago and even Mariah's matter. Things were already very clear. The former White Blade Guards, Leespan, and the secret room held secrets that Thales and Saroma absolutely could not know. In other words, this secret would be detrimental to the latter two to a large extent. Thales did not even have to verify whether the horrifying secret Lampard told him was true. This was Thales' conclusion. However, on the way to the dining room, Thales could not help but clench his fists. However, Dragon Cloud City was facing the most complicated and chaotic situation in 6 years. The international situation was about to change, and it was testing the Archduchess' choice. The archdukes in the country were unpredictable, and they wanted to see Dragon Cloud City's stance. The vassals in the territory were restless, and they coveted the Archduchess' marriage and power. King Nuven's gloominess filled the sky, shrouding the successor of the Dragon Spear family. And the most terrifying opponent, the current common-elected king of the Kingdom of the Great Dragon, Chapman Lampard, held a sharp blade in his hand in the dark, ready to seize all possible benefits in this storm that was about to erupt at any moment. Saroma, a lonely and weak girl, Thales felt a faint pang in his heart when he thought of this, lived among them and faced countless threats. Thales had just proven to Saroma that they could not be trusted, be it the extraordinarily skilled Nicholas or the astute Leespan, who had always been by her side, that they could not be trusted. Thales stood at the entrance of the dining room in a daze. He clenched his fists tightly in his palms and they tightened. All the peace over the past 6 years was an illusion, and all the leisure was an illusion. Behind Saroma's name, there was a high possibility that the former king's cruel and merciless deception was hidden. Alex's twitching before she was poisoned appeared before his eyes again, and her face gradually losing its vitality. As for Saroma, no little rascal. This was not the life she wanted, but she was forced to face all of this. She was surrounded by enemies, helpless, and at a loss as to what to do in the fate that was forced upon her. Most importantly, she lived in a cage made of lies and was completely unaware of the threat around her. If I had not discovered this secret, this matter, would Saroma have lived on as an archduchess, oblivious to it, even muddle-headed, until the day the truth was cruelly stripped out under the sun? If that day comes, when the conflict in Dragon Cloud City erupts, when the king swings his sword, and when the secret of the bloodline is exposed, how could she, a lonely and helpless girl, bear all of this? Thales exhaled in pain. He felt dejected and his thoughts were tired. She had a chance to escape. It was you, Thales. You were the one who asked her to become Selma Walton 6 years ago. And now you, a hostage who has no choice but to be ostracized, what can you do? What can you do for her? What kind of perspective and stance should you use to intervene in this internal struggle that only belongs to Extet? What to do? What to do? It had been 6 years and they were still living under the shadow of the dragon's blood. It had been 6 years and they still could not escape King Nuvan's clutches. It had been 6 years Prince Thales, do you need help? A cold and polite call startled Thales out of his own world. Madame Gings. Thales put away all the worries in his heart and tried his best to dispel the heavy feeling in his heart. He forced himself to look at Gings, who stood at the door of the dining room. I'm sorry, but... Thales looked at the light shining from the dining room and vaguely saw the young girl's figure. Can you leave us alone for a while? Gings frowned and swept her gaze over the prince's entire body. There was suspicion in her eyes. Last time it was because the lady was in a bad mood. We can understand that, the female official in charge of the Archduchess' daily life said calmly, but this time, I really need to talk to her alone. Thales looked at the female official with the most sincere gaze imaginable. Please, Madame Gings. This is very important. If you still care about the Archduchess, if you know her current situation. Thales fixed his gaze on Gings with a solemn expression. This time, the female official Gings stared at him for a long time. It was as if she was observing an antique. I don't know what happened, Your Highness. Finally, the cold and rational female official spoke softly with her usual businesslike tone, but the female official suddenly stopped talking. In the next second, Gings did something the prince thought she would never do. She sighed. For the first time, Thales saw fatigue in the well-maintained female official's eyes and wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. She's just a little girl. Thales lowered his head and nodded slightly. I know, but she's not just a little girl, Gings interrupted him in a manner that brooked no argument. She's also the ruler of Dragon Cloud City. Thales raised his head and looked at her strangely. He felt that the female official was a little different today. Most of the time it's because of Your Highness' constant concern, consideration, and companionship that the lady feels that she's safe and lets down her worries and wariness. As a friend you take care of her and worry for her. The female official's tone was no longer as stern as before. Instead, it was filled with resignation and sentimentality. This is her fortune. Ging's next sentence had another meaning. But the problem is she's not safe. She shouldn't feel that way either. Thales stared at Gings and was momentarily speechless. We'll leave now, Prince Thales. The female official's expression returned to being old-fashioned, as though the sensual feeling earlier was just an illusion. She bowed slightly. I wish you and the lady a pleasant meal. The prince frowned. He suddenly realized that there was another side to the dutiful but serious female official he had known before. Also, the lady is not in a good mood. Today she... Madame Gings lowered her voice and said in an extremely obscure manner. You know, it's been another month since you were kicked in the knee. Another month? Thales was slightly stunned. By the time he realized what she meant, Gings had already turned and left. It's because of Your Highness' constant concern, consideration, and companionship that the lady feels that she's safe. The second prince watched her leave with the 2 female servants with complicated emotions. He lowered his head and hesitated for a moment. He took a deep breath and tried hard to adjust his emotions before he stepped into the Archduchess' dining room. Saroma sat quietly at the dining table. She looked lonely under the lights on both sides. Wow, lettuce. Thales sat opposite the Archduchess. He looked at the food on the dining table and smiled. I haven't eaten for a while. As expected, the table was filled with bland foods like vegetables and fruits. Even the broth was piping hot. This was a rare sight. Under Nicholas' threat, it was nothing new for the chefs in the kitchen to make a dish turn cold after checking it repeatedly for a few times. This is the Archduchess' monthly recipe. Saroma raised her head under the lights. The prince could not help but notice that she was a little tired. So, is it because of her physiology or, hey? The Archduchess stared at him with a gaze that the prince rarely saw. The latter could not read the meaning behind it. Thales. Her voice did not seem to carry much emotion. You said that you have something important to tell me today? Thales exhaled. The troubles he faced earlier seemed to have instantly returned to his mind. Yes, Thales took a deep breath. The words were at the tip of his tongue, but he was tongue-tied. He stared at Saroma, whose face was slightly gloomy. He maintained the most basic polite smile, but suddenly did not know what to say. Saroma, you are actually facing an extremely terrible situation and are not safe. Even if you survive this storm, the forced marriage of the vassals, and the fight between Rockney and the king, you are still in a difficult situation. Because the people you think you can trust are actually lying to you? You are alone and helpless, you are in danger, and even your biggest secret is in someone's hands? Saroma's gaze fell on his lips. There was a slight puzzlement in her eyes. But Thales furrowed his eyebrows tightly. He slowly clenched his fists under the table. He was still smiling, but he was struggling in his heart. He did not know where to start. Should I tell her the truth? Nicholas and Lisban are not loyal to her, at least not faithfully? Perhaps they are hatching a scheme that King Nuvan set up. Are you just a puppet at their mercy? Isn't this exactly what Lampard wants? He wants to use me to destroy the internal harmony in Dragon Cloud City and the relationship between the Lord and the vassals? But, does Dragon Cloud City still have a so-called harmony? If she does not know and is kept in the dark, will she be hurt even more when the secret is revealed? What's wrong with you? Saroma looked at his silent expression and asked softly. Are you troubled by something? Finally, Thales unclenched his fists and exhaled. It's the same as usual. Outdoor class and I got beaten up by Nicholas. The prince turned his smile into a self-deprecating one. Maybe I should try using lime powder next time. Based on usual practice, Saroma should frown and size up his wound, then smile in response to the prince's teasing. But today, no. Saroma stared at him and shook her head firmly. It's not because of this. Thales was slightly surprised. He cast her a questioning look. I can feel it. Is it because of something else? Saroma asked keenly. What are you trying to tell me? The second prince stared at the serious archduchess and remained silent for a few seconds. Listen to me, little rascal. In the end, Thales calmed down and put away his fake smile. He asked in a rather heavy and tired voice, You've been an archduchess for 6 years. That's not a short time. Saroma stared at him. The girl turned her head to the side. Under the light, her expression could not be seen. She nodded. But during these 6 years, Thales watched the girl sit on the hard and wide chair. He remembered how she sat alone in the Hall of Heroes and felt a little sorry for her. Do you feel tired, annoyed, depressed? The girl seemed to be a little surprised. She raised her head. What? Thales sighed and braced himself to say, What I mean is, ever since you took the position of Archduchess, you've been forced to bear the vassals' gazes, the people's suspicions, countless affairs and schemes. The archdukes are eyeing you covetously, the king harbors ill intentions, even Nicholas and Lisban. As he spoke, Thales could not help but lower his head, feeling a little dejected. I know you actually don't want all of this. You felt a little guilty. Moreover, you had the chance to leave that year, to leave that piercing chair. At this moment, I was very afraid. Thales raised his head. At that time, when you wanted to return to Heroic Spirit Palace and wanted me to become Saroma to save this country, I was very afraid. Under the illumination of the light, Saroma forced herself to smile. I was thinking that at that time, if you wanted to go back and face the archdukes, you might not be able to come back. And I wasn't prepared to be an archduchess at all. The girl sat at the other end of the dining table. Her slightly red face reflected the light, which did not seem to fit in with the solemn decorations around her. But at that time you didn't hesitate. You said that with 2 countries and so many people's fates on your shoulders, you can't just walk away and leave behind a sea of fire. Thales stared at her silently. He pressed his fists against his knees. Because you weren't afraid. So I thought, I can't be afraid either. The corners of Saroma's lips curled up slightly. She seemed to be a little surprised and delighted. And you said that you would always be with me and protect me? Just like that time in the Hall of Heroes when you took me away from His Majesty without hesitation, and for the past 6 years when you, Seal and the others have been protecting me? I know that no matter what happens. When he heard this, Thales could no longer hold it in. He raised his head abruptly. But I can't. The Archduchess widened her eyes in shock and stared at the emotional prince in confusion. I can't protect you. You are the Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City in a game of chess that ordinary people cannot imagine, and I am just a powerless prince. Thales remembered Lisbon's meticulous rhetoric, remembered Nicholas' gaze that was trying to hide something, and remembered the omnipresent vigilance and strict supervision in heroic Spirit Palace. He gritted his teeth and said, "You are the Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City." He gritted his teeth and said, "We face too many threats, too many dangers, and too many problems. Lampard, Rockney, the Counts of Dragon Cloud City, and..." Thales took a deep breath and struggled to say, "You know, I don't have the ability to protect you at all." Saroma stared at him in a daze. Her lips trembled slightly. Thales recalled Ging's hint and could not help but add, "I can't protect you forever either, and even Lisban and the others." The Archduchess cut him off. Black Sand Region's suggestion. Thales paused. "What?" The girl pursed her lips. Her face turned pale and her smile slowly disappeared. She forced a smile and muttered, "Seal told me in the afternoon that you went to meet the people from Black Sand Region. So this is what you came to me to talk about today." Thales immediately felt a headache coming on. The prince sighed. "Listen, Lampard may indeed want to rope you in through me, but I still..." "Thales?" The girl's voice was very low and intermittent. "You want to go home, don't you?" The Archduchess' expression reminded Thales of 2 years ago. At that time, when she read the tragic bardic poem Jasmine's Battle Flag, the indomitable Jasmine eventually died in battle in the rain, she probably had the same expression on her face. "This is the condition the king gave you, to let you return to the kingdom?" Without waiting for Thales to answer, Saroma sneered. "And you feel bored, tired. You don't want to play games with an ignorant and boring girl anymore, so you specifically came to tell me that you can no longer protect me." She laughed self-deprecatingly. "This is what you meant by important?" Thales' breath froze. "That's true. A silly, stupid, and eccentric little girl." Saroma lowered her head. "It's very annoying, isn't it?" Thales pressed his forehead in pain. "No, Saroma, no, it's not like that. Listen to me, what I want to tell you is, you miss home, don't you?" However, the girl did not seem to be listening to him at all. She spoke as if she was talking to herself. "If you have the chance, will you leave this place without hesitation, leave Dragon Cloud City, leave everything behind and go home?" Thales was stunned. Putre had asked him the same question before. At that time his answer was, "I." Thales uttered a word, but he gritted his teeth. He really wanted to say no, that he did not miss home, and use a lie to temporarily comfort her. But Thales took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He could only answer cautiously, "You know, as long as you're here, Saroma, I won't leave so easily." The girl raised her head slightly. There was silence. "I'm sorry, I'm not in a good mood today." A few seconds later, Saroma seemed to have recovered a little. The girl shook her head and forced a smile. "I'm not questioning you. Seal and the others must be very displeased with you. I'm just sorry." She apologized and turned her head away. "You've been imprisoned here for a whole 6 years. You're far away from your family and friends, and you're also facing many dangers. The king, the archdukes, the vassals, the Northlanders, the people of Dragon Cloud City aren't good to you either." Saroma shook her head in a self-deprecating manner. "Of course you want to go home. I have no right to criticize your thoughts." She hung her head dejectedly. Thales stared at the Archduchess in front of him and suddenly realized that in the 6 years since she became the Archduchess, it was as if she was stepping on thorns all the time. She was constantly in fear, struggling to survive, and never once had she felt safe and comfortable. The prince's heart sank. "No, she's a prisoner. It's not just me. And I want to tell her that the road ahead of her will only be more difficult, more dangerous, more..." Suddenly, an impulse and emotion sprouted from the bottom of his heart. At that moment, the muscles on Thales' arms tightened slightly. He slowly puffed out his chest and raised his head. "Saroma, let me ask you." The prince stared at the gloomy girl and spoke in the most solemn tone. "If you have a chance, if you have a chance, are you willing to leave?" 1 second. 2 seconds. "What? Me?" The girl's eyes were slightly red. She raised her head like a startled rabbit. "Leave? Yes, that's right." Thales nodded vigorously and looked straight into Saroma's eyes. "Let's leave this city together, leave this country, leave these troubles, leave these dangers, leave these boring traps, and leave the fate that King Nuvan imposed on you." Thales nodded forcefully and looked straight into Saroma's eyes. At that moment, Saroma was completely stunned. "Leave? W go where?" The second prince of Constellation stood up from his seat. He rested his arms on the table and stared at her with a sharp gaze. His expression was solemn. As in, "Oh, little rascal, I'll ask you one more time. Are you willing to leave everything behind and return to Constellation with me?" Chapter 308. Saroma recovered from her initial shock and bewilderment. "You want to take me away? Take me back to Constellation?" The lights around the dining room swayed slightly in the wind, as if responding to the young lady's words. She raised her head, her voice trembling slightly. "Is this what you really mean?" Facing the young lady's green eyes, Thales was at a loss for words. A faint sense of awkwardness and relief crept into his heart at the same time. I just said," Thales felt a splitting headache, but the words had already left his mouth. He could only keep thinking about this sudden idea and the possibility of carrying it out. The prince kept rubbing his hands and observed the Archduchess' expression. "I mean, I think you're—" But Thales immediately shut his mouth. At that moment, the Archduchess was quietly staring at him through the pince-nez the prince gave her with a gaze that Thales could not understand. At that moment, Thales felt that he did not recognize the young lady in front of him. "But why should I go with you?" Saroma spoke softly. Her voice seemed to come from dozens of meters away, indistinct and indistinct. "With what identity and for what reason should I go with you?" Saroma turned her head gently. Her voice was steady, but her words were intermittent, as if she was carrying an unparalleled weight. "Could it be, like the promise King Nuvan mentioned back then, as your fiancé?" At that moment the young lady's eyes seemed to have some terrifying power, forcing Thales to look elsewhere, as if the other party's expression was the most terrifying poison in the world. The second prince had never been so embarrassed before. Perhaps only the first time he met King Kessel could compare to this moment. Especially after he realized that he might have said something that could easily be misunderstood. Thales panted and hurriedly shook his head. "Hey, no, Saroma, I didn't mean for you to elope with me." At that moment, it was as if someone had frozen the air in the room. The Archduchess lowered her head. "Then why?" Saroma spoke slowly, her voice turning cold. Thales, who was increasingly embarrassed, exhaled painfully. He spent a few seconds to reorganize his emotions. The alliance of freedom, marriage, vassals, Black Sand region, the city of faraway prayers. He squeezed out these few words stiffly. His words were not very coherent. "All of these are just the beginning. In the future you will face even more terrifying things, such as having to make cruel choices, such as the enemy's conspiracy that has been brewing for several years. For example, you may eventually lose the position of Archduke and the tragic fate that comes with it. You will see even more terrifying things and you will be in the most vulnerable position. You have pitifully few bargaining chips in your hands and even the people around you." When he thought of how secretive Nicholas was and Lisbon's serious and solemn demeanor, Thales subconsciously stopped talking. "I can't always protect you, Saroma, and neither can anyone else." Thales panted. The more he spoke, the heavier his heart became. "For your safety, to stay away from these dangers." The Archduchess raised her head slightly and interrupted the prince. "I see." Saroma's expression changed. "Taking me away is for my safety." Saroma looked elsewhere and snorted with the ghost of a smile. "I understand now. That's the reason. I understand now. There can't be any other reason, can there? You just can't say that word." "That word." Thales looked at her like this, and an indescribable feeling filled his heart. "No, Saroma, you, just like in the past." The girl sighed softly. There was a hint of melancholy in her eyes. "You worry about me, love me and pity me just because I'm weak and need protection, just like a certain puppy. So you have to take me away. Just like in the past, this is the reason, the only reason." Thales took a deep breath. "Saroma?" But Saroma seemed to be immersed in her own world and ignored him. "That's right. That's me. The weak and helpless me who closes my eyes and waits for death, forever waiting for others to reach out to me." Thales was slightly stunned. The girl's gaze was fixed in the air, and her voice trembled slightly. "Do you still remember 6 years ago when I was captured by that monster, the Blood Calamity? It was full of people, or at least human parts. Eyeballs, lips, ears, internal organs, limbs, all soaked in blood. All of them trembled before your eyes. Dark, slippery, bloody." Thales' memory was brought back to the body of the Hydra, Kilika, Giza's pet. When he remembered those severed limbs, he felt uncomfortable. He lowered his head and did not speak. He had nothing to say. "I remember that I couldn't stop trembling and I couldn't stop crying. Saroma clenched the tablecloth in her hand and stared at the food on the table with a pale face. Because I could only cry. I could only cry. I could only cry. All I could do was cry and wait for death. At that time, can you imagine how I felt? The lights in the dining room flickered slightly. Their shadows also trembled. Thales felt his tongue become heavy. I'm sorry that was. He said with difficulty. That was my fault. The prince whispered in his heart. It was me who caused you. Saroma suddenly raised her head and stared at Thales. Her gaze became much gentler. Until you, Thales. You appeared before me with that strange short sword in your hand, covered in blood and with a tired face. The Archduchess' tone was calm, but it was difficult to conceal the rise and fall of her voice. Just like how you went against King Nuvan's majesty and pulled me away from his side without hesitation that same night. Thales froze for a moment. When I was at my most desperate, you came to save me, she said faintly. You were the only light in that nightmare, Thales. Can you imagine that feeling again? Thales stared blankly at Saroma, who was behaving abnormally. He felt rather upset. Just like now, again. The Archduchess sighed slightly and looked at the knife and fork beside her hand with a complicated expression. Are you going to save me again? Save the girl who has always been under your care and protection. Save that cowering, timid, and trembling little rascal? Because this is the only image I have in your heart, right? So, I will never be able to be looked at as an equal by you. Thales frowned deeply. He felt that the girl in front of him was giving him a deeper sense of unfamiliarity. She, Saroma? Thales' voice was subconsciously tinged with doubt and uneasiness. What happened? Why would you ask this? Saroma let out a cold laugh. You know, for more than a month, Seal has been trying to convince me that being too close to you is not a good thing. The Archduchess shook her head forcefully, as if she was trying to get rid of something dirty in her mind. But I told him that since that nightmarish night 6 years ago, I knew that even Seal, Lord Nicholas, Justin, and all of Dragon Cloud City had betrayed me. You, Thales Jadestar, would also stand in front of me and protect me without hesitation, just like you did to the calamities 6 years ago. Thales shuddered violently. If I can't trust you like this, who else can I trust? Saroma lowered her head and the corners of her mouth curled up into a bitter arc. I know you have a lot of secrets, Thales. Saroma's tone was weary and disappointed. Her voice was hoarse. Who else can I trust? I know you have a lot of secrets, Thales. Saroma's tone was weary and disappointed. Her voice was hoarse. Whether it's your persistence in searching for records about the Battle of Eradication and the Great Dragon, your request to go out once a month to play chess, the Blood Calamity and the Blue-Robed Calamity, and the reason why they are looking for you. At that moment, Thales did not speak. But when he looked at the girl, his eyes could not help but tremble slightly. But I did not tell any of them to Seal and the others. The Archduchess took a deep breath and said, I know that you must treasure these secrets very much. I also know that since they are your secrets they will definitely not harm me. Yes, Thales, I trust you, Saroma lowered her head and said hoarsely. I trust you with my life. Silence. A complicated and indescribable feeling filled Thales' heart, making his mouth taste bitter. Yes, Saroma is not a little girl without any characteristics. On the contrary, she is very sensitive and very sharp. It's just that most of the time she hides herself behind the lenses. No one knows and probably no one cares. Including me. But, Thales Jadestar, what exactly am I to you? Saroma raised her head with great difficulty. Once again the girl gritted her teeth and said, Am I your burden? Is it a responsibility you can't shake off? Is it a bargaining chip you hold in your hands? Is it worth it for you to save me again and again? Or is it a fiancé you were forced to accept? Thales swore that he had never seen such an expression on Saroma's face. It was a complicated mix of melancholy, hesitation, pain, resentment, anger, and grievance. All of them gathered in the Archduchess' crystal-clear eyes behind the lenses. It was as if the little rascal he knew for the past 6 years was just a false shell, and the Saroma before him was the true face that Thales had never been able to uncover. No, it's neither. She held back the tears that were almost forced out of her eyes and said in a choked voice, Now, I understand. The second prince could no longer say anything. He could only stare at the little rascal in front of him in a daze. He did not know her, or rather he did not care about her. Saroma twisted her stiff neck and forced herself to stare at Thales with all her might. There was a hint of sarcasm in her sobbing voice that she could not hide. You, Prince Thales, are different from most nobles. You have a unique and warm heart. You have your own principles. You can't stand the people around you suffering and being indifferent. That's why you always lend a helping hand to the weak, right? Like me. Thales stared at her sadly. He felt a heavy weight on his chest. Disappointment and pain flickered in the depths of Saroma's crystal-clear eyes. An indescribable light was released from behind the lenses. You can't bear to see me being forced to decide on my marriage. You can't bear to see me in danger. You can't bear to see me facing all the archdukes alone. So you came to save me without hesitation. Just like how you returned to heroic Spirit Palace without hesitation and faced the archdukes all those years ago. Of course you still feel guilty. You feel that you have to take responsibility for sending me to the position of an archduke, right? So, you pity me, sympathize with me, help me, and protect me. Saroma tried her best to make her sobbing sound like a sneer, but she was obviously unsuccessful. But to you, I'm just one of the countless weak people you've pitied and saved. Whether I want to or not, there's nothing more. In the next second, the young girl clenched her fists tightly. Her arms trembled slightly as though she was enduring a great deal of pain. The dining room returned to an uneasy silence. There were only 2 breaths left. One was trembling and unstable and the other was long and dull. Saroma clenched her teeth. Her eyes behind the pince-nez were soaked with tears, and her chin trembled slightly. Finally, a tear fell from the corner of her left eye. Thales closed his eyes. He sighed and bowed his head. Saroma clenched her teeth. She extended her hand and wiped away the tear on the left side of her face, trembling but determined. However, she could not stop the tear from falling from her right eye. So, you will never put me in the same world as you. You will never treat me as your. She could not continue. Saroma turned her head to the other side so that Thales could not see her tears. This is the whole meaning of taking me away. A few weak people who urgently need to be saved are no more than you saving any puppy on the street. Because this is my position in your eyes. Saroma? Thales sighed. He used all his strength to force himself to speak. At the same time, he deliberately avoided the topic he did not want to talk about the most. Maybe you shouldn't think so much. We are partners who have always fought side by side. Partners? No. You said before that Lyanna Tabark is like a brilliant diamond that shines brightly under the sun. You can't forget her. Saroma laughed coldly with tears in her eyes. Her expression was mournful and resolute. In comparison, Saroma of Dragon Cloud City, no little rascal of Dragon Cloud City, is probably just an annoying and incompetent weakling, waiting for your charity and protection. Thales clenched his fists. Of course not. He clenched his teeth and squeezed out a few words. You're different to me. Different. The young girl took a deep breath. She took off her glasses and wiped the tears off her face forcefully. Saroma shook her head and snorted coldly with a choked voice. No, Thales, it's been 6 years. I know you too well. Maybe you haven't noticed it yourself. The women you truly admire are only those who are strong, independent, self-centered, and radiate a dazzling light. Your eyes will only light up for them. Thales furrowed his brows. For example, that Duchess. Even though she is thousands of miles away, she can still make you admire her from the bottom of your heart. For example, that female officer Jianghu. As a teacher, even though you haven't seen her for 6 years, she has never faded from your heart. For example, the fortress flower. She is a warrior who stands in front of the storm like an iron wall. The second prince took a deep breath. He only felt that his tongue was stiff. Even the female vampire you're talking about, the one who betrayed you and pushed you into a corner, the ugly one called Serena or Terina. At least she is strong and terrifying. She can make you extremely fearful and inexplicably vigilant every time you mention her. Then, you place her in the most important position in your eyes. Saroma put on her pince-nez again. Her eyes were slightly red and swollen. Only people like them can attract your attention and make it hard for you to forget them. Only people like them can stand in front of you, look straight into your eyes and talk to you as equals and independently. Her tone became calm again, but the emotions in her words were cold. And that girl who only knows how to hide in the library, obedient to the vassals, terrified of politics, and trembling in the face of difficulties, she can only hide in the corner of your eyes forever. She can always be protected, led, pitied. She can only be helped by you, receive your grace, and be saved by you forever. She can never stand in the same world as you. Even someone as noble as you, even someone as kind as you, is actually no different from my vassals. Only strength can make them submit. Similarly, only independent and self-reliant women can make you look at them. Just like that female warrior from Black Sand region not long ago. And if I am just a weak girl, I will receive contempt and disdain from the vassals. When it comes to you, it will be pity and sympathy from a superior. Thales had nothing to say. He really wanted to tell her that it was not like that. He wanted to tell her that all of this was unnecessary speculation. But Thales remembered what Gings, the female official, had told him before. Most of the time, it is because of your highness' constant care, consideration, and companionship that the lady will feel that she is safe and let down her worries and vigilance. But the problem is she is not safe. She should not feel that way either. Yes, little rascal, Saroma. What is she to me? Responsibility brought about by guilt? Sustenance kept because of pity? Or because of her? Thales raised his head and looked at the girl's beautiful face. It was slightly red against the background of her platinum hair. He only felt a sense of oppression in his heart. The little girl who raised her head in a daze in the library seemed to appear before his eyes again. It's been 6 years. When I brought her out of that hall, I probably did not think that this day would come. But it's been 6 years. I thought I knew her very well. I thought I was helping her, protecting her, planning for her on my own wishful thinking. Thales sighed. But in truth, I never understood her and I never tried to understand her. I only treated her as... Have you forgotten, Thales? Saroma stared at the already cold broth on the plate and snorted, seemingly subconsciously. You told me before that you don't want me to be forced to become what others want me to be. You want me to become the person I want to be. This time, the Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City did not hesitate. She looked up without hesitation. So, I refuse, Thales? The girl did not turn her head, nor did she look elsewhere. She looked straight into Thales' eyes and said in a firm tone, I will not go with you. If I listened to you and left obediently, retreated, and rejoiced, then I would forever be the little girl you helped. I've had enough of being a little girl, Thales. Saroma exhaled. With a pale face, she pressed her hand on her lower abdomen. She gritted her teeth and her gaze was firm. I've had enough of being your little girl. I've had enough of being taken away from danger by you and living in a greenhouse. Saroma's eyes shone with a cold light. Behind her lenses, she released an indescribable coldness. And as the Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City, I will not and cannot leave with a Prince of Constellation. No matter what kind of difficulties and obstacles I face, powerful enemies and fierce battles, this is my home. I was born here and I will die here. Until one day I can stand face to face with you. Thales, she said quietly. The dining room returned to silence. The Archduchess and the Prince sat on both sides of the dining table, facing each other quietly, as if the food on the table was just for decoration. After what felt like a century, Thales finally spoke with difficulty. Saroma, with a sense of disappointment, he did not know whether it was for himself or for her, he said in a low voice, All right. The second prince heaved a long sigh. His gaze was gloomy. I understand. Saroma chuckled and let go of her hand on her abdomen. Her expression relaxed a little. I'm fine. The Archduchess seemed to be in low spirits. She shook her head. I know, she said faintly. I know you're just being impulsive sometimes. Thales frowned slightly. You're not alone, Thales? Saroma stared out the window with a complicated expression, as if she was looking at a painting covered by a veil and indistinguishable. You still have your country and your people behind you. Have you thought about the consequences of kidnapping the Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City? The Archduchess shook her head with a smile, as if she was trying to dispel his mockery. However, that smile seemed rather difficult to Thales. You took me away from my troubles, but it will only bring more people and even more terrifying disasters. If you come back to your senses, Saroma sighed and said, if you reconsider this choice, you won't say that again, because the reason you want to save me is the same as the reason you can't bear to see them suffer and suffer. In this world, there's probably no girl who's worth paying such a huge price for. Thales clenched his fists. No, you're different after all. You're... At this moment, the door to the dining room rang. My lady Prince, forgive me for disturbing you, Count Lisbon's sonorous voice rang steadily. May I come in? The strange atmosphere in the room seemed to have been broken in an instant. Thales and Saroma quickly composed themselves, adjusted their state of mind and welcomed the regent in. Count Lisbon was still dressed in his solemn attire. His expression was indifferent. It was as if he did not see the Archduchess' reddened eyes or the prince's dejected expression. However, the moment Lisbon opened his mouth and listened to his unusual tone, Thales had an ominous premonition. As expected. Your Grace, Prince Thales, the messenger crow from the city of faraway prayers has just arrived. Lisbon's words made the two's expressions turn serious. The Alliance of Freedom's elders meeting has just ended. The first probing letter has been sent to the city of faraway prayers, proposing to lower the tariff. Saroma sucked in a cold breath. So? Lisban nodded. His gaze was solemn. The Archduke of the city of faraway prayers, Kulgan Rockney, has issued a warrant to mobilize all the military forces and resources of his direct territories and vassals. At the same time, he has recalled the wandering sentry troops stationed in the Great Desert to seal off the borders leading to the west. Thales' pupils shrank slightly. The image of the long-haired Archduke with a strong temperament in the Hall of Heroes reappeared in his mind. At that moment, Lisbon's expression was incredibly solemn. At the same time, he has sent a large-scale official diplomat group, which will arrive in Dragon Cloud City in a few days. Thales and Saroma looked at each other. Their emotions were in turmoil. The prince raised his head. Rockney didn't just send out an official diplomat group to greet us. I guess he already knows that Black Sand region has sent someone over? Lisban raised his eyebrows slightly and snorted softly, as if he was blaming Thales for his actions a few days ago. Please be prepared, both of you, no matter who is behind this chess game. The regent's eyes swept over the two of them. His words seemed to carry the power of a brewing storm, shrouding the small dining room on this side. It has already begun. A storm is coming. Chapter 309. What? Disappear for a while? What does that mean? In the chess room in Spear District, Thales stared at the air mystic in front of him in astonishment. How many lessons have we had in total? And most of the time, we've been asking and answering questions for no reason. And now you're telling me that you're going to disappear for a while? Forget about little rascal. That's because she's on her period? Forget about Putre. That old man has been going missing like a maniac? Forget about Lisban and Nicholas. They're just like that anyway. But you, the prince took a deep breath and stared at the man in blue in front of him in dissatisfaction. According to what you said, are you really my guide? Waya and Justin, who were standing at the door, noticed the prince's loss of composure when he was talking to himself. They looked at each other and cast him a strange gaze. Thales noticed their behavior. He coughed and pretended to read the lines from the drama book in his hand aloud. Waya and Lord Justin both withdrew their gazes. Quiet. Asda, who was sitting in front of Thales, snorted softly. Right now you're like a river prawn jumping up and down in boiling water. This is not a good thing, especially for mystics. Thales took a deep breath, put down the book and adjusted himself. The mystic raised his gaze slightly. Your condition today is worse than last time. What happened? What happened? Thales recalled Saroma's behavior a few days ago. He shook his head with an unpleasant expression. Nothing. It's just an old problem. The prince did not want to say more. He adjusted his state of mind and changed the topic. So, what's the reason for you leaving in such a hurry? Asda paused for a long time. During this time, his gaze was fixed on Thales' face as if he was doubting his words. His stare made Thales feel inexplicably flustered. But the air mystic did not ask any more questions. He said flatly, "Do you know about the Tower of Eradication?" The Tower of Eradication? Isn't that Waya, Cohen and the rest? Thales raised his eyebrows slightly. I've heard of it. That swordsman's camp that claims to be independent of power and only passes down skills for the future of mankind? The mystic nodded. Thales frowned. So, what does it have to do with you and us? Asda chuckled softly. As a group that did our best to encircle and annihilate the calamities 600 years ago, and have been on guard against calamities for the past 600 years, tell me, what is the relationship between us and the Tower of Eradication? Thales mouthed, let me think. Thales shrugged. A cat and a mouse? Or the farmer and the snake? Asda ignored Thales' deliberate teasing. His tone became solemn. Recently, a suspicious piece of information has been circulating in the Tower of Eradication. I have to go on a long journey to investigate its authenticity. Thales asked curiously, what information is so important? Asda gently rubbed the chess piece in his hand, his eyes narrowing slightly. The mystic nodded elegantly and said, even though that information is very interesting and is even good news for us, for your own good, I cannot take the risk and tell you the details. Thales chuckled and put on an expression that said, "I knew it," and rolled his eyes at Asda. The air mystic was unmoved. He gently tapped the chess piece on the chessboard. "But I can tell you that this is information that would make the two magic empresses pale with fright." Thales froze. Make the two empresses pale with fright? Thales stared at Asda's face, wanting to see something from the mystic's expression, just like how he looked at the others. But after more than 10 seconds of confrontation, he gave up in the end. "It's all right." Thales sighed. With slight dejection and self-deprecation, he retreated back to his chair and waved his right hand at the indifferent Asda. "Anyway, I'm already used to your habit of only saying half of what you want to say." Asda snorted through his nose. Thales could not discern his emotions. The two of them fell into silence. Thales shook off the bad mood brought about by the bad news. He frowned again and thought about the current situation. "How long will you be gone for?" "I don't know. Maybe a long time." Asda shook his head. "It's not easy to get close to the Tower of Eradication." Thales frowned and stared at the air mystic in front of him. He exhaled in annoyance and helplessness. He rubbed his forehead in frustration. Of all times at this time, this is terrible. When Dragon Cloud City is at its most troubled. Ah. Thales sighed softly. "You don't seem to be worried that in your absence and Dragon Cloud City isn't peaceful? I'll suddenly be so unlucky that I'll be assassinated?" The air mystic narrowed his eyes. "Why did you come out to play chess, Thales?" Thales tensed up. "Maybe you can hide it from others, child?" Asda snorted coldly and said meaningfully, "But look around you. You already know where you're going." Knowing what he was talking about, Thales coughed awkwardly. In the private room, he turned his head and glanced at the Archduchess guards and patrols on the street, on the opposite building, and at the door. Then he turned back and flashed the mystic a deliberate and ugly fake smile. The afternoon sun shone on the platform of the open-air private room and dyed the prince's forced smile golden. "What's wrong?" Despite being under the sun, Asda's expression strangely did not change. He lifted his chin slightly and raised his voice slightly. "Looks like you still have expectations of me?" Thales rubbed his increasingly furrowed brows and spread his hands helplessly. "Yes. There's nothing to hide." The second prince thought hard about the news from the city of faraway prayers. "I do treat you as one of my trump cards. If things really reach a point of no return, at least I still have one last option. But now it seems..." Thales shook his head and did not continue. In fact, Asda's eyes brightened slightly, and the tone that Thales had experienced countless times in an attempt to bewitch others appeared again. "You can choose the last option now. As long as you want to, the door to becoming a mystic will open for you at any time. Do you want to go to the Tower of Eradication with me?" But Thales coughed softly as if he did not hear him. He nodded sternly and waved his hand. "Farewell. I won't be seeing you off." Asda glanced sideways at his disrespectful student. He was neither angry nor annoyed. He only curled his lips slightly. "Thales." A blue light flashed in the mystic's eyes. "While I'm away, you can only rely on yourself." Thales, who was still troubled by his situation, exhaled. "You speak as if you've helped me a lot in the past few years." Asda snorted softly. "Very well. As a parting gift, Thales," the air mystic said softly, "let's finish the content of the first lesson." "The first lesson?" Thales. Asda nodded. "You once asked me how the Magic Empress betrayed us." His expression became serious. "It's time to tell you, our greatest enemy and threat." Looking at the unusual expression of this unusual teacher, Thales also became a little nervous because of him. "Oh, that's a surprise." Thales nodded awkwardly. Then he looked around suspiciously. "Wait, you're not going to suddenly end the class in the next second, are you?" The corners of Asda's lips curled up. He sat up straight and personally placed the queen's piece, which he had been stroking for a long time, back on the chessboard. This was really a rare thing for the air mystic. He then said faintly, "Speaking of the Battle of Eradication, Thales, this was not a quick, one-sided war. Instead, it was a bitter tug-of-war that lasted 10 years. It was about beliefs and standpoints, resistance and compromise." Thales focused. He could not help but notice that Asda did not mention whose beliefs and standpoints it was. He also mentioned who was resisting and who was compromising. On one hand, the war between the warriors and the army as well as politics and schemes has been going on and on. On the other hand, the war between the two obscurists and the 6 extremists has never stopped. That war even involved the gods and demons as well as the dragons and the magic towers. I've read some incomplete records. Listening to the mystic's narration, Thales nodded and muttered, "It's about how the King of Renaissance and the Dragon Rider King mediated and gathered the people's hearts in a complicated political situation, and how the Holy Sun Church repeatedly issued orders to enlist and appeal to the people. I think that the battle that decided the fate of the world might not be as simple as we think it is. No. According to my discussion with Hicks a few days ago, no battle is simple, whether it's between us or the enemy, victory or defeat." Asda did not comment. He habitually crossed his fingers and narrowed his eyes slightly. After the magic tower was destroyed, the survivors still worked tirelessly to study the mystic's weaknesses. They also obtained results. The warriors who wore anti-mystic equipment were more or less immune to some of the mystic's abilities, but they were still at a loss as to how to restrict the mystic's movements. Anti-mystic equipment. Thales grasped this familiar yet unfamiliar term. In the next second, Asda's tone suddenly changed. However, the real turning point came in the 11th year. The atmosphere around them was like a chamber with a curtain pulled down. It became dark and obscure due to Asda's gloomy tone. Even Thales could not help but frown. "The first mystic to fall was Ban," Asda said calmly, as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. But Thales could clearly feel that he was in a different state. When he once again displayed his terrifying ability and descended upon the nightmares of tens of thousands of people, his chest was pierced by the only enemy who was conscious with an unusual anti-mystic equipment. Ban. Thales vaguely remembered that Giza had also mentioned this name a long time ago. Then, Asda narrowed his eyes slightly. Ban disappeared. Disappeared. After a mystic's chest was pierced by a weapon, disappeared? The mystic's choice of words was very simple, but it made the prince shudder. Thales looked at Asda and recalled what he knew and heard in the past. In his uneasiness, he had a premonition of the ending of the story. "This news is very frightening." During those few days, almost all the mystics evolved, knocked on the door, and ascended to their original forms just to search for Ban, who had disappeared from their senses. Asda's expression remained the same, but his tone became deeper. "But we could not find any trace of Ban anymore. Only a lump of dead matter was left in the nightmare mystic's world, and it was completely unconscious." A lump of dead matter. Completely unconscious. Thales could not help but recall the moment he knocked on the door that year, and the various strange things he encountered in that intoxicating darkness. Whether it was the extremists on the battlefield or us who lived in seclusion, all of us were at a loss in our shock and bewilderment. Asda stared at the void. His expression did not change, but the rhythm of his voice made others feel even more uneasy. Giza and Eric believed that the humans had used some sort of method to hide Ban. Hence, they destroyed 9 cities in one night and interrogated 9 kings and suzerains just to find Ban. Lebla, who was rather rational, put down his usual pride and complacency and tried to contact us, but was forced to leave by Solovsky's sarcastic remarks. Frulin decided to seek help from Taurus, but there was no more news from her. Sula had a good relationship with the Obscurists, but according to her, neither old Zarkal nor Kyrie knew what happened. Thales blinked in surprise. He even forgot to ask about the names of these people. As Asda's tone became more serious, the rhythm of the story also became more urgent. Until we realized that even though such a major incident had happened, other than Taurus, there were 2 other mystics who had not responded. A strange blue light slowly appeared in Asda's eyes. They seemed to be very busy. They did not even have the time and energy to knock on the door and check on Ban. Thales could not help but hold his breath. "They are, Blood Spike and Helen." Asda's gaze froze in the air. He nodded slightly. "The Magic Empress who came later. Blood Spike and Helen. 2 empresses." Thales' eyes widened slightly. "That means that weapon and the Magic Empress, they are..." Asda turned his head. His emotionless eyes swept past Thales' face, making the latter heart skip a beat. "Yes." Unbeknownst to us, the 2 mystics who had always seemed to be aloof and neutral, had started working with humans and the survivors of the Magic Tower a long time ago. The air mystic's tone was cold. In the end, they used the existing anti-mystic equipment as the foundation to create the mystic's greatest nemesis. The temperature in the chest room seemed to have dropped in an instant. In the next second, Asda's lips parted slightly. He coldly uttered the combination that Thales had heard countless times. Legendary anti-mystic equipment. The silence between the 2 of them lasted for a while. Thales tried hard to digest the information he just received. Legendary anti-mystic equipment. The 2 empresses. So legends, They are the two empresses' creations? Thales could not help but ask. Asda fixed his gaze on the chessboard as if there was something on it that he could not miss. He nodded his head at an extremely slow pace. Every legendary anti-mystic equipment in the world was created by the two empresses. Each of them has a corresponding ability. It is as if they were created for every mystic to restrain us. At the same time, once we are injured by these equipment as mystics, we will be severely injured and unable to recover. In the worst case, we will disappear without a trace. The blue light in the mystic's eyes turned into stars and disappeared into the bottomless depths of his eyes. This is the so-called seal. It is the proof of betrayal. From now on, the mystic's 3 deaths commandments. Asda stared at the empty space as if he was looking at the past. He said faintly, from now on, the mystic's 3 deaths became the 3 deaths and 1 prohibition. What? Thales was stunned again. 3 deaths and 1 prohibition? The prince asked in puzzlement. I seem to have heard it somewhere a long time ago. What is this? But Asda just shook his head. In his most usual manner, he casually said, you are not at the stage where you can understand it. Understanding it too early will only do you harm and not benefit you. Thales raised his eyebrows in dissatisfaction. But the prince, who knew Asda's temperament very well, sighed in the end and gave up on the idea of getting to the bottom of it. So, what is the principle behind the legendary anti-mystic equipment? Thales suppressed his scattered thoughts and pulled his curiosity back to the current topic. Since it is a seal, does it mean that the sealed mystic is not dead yet? Just like how you were in Eternal Star City 6 years ago, is it just temporary? Ever since they started talking about this topic, Asda's tone became very low. This time was no exception. The secret of the legendary anti-mystic equipment has always been in the hands of the two empresses. We still do not know about it. This is a shackle that has been on our shoulders for nearly 700 years. It is still unsolved. Thales looked at the mystic, who did not seem to be in high spirits. He did not know how to respond. Wait, I thought of a question. But the prince's gaze immediately shifted. If the legendary anti-mystic equipment is the greatest nemesis of mystics. Thales looked at his guide with a puzzled gaze. What about the two empresses? Won't the weapons they made themselves be a threat to themselves? Thales took a deep breath and recalled all the legendary anti-mystic equipment he had seen. The masked protector's short sword, the Corleone sisters' black coffin, the fortress flower's shield, the kingdom's wrath's silver black great bow, the Star Killer's white-hilted saber, the Walton family's soul slayer pike, the Fire Knight's golden saber. They probably have their own abilities and, my blood brothers. Thales forcefully suppressed the voice in his memory and said thoughtfully, will someone use the legendary anti-mystic equipment they made against the two empresses themselves? At that moment Asda's eyes lit up. Good question. The mystic chuckled. You are getting closer to the truth of the world, Your Highness. Thales widened his eyes to show that he did not understand. However, Asda only smiled, which was a rare sight. His figure gradually faded away. Take care, Thales. The air mystic gently pressed his left chest and bowed elegantly. Class dismissed. See you in Eternal Star City. A few seconds later, the chess room was filled with silence. Again? Only the dumbfounded Thales was left. He blinked and tried hard to digest the day's knowledge. Legendary anti-mystic equipment. Two empresses, traitor, and Asda, who was on a long journey. Thales heaved a heavy sigh and slammed his head on the chessboard as if he had given up on himself. However, the prince's thoughts were soon interrupted. Prince Thales. The former deputy commander of the White Blade Guards, Nicholas' assistant, Lord Justin's voice came from behind him. Are you done? What's wrong? Thales exhaled with great difficulty. He raised his head with difficulty, extended his hand and put the queen back into the box. I remember that it's not time yet. Lord Justin came before the prince and nodded politely but coldly. But the official diplomat group from the city of faraway prayers has already arrived in front of Dragon Cloud City. The Lord's words lifted the prince's spirits. The Archduchess and the Prime Minister, the Regent, have invited you to Heroic Spirit Palace to welcome the guests from the city of faraway prayers and attend the welcoming banquet. Me? Thales slowly furrowed his eyebrows. What? It doesn't seem appropriate for a prince from an enemy country to be present at this kind of event. Because this is a request from a guest, Justin said flatly. It is a strong request from Archduke Rockney's eldest son, the heir to the Code of Knights, and the next Archduke of the city of faraway prayers, Ian Rockney. Thales paused for a few seconds. In Rockney? I don't understand, the prince said, rather puzzled. I don't know him. Justin did not speak because another person answered for him. I think so too. Put Ray, whom they had not seen for a long time, walked in from the door of the private room. He bit on his pipe and greeted Waya and Ralph. Then he turned around and said to his prince with a smile, however, regarding the matter of inviting you, I heard that young Sir Rockney said this. Thales looked at his former vice diplomat and felt his heart tighten. He said. Put Ray exhaled a puff of smoke and shook his head emotionally. Of course there must be a witness for a marriage proposal. Chapter 310. When Thales returned on horseback, heroic Spirit Palace was already prepared. The road north from the first gatehouse to the palace gate was swept and looked brand new. The personal guards and soldiers' armor were especially neat and tidy, and they stood in formation. This was probably the limit for the Northlanders who were used to being rough and violent. Perhaps the next time you come back, you won't bring bad news with you. With a heavy heart, the second prince carefully held Jenny's reins and spoke to Put Ray, whom he had not seen for a long time, with a straight face. I see. Putre's eyebrows twitched. He narrowed his eyes and revealed a strange expression. The young Rockney proposed to the Archduchess to strengthen the stability of Dragon Cloud City. This is actually bad news for you, Your Highness? Huh? The prince was stunned for a second because of this sentence. Then he understood something. He sucked in a breath. Thales slowly turned to Put Ray and put on his most unpleasant expression. He enunciated each word clearly, you just had to mention, but he was interrupted. Sorry? The thin man smiled profoundly and shrugged helplessly on the horse. Before you flare up, I swear I didn't mean anything else. Put Ray revealed a harmless smile. You know what that means? Thales widened his eyes. His lips moved a few times in the air, but in the end no sound came out. The prince could only snort in dissatisfaction and turn his head around. Who could understand the gloominess of having his resentment forced back into his chest by a single sentence? The second prince resisted the urge to fire the former vice diplomat. He slanted his lips and said through gritted teeth, based on the current situation, anything that breaks the status quo can be a threat to us. For example, the Archduchess' sudden marriage and the interests involved behind it. That's what I mean. Of course. Put Ray still had that infuriating expression. He did not care that Lord Justin's face had darkened behind him. He flicked his pipe and looked at ease. You are a prince after all. Whatever you say must be true regardless of whether it is true or not. My God, Thales covered his face and sighed in pain. He gave up on the idea of explaining anything to this stubborn old man. Unbelievable. The prince stared listlessly at the slowly approaching palace gate. These words actually came from the mouth of a subject who did not care about his prince for more than 10 days. Put Ray snorted but did not reply. Nicholas was already waiting in front of the palace gate with the Archduchess guards. But this time, when the Star Killer saw Thales, he did not put on a deadpan expression. Instead, he stared at him deeply, then gestured towards the direction of the stables with his chin, signaling him to continue. This was not common. The puzzled Thales got off the saddle in front of the stable. Good luck, Put Ray said calmly. After the welcoming ceremony, I will wait for you in your room. That's really comforting. The prince, who was already annoyed, waved his hand in dissatisfaction. Thales handed the reins to the coachman. Then, accompanied by Waya and Ralph, he walked towards Nicholas, who was standing at the entrance of the palace. The Archduchess and the Count are in the Hall of Heroes. Go and meet them. Nicholas waved his hand without changing his expression. I still have to welcome the vanguard of the diplomat group here. They are especially formal this time. Because the matter is especially serious? Thales snorted. What happened to the matter last time? You know, regarding the Archduchess. Be good and shut your mouth, Nicholas interrupted him stiffly. The vanguard of the city of faraway prayers is here. Thales turned his head. As expected, a group of cavaliers with different banners slowly rode out of the first gatehouse. Under the gazes of countless Dragon Cloud City guards on both sides, they walked towards the palace gate. Their banners were embroidered with a thick book that was flipped open. The pages were engraved with several letters of the Empire, but their meaning was unknown. The Knights Cannon, the emblem of the Rockney family, the legitimate and noble rulers of the city of faraway prayers. It was said that they were a prestigious family of knights that had been stationed in the north since the era of the ancient empire. They had nurtured countless great knights who left their mark in history. Even when the emperor demolished the Temple of Knights and the tradition of knights gradually declined, they still maintained a great reputation in the north. Until the Battle of Eradication. Thales recalled the knowledge given to him by his teachers in Northland over the years. Among the cavaliers, the leading knight looked rather special. His face was dark, his eyes were rather flat, and his temples were shaved, leaving only the short reddish-brown hair on the top of his head. He had a sturdy body, but he wore light leather armor which was not commonly seen in Northland. All sorts of small tools that Thales could not understand were tied to the belt around his shoulders. Other than a short knife at his waist, he only had a crossbow on his back and a quiver of arrows hanging on the saddle. What caught people's attention the most was that even though he was riding on a horse, his demeanor and temperament made him look as if he was taking a stroll in a park. The vanguard of the City of Faraway Prayers diplomat group actually has this kind of attitude? That means, just as Thales furrowed his eyebrows, Nicholas, who was beside him, reacted faster than him. The Star Killer revealed a surprised expression which was rarely seen on his face. He stared fixedly at the brunette knight who was the leader. Oh, what a surprise! The Star Killer's expression slowly became serious. Thales narrowed his eyes and looked at Nicholas, then at the knight in leather armor who was walking forward leisurely. You know each other? Nicholas ignored him. Instead, he made a few gestures to his subordinates and went forward alone. It was only then that the prince noticed that a few of the Archduchess guards, who were experienced, also had the same expression on their faces. Thales looked strangely at the brown-haired knight, who did not look like an ordinary Northlander. He is... Nicholas walked slowly to the front of the cavaliers from the City of Faraway Prayers. He watched them get off their horses in unison with a cold expression. The brown-haired knight was of medium build. He was even slightly shorter than the slightly skinny Nicholas. He held the belt by his waist and stared straight at the Star Killer in front of him without flinching. He flashed a malicious smile. Thales sighed. The Sin of Hell's River gathered beside his ear and listened to their conversation. Nicholas and the knight stared at each other for a long time. Then he took a deep breath, pursed his lips, nodded slightly and snorted coldly. How could it be you? His tone was cold and blunt. Thales' heart clenched. It looks like they don't have a good relationship? In the upcoming storm, the relationship between the City of Faraway Prayers and Dragon Cloud City will probably depend on the outcome of this diplomatic mission. And now, as he listened to Nicholas' unfriendly greeting, the brown-haired knight grinned and revealed an inexplicable roguish air. It was only then that Thales noticed that the knight's lips were extraordinarily wide. A special person. The prince said quietly and rejected Wuxia's suggestion for him to leave first. The brown-haired knight tilted his head, opened his mouth and let out a voice that sounded like a gong. He said to Nicholas, "Have you heard a joke?" Nicholas furrowed his brows. There was a man who ran around doing business all year round. He was very worried that his wife in his hometown would be unfaithful to him. The brown-haired knight shook his head and chuckled. So, he snuck home one night. Fortunately, aside from his wife who was sleeping soundly, the man did not find any traces of his adulterer. So, he was gratified and became in the mood to have fun with his wife. Nicholas' brows furrowed even tighter. The brown-haired knight snorted and raised his finger to point at the unhappy Nicholas. After that, his wife lit up the lamp and saw her husband's face clearly. She could not help but exclaim in surprise. The knight widened his eyes and with an exaggerated expression, he repeated Nicholas' words. How could it be you? The entire place fell silent. In the next second, the brown-haired knight burst into laughter. He laughed so hard that he rocked back and forth. Ah, it was as if the joke was really funny. But Nicholas' expression did not change. The companions behind the knight had strange expressions on their faces. They averted their gazes and someone coughed softly as if deeply ashamed of their leader's joke. Thales could not help but frown as he listened to all of this from afar. What's going on? Only the brown-haired knight continued to look at Nicholas with a strange smile. He shrugged. Finally, after what felt like a few centuries, Nicholas relaxed his cold expression and let out a long sigh. It's the same as before. Nicholas lowered his head and snorted coldly. It's not funny at all. The brown-haired knight stopped smiling. His expression changed. Oh my God. The knight looked at the Star Killer with a disappointed expression. Your sense of humor is still as shitty as ever. Thales listened to their conversation curiously and began to doubt their relationship. That brown-haired knight, just who is? Nicholas stared at him quietly. How many years has it been? the Star Killer asked softly. The brown-haired knight's smile slowly disappeared. 18 years. He stroked his brown hair and snorted softly. Since I returned to the city of faraway prayers, we haven't seen each other for 18 years. The Star Killer nodded slowly. But the brown-haired knight's expression suddenly became lively again. I guess you still don't have a wife, right? And with your status, it's impossible for you to have an extravagant affair. The noble ladies probably don't like you either. The brown-haired knight looked at Nicholas in disdain, and revealed a rather profound, naughty smile. Don't tell me that you still used your hands to settle these 18 years. This time his companions behind him coughed unnaturally. Nicholas remained motionless as he stared at the brown-haired knight who uttered those indecent words. Then the corners of his lips curled up, and he suppressed his laughter. Nicholas' laughter and the brown-haired knight's laughter gradually overlapped, as though they had laughed at each other countless times. Thales stared at the Star Killer's smile in puzzlement. Based on what he knew, aside from sneering, Nicholas, who could be said to have a dead face, rarely smiled. In the next second, Nicholas and the brown-haired knight swung their right hands almost at the same time. They struck each other. What? At the moment Thales narrowed his eyes, the two palms violently clasped together in the air, as though they had cooperated with each other thousands of times. Slap. Nicholas held the other person's palm tightly, and a rare smile appeared at the corners of his lips. It's good to see you, big mouth. Ha 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 ha. The brown-haired knight threw his head back and laughed, making his mouth even wider. Same to you, Spiky. Thales watched their actions in surprise. It seems like my previous guess was wrong. Their relationship is very good. After all, not everyone can mock and tease the famous Star Killer without any qualms. That brown-haired knight. Who is he? This guy was sent as a member of the diplomat group from the city of faraway prayers. This means that Archduke Rockney is... Nicholas and the brown-haired knight let go of each other and walked towards the palace gate side by side. The people from the city of faraway prayers seemed to heave a sigh of relief and followed behind them. The brown-haired knight raised his head and observed everything in Heroic Spirit Palace. There was a lot of emotion on his face as though he was revisiting an old place. So, I heard that you single-handedly killed the boss 6 years ago? The Star Killer's expression instantly turned cold. You can say that with some help from Byrne and you, Nicholas said softly. Me? The brown-haired knight seemed to be deep in thought. As expected, you used the secret I told you? Yes. The Star Killer's face seemed to turn paler. And I'm not proud of it. Besides, he was already heavily injured at that time. There was silence. Their footsteps did not stop, but their conversation came to a slight halt in the subtle atmosphere. I understand that feeling, the knight said faintly a few seconds later. When the boss recruited us into the guards, you probably didn't expect this day to come. Nicholas did not speak. The brown-haired knight raised his head and looked at the cliff of the sky above Heroic Spirit Palace. His gaze focused on Raikuru's statue and he said with a sigh, it's hard to imagine that in the blink of an eye, we're almost 50. Guards. The boss. Thales moved slightly. He already had a guess about the knight's identity. Everyone will grow old, Nicholas said softly, seemingly with a profound meaning. Be it the king or the commoners. Speaking of this, for the past year my chest will hurt whenever it rains. The brown-haired knight seemed to be a chatterbox. Even though Nicholas was a man of few words, he still chattered endlessly. Do you have a similar problem? Nicholas shook his head. I guess it's because you stayed in the snow pit for too long when you were young. However, for some unknown reason, Thales did not feel that there was anything out of place when he saw Nicholas, who was usually quiet and had his arms crossed, walking together with the knight, who talked non-stop and moved in an exaggerated manner. They chatted casually about their daily lives. It was as if they had always been like this. A long time ago, a military doctor named Ramon told me before. The brown-haired knight rudely dug his ears as he said, after we pass the age of 40, our physical strength will obviously decline. Our bodies will start to gradually age and some of our illnesses will also show up. My God, I even laughed at him at that time, Nicholas sneered. But at the same time, our experience and skills will gradually increase and accumulate. Our emotions will gradually become stable, and we will get rid of impulsiveness and madness to make up for the deterioration of our bodies. So, compared to those young people in their 20s and 30s, we, who are 40 years old, have a balance in our experience and physical strength. This is the most powerful and terrifying stage of a veteran. The Star Killer shook his head. Don't belittle yourself just because you listen to some liars. No, no, no. That military doctor said that once we pass 50. The brown-haired knight disagreed. No matter how much we increase our skills and experience, we will never be able to make up for the defects in our physical strength and physique. Every time we get injured, it's a heavy blow that's difficult to recover from. The problems left behind when we were young will follow us like a curse. From the moment we wake up to the moment we lie down and close our eyes, it will never end. Nicholas snorted softly. They were getting closer to the palace gate. The knight's gaze swept across the Archduchess guards on both sides of the palace gate. Even though most of them are newbies, I see Gala and Lum. What about Byrne? Isn't he the one with the best official luck among us, aside from you and Isaiah? Lord Merk, Administrator Merk? He knows Merk, and he also knows the veterans who were once White Blade Guards, Thales thought quietly. The knight's identity is already obvious. Byrne left, Nicholas said faintly. 6 years ago he was injured too badly and could no longer work. The brown-haired knight moved his eyes slightly. His expression was amused. Is that so? Is it that serious? 6 years ago, Dragon Cloud City didn't just lose a king, the Star Killer said casually. Sometimes mental wounds are harder to heal than physical ones. The brown-haired knight stopped in front of the palace gate. I have a feeling, Spiky. He looked at Nicholas with great interest. You're not quite the same as before. You don't seem so annoying anymore. And you're still as annoying as before, Nicholas retorted mercilessly. The knight laughed out loud. Only then can we live up to our reputation as the double disgraces of the White Blade Guards. Thales listened to their conversation with a frown. It's hard to imagine that someone can actually chat with Nicholas. While Thales was distracted, the brown-haired knight and Nicholas had already walked up to him without him noticing. So, this is our dear Prince of Constellation? The brown-haired knight looked at the prince with great interest. Thales exhaled. Hello, I am Thales Jadestar. The brown-haired knight lowered his head and sized up the prince carefully. However, the moment the brown-haired knight's light-colored eyes stared at Thales, the prince suddenly shuddered. A sense of danger spread from Thales' spine to his shoulders. The sin of Hell's River began to surge non-stop. Thales stared back at the brown-haired knight with a solemn expression. He raised his guard to the highest. This is a feeling I don't even have when I'm fighting against Nicholas. What's going on? It's like I'm being targeted by a terrifying hunter. Could it be that this guy who talks about strange things is even more? You know, a long time ago I told Spiky that the Empire's royal family is the god's favorite, so their blood is golden. The brown-haired knight looked at the nervous prince and laughed out loud. He patted Nicholas beside him. He didn't believe me and said that he would help me verify it when he has the chance. Thales furrowed his brows. He remembered his unpleasant first meeting with the Star Killer. Nicholas coughed. Prince Thales is the Archduchess' esteemed guest. He is staying here temporarily on the king's invitation. The Star Killer interrupted the knight without hesitation. Maintain the necessary respect, Monty. The brown-haired knight named Monty shook his head in dissatisfaction. All right, Archduchess. My God. He averted his gaze from Thales, but the man was obviously not done yet. So hey boy. Monty bent down towards the prince and put on a passionate, naughty smile. He arched his eyebrows 3 times. That Archduchess, hee, have you slept with her yet? At that moment, Thales froze on the spot. What? Monty? Nicholas shouted angrily. Watch your mouth. The Star Killer pressed his palm on Monty's shoulder. His expression gradually turned cold, and he no longer looked as indifferent as when he met his old friend again. Especially when you represent the city of faraway prayers. The brown-haired knight exhaled. All right, I take back what I said. Monty shrugged and freed himself from the Star Killer's hand. His expression was amused. You haven't changed. Nicholas snorted softly again. As the Vanguard, I believe you still have work to do. My subordinates will bring you to meet the Archduchess. Of course. Monty smiled and shook his head. I'll leave Sir Ian's hospitality to you. Once he finished speaking, Monty turned his head and cast Thales a profound glance. He then strode forward and walked towards Heroic Spirit Palace with his companions. Thales was left behind, staring at his back speechlessly. That's... The prince scratched his head. He could not imagine that such a strange person had come to the city of faraway prayers. Nate Monty, Nicholas answered briefly. He used to be a White Blade Guard, and is now a lord under the city of faraway prayers. As expected. A former White Blade Guard. Grand Duke Rockney sent him here to make use of his friendship with you? Nicholas shook his head. If that's the case, I'm afraid they'll be disappointed. Nate Monty. Thales mulled over the name and narrowed his eyes. Is he very powerful? You mean, other than that stinky mouth of his? Nicholas snorted softly. You can say that. Some bored people combined me, him, and the other three and called us something, the 5 war generals, right? Thales reacted quickly. And the Fire Knight of Black Sand region. So Monty has also reached supreme class, Thales said curiously. Between you and him, who is stronger? Nicholas cast him a glance. His gaze was filled with disdain. Supreme class, this title has always been deified in many people's hearts. Nicholas snorted softly. But only when you're on the battlefield will you know that in a battle where there are surging tides of people, the effect of a supreme class will be greatly reduced. So, supreme class is more suitable for another type of job where there are fewer people. The Star Killer turned his head and narrowed his eyes slightly. Assassins. Thales remembered the assassin who fell from the sky while waiting for an opportunity to make his move 6 years ago. I feel the same way, he answered gloomily. What does this have to do with Monty? Nicholas stared at Thales. There was a profound meaning in his words. Even though Monty is a warrior, the job he is in charge of is the closest to that of an assassin in the army. Thales moved a little. You mean? Back then he was recruited into the White Blade Guards as an elite sniper crossbowman. Later, Caslin thought highly of his talent and trained him to be a scout. Nicholas nodded. Soon, Monty became the most terrifying scout in all of Ekstedt. Our job is to face our enemies head-on and fight bloody battles. Monty, on the other hand, is better at hiding his tracks and launching sudden attacks. 20 years ago in White Mountain, on the eve of the Battle of the Deep Valley, he snuck into the ancestral altar of the Elven Court alone to spy on the enemy. He left behind countless corpses along the way. It was only when the crow caw he learned was seen through that he escaped from the encirclement and left. From then on, Monty received the nickname Raven of Death. The Star Killer ended his speech. Thales was deep in thought. Raven of Death. That's really not a nice nickname. You haven't told me yet. Both of you are 5 war generals, Thales continued to ask. Between you and him, who is stronger? Monty? Nicholas looked as if he had heard the funniest joke. He stared in the direction Monty left and sneered. Within 10 steps I can snap his neck in 5 seconds. Thales felt a chill in his heart. That's not right. Then. Thales understood the hidden meaning in his words. With the principle of not letting the dead face be happy, he asked in a considerate manner, what about beyond 10 steps? As expected, in the next second, Nicholas put on the most unpleasant expression he had ever shown Thales, who was like a curious baby. The Star Killer crossed his arms and turned his head to the side. He snorted in dissatisfaction. Thales widened his eyes and scratched his head. As he watched Nicholas turn around and leave, he had a rough idea of the answer. So, he sighed in resignation and walked towards the Hall of Heroes. At that time, Thales thought that Ned Monty was probably the strangest and most unique person he had seen that day. Then an hour later he and Saroma met their real guest in the Hall of Heroes. The heir of the Knights Cannon family, and the official envoy from the city of faraway prayers, Ian Rockney. Chapter 311. An hour later, the Prince of Constellation, who had just finished dressing up in the Blood Court, was walking along the corridor towards the Hall of Heroes, accompanied by Ralph and Wuxia. Thales took a deep breath and walked past a group of guards who were staring at him fiercely. He looked at the familiar layout and furnishings in Heroic Spirit Palace, and his heart was heavy. Are you all right, Your Highness? This was the slightly worried Wuxia. I can't be better, Thales replied with a straight face. Why do you ask? Because when we were outside just now, Lord Putray said that young Rockney is here to propose. If this bothers you. Wuxia abruptly stopped talking. He turned his head and saw Ralph clasping his hands tightly on his shoulders. Ralph's gaze was stern as he shook his head forcefully. That's because when we were outside just now, Lord Putray said that Rockney is here to propose. If this bothers you, see, this is the problem. Thales exhaled. Everyone is thinking in the same direction, even you. Wuxia and Ralph looked at each other. But the real problem is... Thales' mind raced and he subconsciously clenched his fists. This is impossible. Yes. Propose. What kind of joke is this? Just as Wire and Ralph became more and more puzzled, the sound of footsteps and conversations came from behind the corner in front of them. Oh, the pattern engraved on this beast's skull, five-headed flail? I know, this is the personal emblem passed down from the smiling Nuvan to Big Hand Shalon Walton 600 years ago. At that time, Walton's symbol was not the cloud dragon spear. This was a slightly frivolous young man's voice. He seemed to be looking around as he walked. Ah, this weapon must be the army crusher Monster Nazir's black-striped greatsword from 300 years ago? The Prince of Constellation stopped in his tracks. That is, Waya said doubtfully. Soon they no longer had to wonder. That is just an imitation. This was Nicholas' voice, but he sounded a little uneasy. The real one was buried with Monster, in the White Blade Guard cemetery. The frivolous man sighed. Is that so? I have to say I am a little disappointed, but it's okay. Soon I will see the long-awaited famous Soul Slayer Pike. Thales narrowed his eyes. Nicholas and a group of Archduchess guards accompanied another group of strangers as they walked out from the corner. The moment he saw Thales, the Star Killer furrowed his eyebrows in a barely noticeable manner. This is... Nicholas coughed. Thales focused his gaze and looked at the eye-catching and unique young noble among the strangers. He had the emblem of the knight's cannon embroidered on his shoulder. Thank you, your lordship, but I know very well who I am dealing with. Among the diplomat group from the city of faraway prayers, the young man dressed in neat and simple clothes also turned his head around and looked at Thales with a spirited gaze. He was very young, in his early 20s at most. He had curly hair that went past his ears. Compared to the long-haired Archduke Thales had met before, his face appeared much gentler, and there was a strange smile in his eyes. So it was him. The man who claimed to propose to Selma? The young man's hidden smile turned into an obvious one. He took a resolute step forward and extended his palm under his outer robe. Nice to meet you, Prince Thales. I have heard a lot about you. As soon as he said this, the people in the diplomat group from the city of faraway prayers turned their gazes to the prince in front of them. Their gazes contained all sorts of emotions. Thales chuckled in his heart. So, I have a reputation to speak of as well. Thank you. Thales suppressed the worries in his heart and shook the young man's palm with a smile. Then you must be Archduke Rockney's son. The young man's palm was very strong. There were thin calluses on his perlicue and forefingers that Thales could not be more familiar with. He was a well-trained noble warrior, perhaps just like his father. But, Ian Rockney, I am the Viscount of Dual Wind City under the city of faraway prayers. I have specially come to Dragon Cloud City as an envoy. The young man named Ian interrupted him with a smile and introduced himself. My father once said that there were many things that left a deep impression on him during his trip to Dragon Cloud City 6 years ago. One of them was none other than that young and witty prince. Thales thought of something. Aside from the pleasantries, he caught the main point, the Viscount of Dual Wind City. Ian Rockney. He has his own title and fiefdom. Even though he is so young. Even though he is already the heir to the Archduke of the city of faraway prayers. This more or less means something. Thales let go of the young man's hand. Please thank your father for me. Thales suppressed the strange feeling in his heart and said without batting an eyelid, I also have a deep impression of Archduke Rockney, especially his fearlessness and fortitude. After hearing this, Ian's expression suddenly became very strange. He sucked in a breath and stared at Thales from the corner of his eye. He had the ghost of a smile on his face. Thales narrowed his eyes. Finally the young Rockney laughed out loud. He shook his head with an amused expression and opened his mouth to say something. This sentence was spoken very quickly, and his enunciation was sharp and piercing. Thales could not understand it at all. But, forgive me? Thales said doubtfully, I didn't hear what you said clearly. Oh, sorry. Ian seemed to have just come to his senses. He spread his hands with an apologetic look on his face. No, please forgive me. I inherited my accent from my mother, so sometimes I am not used to speaking with a Northland accent. Thales felt a chill in his heart. Not used to a Northland accent? But, Ian laughed. And what I said just now was, thank you for your magnanimity. That's why you described my father's stubbornness and stupidity as fearlessness and fortitude. Thales was slightly stunned. Stubbornness? Stupidity? The Prince of Constellation was not the only one who reacted this way. Many of the nobles in the city of faraway prayers diplomat group behind them had unpleasant expressions on their faces. An old noble who was more experienced coughed loudly to remind their Viscount. "Ah, we all know that you have a cough, old Barney," Ian said loudly and rudely without turning his head. "But since you're in Dragon Cloud City, restrain yourself a little, okay?" "That's what I wanted to say, young Ian," the old noble retorted bluntly, "especially in front of the Prince of Constellation." The young Rockney snorted nonchalantly. Nicholas frowned as he watched the interaction within the city of faraway prayers. He did not say a word. "That's really a novel comment." The Prince of Constellation smiled a little awkwardly and pretended not to see the internal conflict in the diplomat group. "And it came from his son. That's not surprising. Thanks to your resourcefulness and righteous act 6 years ago, his stubborn head is still on his neck, instead of following the late king to Hell's River to show his loyalty and throw the city of faraway prayers into a mess." Ian swung his hand with a playful smile and put on a thoughtful expression. "Of course, if that really happened, I might have inherited the city of faraway prayers earlier." This sentence made Thales speechless again. Undisguised coughs came from the diplomat group again. This time they were especially loud, as if they were very dissatisfied. "But that's my father, a typical Northlander." Ian sighed in a seemingly regretful manner. Then he immediately put on a smile. "And my mother used to say that all Northlanders have a hole the size of a fist on their foreheads, facing the sky. During spring and winter, it's filled with snow, and during summer and autumn, it's empty." Ah! As soon as he said this, the expressions of the people from Dragon Cloud City on both sides and the people from the City of Faraway Prayers diplomat group became unpleasant. Ian was the only one who smiled happily. Waya widened his eyes and exchanged glances with Ralph. The latter made a gesture to show that he agreed. Thales' face twitched and he laughed dryly. He had a feeling that this Ian Rockney was really a little, how should he put it, a scam? Thales thought of the bold and courageous Archduke Rockney, then looked at the frivolous and impetuous young master in front of him. He sighed in his heart. "Ah." The prince chuckled. "I have to say you are really not like your father's son." "Ah, am I really my father's son?" The young Rockney laughed heartily, and his words shocked everyone once again. This is also the suspicion that has troubled my father for many years." "I say, no wonder my mother died so early. Could it be that she was trying to cover up?" Thales' smile froze on his face. A rude and low shout came from the diplomat group. "Ian!" Ian lowered his head slightly. The light cast a shadow on his face. Then he flashed a smile again. "Ha ha ha ha." The young Rockney laughed and waved behind him. "I was just joking. Look at your expressions." At that moment, Thales knew what that slight feeling of incongruity was. Ian Rockney, this man, the way he speaks and the way he does things are not like a Northlander. "Sirs." As the receptionist, Nicholas looked warily at the two people who were chatting happily, at least on the surface. "Perhaps we shouldn't let the Archduchess wait for too long?" Ian looked at Nicholas and shrugged. "Come, Prince." The young Rockney ignored the prince's awkward expression and put his hand on the latter's shoulder. "Let's talk as we walk. I believe we will become good friends." Thales instinctively wanted to break free from his hand, but Ian only smiled. "Trust me, Prince Thales." He looked elated, but there was a profound meaning in his words. "There are many things we can talk about. For example, the Archduchess' marriage." Thales was stunned. Nicholas frowned. His expression was unhappy, but he did not say anything in the end. "Also." Ian pushed Thales and moved forward with him. He smiled happily and said, "What's more," he smiled happily and said, "when facing Northlanders, I think we will definitely get along well." "No." Thales gave up on getting rid of Rockney's arm around his shoulder. He sighed. "Based on the current situation. Someone who can get along well with you. Probably only Ida." Thales gave Waya and Ralph, who had worried expressions on their faces, a reassuring look before he walked forward. "Based on what you said just now, your mother is a foreigner?" The prince recalled the scene just now and asked keenly, "From Camus Union?" "Oh no, of course she is an extension," the young Rockney answered briskly. "And she is a local from the City of Faraway Prayers." "A local from the City of Faraway Prayers?" Thales frowned slightly. "But you just said that her accent is not Northlander." The young Viscount of Dual Wind City raised his eyebrows slightly and put on an expression that said, "I knew it." They followed behind Nicholas and slowly approached the Hall of Heroes. "You have never been to the City of Faraway Prayers, have you, Your Highness?" "I have not had that kind of honor." "No wonder." Ian shook his head in a slightly profound manner and clicked his tongue. He sighed. When everyone talks about Extet, they always say that it is Northland, the kingdom of Northlanders, as if Extensions are Northlanders. Thale's interest was piqued by the follow-up question in this sentence. But they have all forgotten. Ian turned his head and smiled faintly. At the western border of Extet, there is at least one piece of territory that does not belong to the old Northland. Its people are not just rough and hot-tempered Northlanders. Thales was slightly moved. The city of faraway prayers? Ian nodded. His voice was steady and powerful. The city of faraway prayers. No one knew whether it was intentional or not, but their footsteps slowly fell behind Nicholas. Long before the ancient empire, there was a barren land like this. The land stretched from West Billow Cliff in the west to the land of barren rocks in the east. The people who lived there struggled to survive, and they were called troubled citizens. That land was designated by the ancient empire as their West Billow province. It is very different from Northland province in the east and Toto province in the west. The difference is obvious. The young Rockney raised his head and gently touched the emblem of the knight's cannon on his shoulder. After the Battle of Eradication, Kulgan Rockney, the Truth Seeker, one of the 9 knights and a capable general under Raikaru the Hero, brought his sword and axe to the land called West Billow. He went on a punitive expedition, expanded the territory, built castles, and finally announced to the troubled people on the conquered land that from that moment on, they were all extensions. He was the first Archduke of the city of faraway prayers, Ian said with a chuckle. He was different from the other archdukes. The Truth Seeker was a Northlander. With the way of Northland, he ruled over countless troubled people of West Billow. I see. Thales seemed to be deep in thought. I don't often hear about this in the Great Unity of Northlanders classes. Ian shook his head and sneered. Of course, outsiders rarely care about this difference. Even the extensions from other places are the same. He raised his head with great interest and looked at the decorations around him that were full of Northland style. It's no wonder. Among the 10 great territories of Extet, the Sentinel region and Defense City are on guard against the oldest line of defense of mankind in the north. Glacier Sea and Elefure City have to worry about the threat from the east coast. There's no need to mention the 3 territories in the south, which are near the northern territory of Constellation. Dragon Cloud City and Beacon Illumination City have been the center of Northland since ancient times. They can be said to be the heart of the kingdom. In comparison, the city of faraway prayers, which is located in the west, has a vast territory and is sparsely populated. It can only deal with desert bandits and merchants. It seems especially insignificant, doesn't it? Nicholas turned around and gave them an indecipherable look. Ian immediately responded with a bright smile. But you are still a member of Extet. Thales shrugged. You even had a common elected king. Ian snorted softly. 300 years ago, if the Night Wing King had not dealt a heavy blow to the eastern part of the kingdom, he said with a sigh, the common elected throne would never have fallen into the hands of the Rockney family. They would not have been able to wait for King Lissa Rockney's coronation in the city of faraway prayers. You can tell a lot from the name, City of Faraway Prayers, praying far away. The young Rockney patted the prince's shoulder and said with a resigned expression, to Extet, the city of faraway prayers is just a faraway part of their territory. It's so far away that no matter what happens in that wasteland, the other people in the kingdom only need to pray from afar, and it'll be considered that they've shown great mercy. Thales did not speak. But his judgment of the situation and his estimation of the city of faraway prayers' intentions had changed many times. But in the next second, Ian lowered his head and moved closer to Thales' ear. He whispered, most importantly, since it's not the land of the Northlanders, why would the Northlanders pay attention to it? Why would they care about whether the troubled citizens of West Billow are dead or alive? Thales shuddered a little. They only need to know that it still belongs to Extet. When they boast to outsiders, they can still use that huge territory to show off Extet's national strength. That's enough, isn't it? Ian still had his hand on Thales' shoulder. He raised a finger and said in a low voice, so, many people of West Billow can't help but think that perhaps the Northlanders only care about the city of faraway prayers on the map. And this is the city of faraway prayers. This is the problem that the Rockney family as Northlanders has faced for the past 600 years. It sounds very troublesome, the prince said in a low voice. Presumably, your father often has to worry about the doubts of the people under his rule, the so-called troubled citizens of West Billow? Ian smiled faintly. It's just like Dragon Cloud City, isn't it? Thales did not say a word. But he could already tell what was going on. The young Rockney raised his head again and raised his voice to a normal level so that everyone could hear him. The heavens have taken pity on us. For more than 600 years, we have been taking care of ourselves. Ian turned his head. His smile was gentle. Therefore, 20 years ago, the born king did not hesitate to give the order to aid the West in the name of the king and with the power of the entire city. Only then will the Rockney family remember this kindness forever. Hence, a loyal alliance can be formed. The young Rockney blinked lightly. So, as vassals, we are willing to follow a king like that until the end of his life. Thales raised his eyebrows and said in a low voice, I understand. The prince pondered over Ian's intentions. This Viscount of Dual Wind City seems to be frivolous, meddlesome, and speaks without thinking. But, from just now until now beneath the surface, what he wants to convey is, Thales raised his head and said in a low voice, Why did you send a message to invite me here, Viscount of Dual Wind City? I'm just a prince of a foreign country. Ian lowered his head and revealed a mysterious smile. As I said, in order to propose to the Archduchess, I need a reliable witness. Thales' expression did not change, but he glanced at the people around him and deliberately walked faster. He frowned slightly. How do you know that I am reliable? Ian snorted through his nose. Ian chuckled and said, Because if you are not reliable, you would not have come. Thales was speechless for a moment. A few seconds later, the prince said, What if your estimation is wrong? What if you are looking for the wrong person? I may be wrong. Ian maintained his mysterious smile. But Black Sand region is definitely not wrong. Thales fell silent. Are you serious about proposing to the Archduchess? The young Rockney shrugged. Of course. Otherwise, if the Archduchess marries someone else, what will happen to us? Thales frowned. Us. Ian snorted softly and looked at him meaningfully. He stretched out his voice and repeated the two words softly, us. Thales pondered for a while. Ian let go of his shoulder and looked around with interest. I understand. Thales pondered for a while and said in a low voice, Is there anything important that will take up a lot of time in the audience later? Let me think. The young Rockney scratched his forehead. Other than the hypocritical greetings to each other, there will also be a personal letter from my father written in the style of an ancient knight, and a crying plea for Dragon Cloud City to be merciful and send troops to save us, who are in a terrible predicament. In the end, I will grit my teeth and criticize the king's crimes, and invite Dragon Cloud City to join the camp of justice. That's all. Thales nodded and resisted the urge to ridicule him. Then hurry up and end it. Tonight, I will invite the Archduchess and you to the dining room for a small gathering to discuss the truly important matters. Just the three of us and perhaps Regent Leespan if he insists as always. At that moment Ian's eyes lit up. I look forward to it. The young Rockney curled up the corners of his lips. I promise, it will end as soon as possible. In the next second they finally arrived at the door of the Hall of Heroes. The members of the diplomat group tacitly stopped in their tracks, tidied up their clothes and looked at Ian sternly. Their gazes made Thales feel rather uncomfortable. Ian could only exhale and flick the emblem of the knight's cannon on his shoulder. Are you ready? Nicholas narrowed his eyes and observed the group. Then he waved his hand. Amidst the heavy rumbling, the two guards pushed the door open steadily. Rows of Archduchess personal guards and the Archduchess throne at the end of the hall were revealed. Behind the throne was the ferocious, pitch-black Soul Slayer Pike. Everyone in the hall turned their gazes to the entrance of the hall and looked at the guests from the city of faraway prayers. Ian narrowed his eyes and looked at the ancient hall that represented Dragon Cloud City. Under the illumination of the sun and lights, the relief sculpture of the Cloud Dragon spear at the top of the hall was extremely conspicuous. It made the usually dark and heavy Hall of Heroes look even more dignified and steady. Relax. Thales punched his shoulder and snorted. You're much luckier than I was the first time I came. The prince looked at the Hall of Heroes and remembered his unlucky first visit. He could not help but lower his head and sigh. Is that so? Ian snorted softly and walked forward into the hall. Asterisk thud, thud, thud. Asterisk the sound of footsteps rang. Guests from the city of faraway prayers, the herald said. But in the next moment he was immediately interrupted by an even louder voice. Honorable Archduchess Saroma Walton. Ian walked steadily on the stone floor and shouted loudly over the herald's voice, I am Ian Rockney. On behalf of my father, the Archduke of the city of faraway prayers, Culgan Rockney, I extend my sincere greetings to you. What? Everyone in the hall craned their necks in surprise and looked at Ian Rockney, who was walking over slowly and did not treat himself as an outsider at all. Thales sighed. He thought of Croche, whom he had met before, and wondered why there were so many strange people lately. And all of them liked to introduce themselves? The prince subconsciously took a step back and widened the distance between him and Ian. Under the strange gazes of the Archduchess guards, Count Leespan, Viscount Lysden, and other nobles of Dragon Cloud City, as well as Nate Monty, who also came from the city of faraway prayers, Ian Rockney did not stop walking. He looked at the Archduchess on the throne with great interest and sized up her appearance. This is my first time in Dragon Cloud City. Forgive me for being unable to contain my excitement. In her seat, Saroma, who was dressed to the nines, seemed a little restrained. She pursed her lips and tensed up. Thales subconsciously clenched his fists. The Archduchess took a deep breath and nodded at Count Leespan, who was sitting beside her. She then cleared her throat and said, "Thank you for the concern of the city of faraway prayers." However, once again Ian Rockney from the city of faraway prayers exceeded everyone's expectations. Under the astonished gazes of everyone present, Ian Rockney laughed and interrupted Saroma without hesitation. On behalf of the city of faraway prayers, I sincerely request Dragon Cloud City to send troops decisively and join our war against the Alliance of Freedom to protect your grandfather and father's reputation. Also, we really hate that common elected king who doesn't act according to the rules. I believe that all of you feel the same. The young Rockney raised his hands and did not stop talking. The words that came out of his mouth flowed down like an endless river. So, I also sincerely invite you, Archduchess Saroma Walton, to sign on the joint notice that will be pasted all over the country to condemn the king's atrocities. While he spoke without pause, the indifferent Ian did not forget to take out a slightly deformed letter from his bosom. He blew on the obviously damaged seal and handed it to the Star Killer, who stared at him in puzzlement. All the details are written in my father's letter. But I sincerely suggest that all of you remove all the adjectives in it and read it again. Will be much smoother. Ian exhaled, as if he was happy that he had said such a long string of words. A few seconds later, he flashed a bright smile. Then I guess our audience this time is over? His voice faded away. The entire Hall of Heroes was silent. Not a single sound could be heard. For a few seconds. Over? What does he mean? No one seemed to be able to react. Thales also stared at Ian, who stood in the hall, dumbfounded. Very soon, sighs rose and fell in unison from the City of Faraway Prayers diplomat group behind Ian. Thales even heard the exasperated voice of the old noble from the City of Faraway Prayers suppressing himself. I knew it would be like this. Saroma recovered from her shock. She seemed to be at a loss. She looked at Leespan, who was frowning more and more as if asking for help. Then she looked at Thales, who was holding his forehead. I think, just now. Ian raised his index finger and once again snatched the right to speak in the hall. His happy tone made everyone in the hall speechless again. Prince Thales from Constellation invited me to enjoy the Constellatiate delicacies he brought. To be honest, I can't wait anymore. So why don't we stop here? At that moment, everyone's gazes turned to stare at Thales. Under everyone's gaze, the Prince of Constellation scratched his forehead in pain. He could only show an ugly and awkward smile with his twitching face. Ian Rockney. This guy. I promise that it will end as soon as possible. This guy. Ian maintained the smile on his face and bowed deeply. Thank you again for your warm hospitality, Honorable Lady Saroma. Once he finished speaking, he turned around without hesitation. He strode out of the Hall of Heroes. On the way, he did not forget to give Thales a thumbs up, revealing his neat white teeth. Asterisk thud, thud, thud. Asterisk Ian's footsteps gradually faded away, just like how he came, until he could no longer be heard. He left behind a hall full of well-dressed nobles and guards in the city who looked around in astonishment. In the silence of the crowd, who did not know how to react, a clear cough rose. This is really... Regent Lispan's expression became very unpleasant. He said vaguely, "What a surprise. About that, all of you know." Nate Monty, the Raven of Death, who had met Thales once before, stood at the lower end of the hall. He seemed to be a little embarrassed as he pouted. He spread his hands and chuckled at the people in the hall. This is why His Grace sent me as the diplomat group's vanguard. The Star Killer held the letter Ian shoved into his hands and stared at Monty with an unpleasant expression. I see. Monty. So this is what you meant when you asked me to properly entertain Sir Ian. Also, let me introduce you, everyone. The person you saw just now is Ian Rockne, the Archduke's son and the Viscount of Dual Wind City. Monty laughed and pointed in the direction where Ian left, as if he was trying to dispel his mockery. The nobles gave him a nickname. Monty shook his head. He looked like he wanted to laugh. Ian the Nuisance. The hall became quiet again. It was so quiet that Thales wanted to sneak away. Amidst the awkward atmosphere, a voice suddenly called out to him. "I'm sorry to disturb you again." Everyone turned their heads in unison. Beside the door, Ian Rockne's face reappeared. He still had a smile on his face as he spoke to the people in the hall, who had very interesting expressions on their faces. "Excuse me, where's my room?" Chapter 312. Heroic Spirit Palace, the Archduchess Dining Room. I need an explanation about today's farce. Saroma stared at the two people in front of her with an unpleasant expression. One of them had a calm expression, while the other had the ghost of a smile on his face. "Or both of you can get out of Heroic Spirit Palace now and settle your own food and lodging, both of you," the Archduchess said coldly. "Wow." The air of the city of faraway prayers. Ian Rockne leaned against the back of the chair in his most comfortable position. He watched the angry Archduchess with interest, then turned his head and asked Thales, who was deep in thought, "Is this what you meant by she's easy to talk to?" Thales took a deep breath. Maybe it's because that's here." But before he could speak, Saroma's anger rose. "You, respected Sir Ian Rockne," the Archduchess said coldly, "I remember that you came to ask for help?" Ian nodded briskly. "Just because of your frivolous, boastful, pretentious and boorish behavior?" Saroma was merciless. "And the rare talent that humiliated and angered all of Dragon Cloud City the first time we met? Also, tonight's welcome banquet has been cancelled, because no one is willing to attend unless I agree to their challenge to a duel at the banquet. They're still quite enthusiastic. Look, fortunately I brought Monty." In the face of the Archduchess, who was accusing him of something, the frivolous Viscount chuckled and snapped his fingers. Problem solved. Saroma's expression became even more unpleasant when she saw his frivolous attitude. "Enthusiastic? Do you know how ugly the scene was after you left? Do you know how many nobles expressed their indignation to me?" Thales swore that with his sensitive hearing, he heard the Archduchess grinding her teeth behind her lips. "You should be glad that they dropped their weapons before entering the palace." "Ah." Ian shrugged at Thales with a nonchalant expression. "Hypocritical, old-fashioned Northlanders. If you have this kind of energy, why don't you go to Black Sand region and kill the king?" Saroma was exasperated. She took a deep breath and glared at the nonchalant Ian. "Oh, you also know that the envoy from Black Sand region is in the city. They will know everything that happened today and report it back to Black Sand City and the king? And do you know how many of Dragon Cloud City's vassals will change their attitude towards the city of faraway prayers and Black Sand region because of your actions today?" Ian's pupils shrank when he heard the name Black Sand region. He nodded slowly against the backrest. "That's a problem." He turned to Thales and focused his gaze. "But we will solve it, right?" He clenched his fists and rested them on the dining table. From time to time he cracked his knuckles. This was a habit he learned from the bald Archduke Letko 6 years ago. Saroma seemed to have had enough of arguing with the heir of the city of faraway prayers. "Thales, you were the one who arranged this meeting." The Archduchess pushed up her glasses and glared at Thales, who appeared calm and seemed to be deep in thought. "Say something." He imitated Saroma's angry expression and deliberately put on a resentful gaze. He turned his head and mouthed silently while shaking his head at Thales. "Say something." This made Saroma's anger soar to the peak. "If the people from the city of faraway prayers who come to ask for help are like you, then you can now, Saroma," Thales said softly. He raised his gaze and looked across the table at Lady Saroma, whose cheeks were puffed up because of anger. "Calm down. You are an Archduchess. There is no need to get angry so easily. Ah, this is the girl who rejected my impulsive suggestion a few days ago. She proposed to stay in Dragon Cloud City and face all the unknown dangers. That little rascal. He misses her, right?" The corners of Thales' lips curled up slowly, and he subconsciously smiled. Saroma, who was unable to suppress her anger, felt a little embarrassed by his stare. She remembered the method Thales taught her to calm down and took a few deep breaths. I think. The girl subconsciously averted her gaze and snorted. She glared fiercely at Ian, who was still smiling strangely, but her tone became much gentler. Maybe we shouldn't waste any more time. Ian raised his eyebrows. He looked at the calm Thales and then at Saroma, who had turned her head away. A look of realization appeared on his face. He yawned and struggled to get up from the back of the chair, as if he had exhausted his entire life's strength. He lazily picked up a piece of cheese from the table and while chewing he said to himself, I knew I found the right person. Under Ian's sarcastic reminder, Thales snapped out of his daze. The prince coughed and asked calmly, Count Leespan didn't come? Seal said he wanted to appease the nobles. Seal said he's going to appease the nobles. Saroma shook her head. She was still immersed in her dissatisfaction. He also said that he hopes that all of you can still appear so relaxed when you face the counts in the next hearing. Thales' gaze froze. Ian stopped chewing the cheese in his mouth. The next state affairs hearing? So he understood, the prince said softly. As expected of the eye of the dragon. Saroma revealed a puzzled expression. What? Maybe Monty told him something. Ian started chewing the cheese again, but his brows were already furrowed. That loud mouth on the way here, he heard that I was going to propose. Upon hearing the word propose, Saroma exhaled heavily. Her gaze became dangerous again. What are you two talking about? Thales did not speak, but his thoughts spun faster and faster. Only Ian forcefully swallowed the cheese in his mouth, tilted his head and smiled disapprovingly. It seems that you are not as smart as you look, my lady. As expected, beauty and wisdom are mutually. Before he could finish his sentence, he angered the Archduchess again. And you are even more annoying than your nickname, Saroma said coldly. Ian was slightly stunned at first, then he smiled and shrugged shamelessly. It is my honor. Thales sighed, determined not to remain silent anymore. Saroma. The prince sat upright and still, looking at the two of them seriously. This is Ian Rockney representing the city of faraway prayers. Following his gaze, Saroma and Ian exchanged glances. One of them was vigilant, and the other did not think much of it. And he is here to propose to you, Thales said flatly. Saroma did not move. But in the next second, the Archduchess sneered. Is that so? Thank you for your introduction. Saroma stared at Thales with an unfriendly gaze. The accusation and anger in her eyes were practically overflowing. She sized up Ian with a gaze that did not hide the disgust in her eyes. She said sarcastically, at least he is about the same age, right? Thales did not speak. The one who answered was Ian. See, she still doesn't understand. The heir of the city of faraway prayers did not even look at the cold-faced Archduchess. He smiled contemptuously, shrugged and said to Thales, my mother used to say that if a woman was in charge she would— I don't know what your mother said, Ian. Thales turned his head abruptly and interrupted him coldly. Ian froze for a moment. His raised finger stopped in midair. To be honest, I don't care either. The Prince of Constellation's expression was solemn. But if you still want to complete your mission this time, then show some respect. She is the Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City, and the key to this game. He watched as Ian's playful gaze slowly faded away, and he said in a deep voice, she is also my friend. Ian was stunned. And you, Saroma? Thales stared into the Archduchess' eyes seriously. Please believe me, we are standing on the same side of the chessboard. This guy is like this. We have to get used to it slowly. Saroma snorted softly as if she was still angry at Ian. But she did not speak again. Ian breathed softly and frowned as if he had understood something. The next moment, Ian leaned back and moved closer to Thales' ear. He extended his hand to block the Archduchess' line of sight and whispered, Why, you haven't tamed her yet? This time it was Thales' turn to be stunned. The solemn expression on his face had yet to disappear. He asked in astonishment, What? Tamed? Ian sighed with regret, as if he was exasperated that Thales had failed to meet his expectations. Saroma revealed a suspicious expression as she stared at the two men who were whispering to each other. You know, you are the one who helped her to her position. Ian suppressed his voice. His tone was full of annoyance and dissatisfaction. And it has been 6 years, Your Highness. Even a princess of a country doesn't need to wait for so long, right? Thales blinked as if he had understood a little. Men will more or less treat their first woman differently, but— Ian pouted and put on a bitter expression, as if he had been through this before. He continued to speak with great bitterness and resentment. Unless it's in bed, don't let her climb over your head. Asterisk thud. Asterisk a muffled sound was accompanied by Ian's pained grunt. The air of the city of faraway prayer's face was contorted. He hugged his stomach and sat back on his chair. His face was filled with the pain of betrayal. After Ian and Thales, Saroma was also stunned. She looked at them in confusion. He had some stomach pain, but he's fine now. Without changing his expression, Thales retracted his elbow. He did not even look at Ian, who was pale and drenched in cold sweat. Let's get back to business. Saroma, the prince took a deep breath and leaned closer to the table. He said seriously, you have to know that even though it's a proposal, it's impossible for him to succeed. Saroma's gaze flickered. There is only one direct ruler left in Dragon Cloud City. In a situation where there is no external force or pressure, it is impossible for you to marry an outsider with considerable power. Thales exerted a little force in his palm and shook off the suggestion Nuven gave him in his mind. Internally or externally, logically or emotionally, it is impossible for you to form a marriage alliance with an outsider who has considerable power. For the vassals of Dragon Cloud City, this is tantamount to attracting a terrifying foreign enemy out of nowhere and taking away power from them. For the Archdukes of Extet, this means that the next heir of Dragon Cloud City and the City of Faraway Prayers is likely to merge the two into one. This is tantamount to an imbalance in the balance of power in the 10 territories. Thales looked at the Archduchess sincerely. And the City of Faraway Prayers is not strong enough to ignore or even suppress these objections. Whether it is the vassals, the archdukes, or even the king, none of them will allow you to marry. As she listened to the prince's words, Saroma's mind wandered for a moment. So, an outsider's proposal. Saroma stared at Thales. Saroma fixed her gaze on Thales. They won't allow it, will they? Will they? Thales felt very uncomfortable under her stare, so he quickly averted his gaze. So, he sent word that he came here to propose to me too. Ian, who was stroking his stomach with a displeased expression, snorted coldly. Of course, it is to lure out the Prince of Constellation, who rarely shows himself, but plays an important role in Dragon Cloud City's politics. If you want to win over the Archduchess, you have to start with Thales' Jade Star. Thales froze for a moment. The Archduchess blushed, which was a rare sight. Once he understood, Thales' expression immediately darkened. Is this how the rumors are spreading outside? At least that's what Black Sand region does, isn't it? Ian sighed and said in a joking manner. What did the king give you in order to win you over? 20 virgins? Thales automatically ignored Ian's joking tone. His nerves tensed up in an instant. What did he give me? It was as if King Chapman's victory was within his grasp and he had him firmly in his palm appeared before his eyes again. Thales resisted the urge to look at Saroma. Damn it. I can't let my guard down against this seemingly frivolous young master. What? The second prince asked in return without batting an eyelid, are you going to be generous and say, I'll give you double? Ian flashed an indecipherable smile. I'd be happy to. Ian shook his head with his usual expression before he slowly added the last sentence. I'll be happy to. He then added slowly, if they give you a slap. The Prince of Constellation responded with a cold snort in annoyance. But when he thought of Lampard's words, his heart turned cold. Although it's not a slap. But it's almost there. Saroma sighed softly. Let's get back to the main topic. So, the marriage proposal is just an excuse? It's not just an excuse, it can also explain a lot of things. The smiling Ian had an understanding look on his face. He clicked his tongue at Thales and moved his hands in an exaggerated manner. Look, the moment we mention the Archduchess marriage, with a bang, a living Prince Thales appears. Thales rubbed his forehead and exhaled in pain. How old are you this year, Ian? 19. Ian's smile remained. I'm just 1 year older than the Archduchess. No, 4 years older. Thales quietly added. He exchanged a glance with Saroma in tacit understanding. Is that so? The prince said faintly, I feel like you've just turned 9. In view of your glorious deeds when you were 7 or 8 years old, Ian knocked on the table, picked up another piece of buttered bread, bit into it and said with a muffled voice, I'll take this as a compliment. Thales exhaled. He gradually grasped the way to converse with the Viscount of Dual Wind City. Thales' thoughts raced as he recalled the conversation just now. From the moment he saw Saroma, Ian deliberately showed disdain for the Archduchess, but unknowingly asked about the Archduchess' relationship with the vassals of Dragon Cloud City, and probed about her control over the territory. He deliberately made the situation go out of control, but in truth he looked at Thales many times. Perhaps he was observing when Thales would speak up to mediate, and from there, observe his influence on the Archduchess. He also indirectly probed about his actual relationship with the Archduchess. Twice. Both times he tested Black Sand Region's attitude towards Thales, and Thales' attitude towards Black Sand Region. Thales secretly raised his guard in his heart. Ian Rockney. A seemingly frivolous, unruly, flamboyant, and presumptuous noble young master. But in truth he hid the sharpest blade in his seemingly joking words. This nuisance. But for now this is not a bad thing. Thales cleared his throat. Back to the topic at hand. Ian specifically told me that he wants to propose to you. Saroma's expression was still unpleasant, but she had already begun to listen to Thales' words. But as I said, a proposal is an impossible task. I guess he has other matters that he wants to discuss with me and you outside of normal diplomatic channels, in a reliable and trustworthy private setting. So I went to Heroic Spirit Palace in advance. Saroma looked at Ian with a doubtful expression. Ian blinked and swallowed his buttered bread. After we met, he told me that the city of Faraway Prayers is different from the other Northland archdukes. Their position is special, their politics are special, and any assistance from the interior of Exted is of great significance to them. Not only that, but he also constantly hinted to himself that as the future heir of the city of Faraway Prayers, he was like the Prince of Constellation, a foreigner who was forced to live among the Northlanders. Thales sighed. And he also hinted to me that he knows that the reason Dragon Cloud City sends troops to assist the city of Faraway Prayers is none other than the conflict between the vassals and the Archduchess, starting from your marriage. At that moment, Saroma's gaze was fixed on Ian. Trust me. The Viscount snorted softly and disapprovingly. When it comes to the struggle between the archdukes and their vassals, his gaze became fierce. In all of Exted, I'm afraid that there is no place more affected than the Rockney family in the city of Faraway Prayers. Saroma looked at Thales thoughtfully and then at Ian. So, what do you want? The Archduchess asked faintly after she calmed down. Ian smiled. He has a suggestion. Thales stared at Saroma with spirited eyes. An unusual way to solve the crisis. The Archduchess bit her lower lip lightly, seemingly more interested in the food on the table. But Thales knew that she was thinking. This is why we don't have time to waste on those boring and unnecessary ceremonies and banquets. The cynical look on Ian's face disappeared. He became solemn and no longer paid attention to the food on the table. This matter requires us to discuss in secret, make a joint decision and plan ahead. And we are pressed for time. I apologize to you, Your Grace. Everything that happened in the afternoon until just now was just a superficial test. Ian enunciated his words firmly. Please believe that the city of Faraway Prayers is not just a supplicant who came to beg for help. In fact, I came with sincerity, and I also know your current difficulties and predicament. The city of Faraway Prayers will use our method to solve your problem in exchange for your promise and assistance. And what I need is just a little bit of your trust. No one spoke. The lights in the dining room flickered slightly, casting the shadows of the three people in the room. They looked like a small boat drifting along the waves. Saroma looked at Thales sternly. At that moment, for some reason, Thales remembered the scene of them fleeing for their lives in Dragon Cloud City 6 years ago. The Prince of Constellation nodded at her. Finally, the Archduchess turned her head around. She was serious and calm. And what is your method to help me solve my problem? Ian Rockney of the city of Faraway Prayers grinned. He nodded slightly at Thales. In the next second he looked at Saroma gently and spoke softly. He uttered those familiar words again. Propose. Chapter 313. Saroma frowned and impatience reappeared on her face. You must have a very good reason for returning to this topic. Thales coughed unnaturally. Saroma, but before he could finish his sentence Ian chuckled. I mean no offense. Don't think too highly of yourself, my lady. The heir of the city of Faraway Prayers raised a finger and shook his head slightly. You have to know that not everyone will cry, fight to the death to marry you. Saroma's expression changed. Ian abruptly turned his head and looked at Thales with a mysterious expression. Am I right? Thales became embarrassed. He coughed unnaturally again. Saroma, he means, I know what he's talking about. Saroma stared coldly at Ian, then turned to Thales. A slight contortion appeared on her fair face. He's right, isn't he? Obviously, I can't make people who don't like me fall head over heels for me. I'm not the main character in a legend. Oh my god. Thales lowered his head stiffly. As if he had discovered a new world, he suddenly realized that the food on the table was delicious. Ian curled up the corners of his mouth. He looked at her, then at Thales, and smiled. Neither of us is the main character in a legend. Unless we write our own legends. Thales retracted his outstretched hand, which was reaching for the food. Saroma exhaled, suppressed the displeasure in her heart, and looked at the rude guest. The Archduchess raised her eyebrows. And that is? However, Ian only smiled meaningfully before his expression turned solemn. My lady, your highness, we are now facing the same problem. Ian looked particularly special when he was serious. His facial features, which were slightly different from the traditional Northlanders, made people unable to help but stare at him. A few months ago, our respected King Chapman Lampard issued a new enfeoffment law in Black Sand region. Saroma and Thales finally put aside their awkwardness and listened attentively. The dining room seemed to have become a war room at this moment. Ian imitated Thales and knocked on the table. Do you know what this means? He tilted his head, his expression serious. The Archduchess frowned slightly, then nodded, unable to hide the displeasure in her tone. Yes, I've heard about it. Everyone is saying that he's imitating the cruel laws of the Empire, eliminating dissidents. For example, setting the standards for a commoner to become a noble. The king's decree. The standard of nobility. The prince suddenly remembered some knowledge that should not have appeared in this world. He also remembered the discussions he had with Hicks over the past few days, as well as Putre's advice, both overtly and covertly. Thales sighed, shook his head, and interrupted Saroma. No, Saroma, the laws are just the surface. It is not important whether they are strict or not. The real key is the flow of power behind the scenes. Saroma gave him a questioning look. King Chapman wrote all the traditional noble rules that have been passed down since before the joint ruling pledge, whether they are obscure or not, written or unwritten, habitual or not, compromising or not compromising, secret or not, and placed them in front of his own city gate. The prince remembered Lampard's words on the carriage. He remembered the courage and will of the terrifying King Chapman, who held the chess piece called Extet in his hand and played a game of chess with the Sage of Constellation from more than 100 years ago. He could not help but feel sentimental. He tried to superimpose the authority of the king on the autonomy of the nobles, and put the interpretation and implementation of the joint ruling pledge in his own hands. He offended the old nobles and vassals who have a long history and supported the Lampard family to rule Black Sand region since the beginning of the kingdom's establishment. If the decree comes into effect, it means that Chapman's will overshadow the traditional customs and rules. The lives and power of the vassals will no longer belong to them, and they will no longer be shared with the king. They will only belong to the king. Saroma did not say anything. Ian sneered and shook his head. The corners of his lips curled up. In other words, he made a huge mess. He made him face the most difficult situation since his coronation. He looked at Thales. There is always a price to pay for change. He wanted to challenge the natural rights of the vassals, but he was also shaking his own natural rights and eroding the foundation of his rule. The old nobles and vassals in Black Sand region objected in unison. Count Mend made a public announcement and fiercely rebuked his suzerain. The Devenson family said that as long as the king did not revoke the decree, the tax resistance of all the vassals in their county would be extended indefinitely. Count Peruno went to Black Sand City to confront the king in a high-profile manner. The Ika family even recalled the 900 warriors who were stationed at the border to guard Broken Dragon Fortress according to their duty. All of Black Sand region became King Chapman's enemy overnight. The heir of the city of faraway prayers smiled faintly. This is his miscalculation. The second prince had lived in Heroic Spirit Palace for a long time. Although he had heard that Lampard had encountered a lot of trouble, this was the first time Thales heard the specific predicament Lampard faced. Sounds terrible. He recalled the king's complicated gaze in the carriage again, and his sentimental words. All the decrees I tried to implement were met with many difficulties. Even in Black Sand region there was a lot of resistance. My vassals' accumulated resentment is boiling, and they are ready to make trouble. Thales thought of something. He was about to speak, but the Archduchess spoke first. How strange. Saroma furrowed her brows. Seal once told me that the vassals each have their own interests and schemes. They won't easily show their blades to the king, and it's also very difficult for them to gather their standpoint and come together. What's more, they're facing Lampard and he's the king. If they don't have external help and trump cards, those opponents in Black Sand region might not be so confident, organized, and coordinated. In the face of the Archduchess' question, Ian put on a rather profound expression. The dining room was silent for a few seconds. "Wait, it's you." Soon, the Archduchess moved a little and said in sudden realization, "It's you, the Archdukes, supporting their actions against the king and even making promises?" Thales's gaze shifted. Perhaps, as the Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City, she had improved in the past 6 years. It was just that he had never noticed it in the past. Ian bowed slightly in his chair, displaying a perfect etiquette. This was indeed rare among Northlanders. How can we miss this opportunity? Ian straightened his back, looked at the frowning Saroma and chuckled. It's not just us, Defense City and Elifir City are also helping. The Viscount nodded complacently. Other than the Archduke of Beacon Illumination City, who has just inherited the throne, and the Stustel family of Sentinel Region, who remains neutral as usual, the Archduke of Glacier Sea has also expressed his willingness to join us. Soon, Prestige Orchid Region and Reformation Tower, who are also in the south, will also send a reply. This is a collective conspiracy. The king in Black Sand Region, who is different from the rest, is our target. Looking at Saroma's unmoving expression, Thales knew that she was thinking of that day 6 years ago. That black ring. That blood-stained crown. That howling girl. Thales' heart was filled with an inexplicable emotion. In the dining room, Ian was like a hunter with a bow and arrow in hand. He flashed a confident smile. The arrow has left the bow, and the sword has been unsheathed. Lampard's bargaining chips are disappearing. His vassals are dissatisfied, his people are suspicious, his taxes are decreasing, and his army is loosening. The prestige and inheritance left by the King of Rebellion, Quisso, and one of the 9 knights, Holt, Boiling Blood, for the descendants of the Lampard family, whose name is known throughout Northland, is gradually diminishing. The Prince of Constellation carefully recalled Lampard's character and methods. Suppressing his subconscious disapproval, he listened to Ian in silence. Before long, perhaps half a year or even a few months, the king's rule will be shaken. The natural authority of the Iron Fist family will dissipate, and his decrees will no longer be able to leave the castle. He will become a powerless and lonely king, obediently enduring in his own castle until the next king's selection. Ian took a deep breath and suddenly changed the topic. However, when everything was going according to plan and he was only one step away from success, a small accident happened, he said, somewhat vexed. Saroma lowered her head and pondered. You mean a crisis broke out in the Alliance of Freedom and they tried to break away from Ekstedt? Ian flashed a smile of approval. And the city of Faraway Prayers happened to be the first to bear the brunt of this accident, the Archduchess said slowly. Was this really an accident? It is understandable. Reaching the top is imminent and there will be obstacles. Ian exhaled and nodded. A cornered beast will still fight. Even a half-breed orc on the verge of death has the power to fight back, much less a usurper who killed his elder brother and the king. Hearing Ian's words, Thales could not help but frown. During these few minutes, Thales did not interrupt. He quietly watched the conversation between Saroma and Ian, and suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of unfamiliarity. That little rascal who hid behind me and wiped her tears, Saroma, who has been sitting on the Archduchess' seat with fear and trepidation all these years. When did she become an existence who can play chess with her opponent at the negotiating table, and conspire with her ally? Sentimental, gratified, disappointed, frustrated. Complicated thoughts formed by countless emotions surged into his heart. Why didn't I realize it in the past 6 years? Why now when I'm about to? But Thales immediately clenched his fists. No, this is not enough. Her opponent? Her ally? This is far from enough. It is precisely because of the archdukes led by the city of Faraway Prayers and their external support and guarantee that the old nobles in Black Sand region can rebel against the king without hesitation. Ian sighed. But we cannot turn a blind eye to the Alliance of Freedom. To be honest, based on the information I recently received, the situation in the Alliance is already irreversible. A peaceful solution is impossible. But if the army of the city of Faraway Prayers is busy on the campaign, and the Rockney family's hands are tied to the stake known as the Alliance of Freedom, he spread his hands and shrugged. Then to the king's opponents, the promise of the city of Faraway Prayers will not be so reliable. Thales snapped out of his thoughts and quietly took over the conversation. At the same time, it will be easier for the king to suppress the opponents who are isolated and helpless, get through the crisis, and even further consolidate his authority and reshape Black Sand region that belongs to him. Clap. Ian clapped his hands softly. If Lampard gets through this storm, believe me, for us, it won't be as simple as a failed hunt. Ian put on his most sincere expression, sweeping away the frivolity and deliberate provocation from before. He slowly said, "That is something we do not want to see." As for what exactly it was that we do not want to see, he did not say it out loud. Saroma paused for a moment and asked in puzzlement, "So, that's why Dragon Cloud City is so important in this storm?" "That's right." Ian looked at the Archduchess with a certain gaze. "Among the 9 great territories, Dragon Cloud City is the closest to us. It is also the only archduchy with abundant military power, financial resources, and an undeniable reputation that can dispatch troops to join us in the expedition against the Alliance of Freedom." "The closest? The only one?" "I can read a map." The Archduchess put on a disapproving expression. "Do you think Archduke Letgo of Defense City is a dead man?" "Humph, that old bald man who plays it safe." Ian sneered. "He's not much different from a dead man." Saroma raised her eyebrows slightly. "Saroma," Thales organized his thoughts and said, "the city of faraway prayers and Black Sand region, Archduke Rockney and King Chapman are on opposite ends of a scale known as the crisis of the Alliance of Freedom, or the crisis of the King's Decree. You are the supreme suzerain of Dragon Cloud City. Your decisions, your army, and your vassals are the biggest chips in this game of chess." The prince looked at Ian cautiously and said, "If Dragon Cloud City promises to dispatch troops to the west and help the Rockney family conquer the Alliance of Freedom, Ian and the others' chances of toppling the king will increase greatly. If you stand by and do nothing, the pressure on King Chapman will be greatly reduced." Saroma pondered quietly. "But," Thales took a deep breath, "once you send out your troops, your vassals." Saroma raised her head. The coldness in her eyes startled both of them. "My marriage," the Archduchess said flatly, "I understand." Ian and Thales exchanged glances and nodded. "Lampard must have done something. That's why your vassals are revealing their desire for power and disrespect for the Archduchess at this moment. Once you decide to dispatch troops, they will use this as a threat and force you to marry." Thales' expression became more and more solemn. "And you will be forced into a dilemma because of your family's honor. If you want to dispatch troops, you must agree to their request and marry. But after you marry, Dragon Cloud City will sink into a vortex of power imbalance. Who knows what kind of trouble will be waiting for you? A suzerain and vassals threatening each other." Ian snorted coldly. "Truth be told, this is nothing new in the city of faraway prayers. At the same time, King Chapman will use all sorts of methods to eliminate and get rid of his opponents in his territory." Thales sighed. "One by one, day by day, until no one dares to oppose him and the king's decree. This is what Lampard is thinking. This is also the reason why I came here." The heir of the city of faraway prayers sat up straight and waited solemnly. "My lady, whether it is to go to war for Dragon Cloud City, redeem the Dragon Spear family's reputation, or extend a helping hand to the city of faraway prayers to thwart the king's rebellious actions, this is a war you have no choice but to fight." Ian's eyes were bright. It was hard to believe that a few hours ago, he was still the maverick and infuriating descendant of the Archduchess. "We are on the same side in this game of chess, facing the same opponent." Saroma did not say a word, but the seriousness in her eyes was unprecedented. She cast a glance at Thales, and the second prince returned her gaze with encouragement. "But we also saw that Lampard used your vassals to hold Dragon Cloud City back. The envoys of Black Sand region did not come to Dragon Cloud City just because they were bored," Ian said seriously. "After the city of faraway prayers, the Dragon Spear family's hands are also tied. So, the city of faraway prayers did not just come here to ask for help. It is unrealistic to ask for help from a person whose hands are tied. So," Saroma took a deep breath. "You mean?" Ian nodded gravely. "We are here to help. If the city of faraway prayers and Dragon Cloud City are two people whose hands are tied at the same time, then what we have to do next?" He made a knife-like gesture with his hand. "I will first help you untie your hands, then you will help me cut the rope." The Viscount of Dual Wind City and the other two exchanged glances. "Then stand up together and beat up the person who tied us up." Chapter 314. The dining room fell into silence once again, until the girl broke it. So, you deliberately provoked Dragon Cloud City this afternoon and let everyone see your rudeness. Saroma furrowed her brows tightly. Was it to prepare for this step? Ian winked pleasantly. The Archduchess seemed to be deep in thought. A proposal? Will it work? I'll still say the same thing. If you marry someone else. Ian glanced at Thales, seemingly unintentionally, and patted his shoulder. Then what should we do? Thales felt Saroma's gaze sweep over him from time to time. That gaze was the helpless gaze the little girl once cast at him in the library, the Hall of Heroes, Shield District, the prison cell, and in front of the 5 archdukes. Thales felt a sense of familiarity, but also an awkward sense of unfamiliarity. But, Thales Jadestar, what am I to you? He could only continue to maintain his stern expression and not respond. After the Archduchess, Ian also cast his gaze on Thales. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. It felt like a century had passed. Saroma still stared at Thales. What's wrong with you two? Ian finally could not stand the atmosphere anymore. He put on a baffled expression, raised his hands and waved them. Should I leave? Enduring the pressure from the two, the prince finally relaxed. He put on a faint smile and nodded slightly at the Archduchess. You will have to face this storm sooner or later, Thales said softly. You are an Archduchess. It must be you. It is your own decision. Become who you want to be. Saroma paused for a moment. After listening to the prince's words, she lowered her head and sank into deep thought. Beside her, Ian frowned. His eyeballs moved back and forth between the two. A few seconds later, Saroma raised her head. She looked at Ian as if she had made up her mind. Her tone was resolute. What do you need? At that moment, as if a floodgate had been opened, Thales exhaled. Ian flashed a satisfied smile. We need an occasion where all of your vassals, I mean vassals with fiefs, military strength and ambition, will be present. Ian muttered to himself, the sooner, the better. We can't give them a chance to set up their trap, and we can't give Black Sand region time to counterattack. We will be there to cut your ropes and break your chains. You too. Saroma only pondered for a few seconds before she quickly spoke. There's still half a month before the hearing. Her reply was straightforward. But I'll discuss it with Charles. It should be pushed to a few days later. Under normal circumstances, the earls would send their administrators to attend, but I can send a letter to invite them to discuss the matter of dispatching troops. This was the first time Thales saw Saroma's swift and decisive side. He was quite surprised. So? Ian's eyes shone with a strange light. He tilted his head slightly. Have we reached an agreement? My lady? Oh no, the Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City? Saroma looked at him and nodded slowly. Of course, Viscount of the City of Faraway Prayers. The corners of Thales' lips curled up. He felt a strange feeling surge in his heart. It was as if he had lost something. Very well. Ian put away his expression and stood up slowly. At that moment, Thales had the misconception that the Viscount's temperament was slowly changing. Ian raised his right hand, stretched it across the table, and put his fingers together to form a palm. In Rockney. At that moment, there was no extra playfulness on his face, nor was there any deliberate seriousness on his face. There was only a simple indifference. For our alliance. Thales stared at him silently. He stared at Ian, who had an indifferent expression. Perhaps. This is the real him. The real Ian Rockney. The Archduchess took a deep breath and stood up with a stiff expression. She extended her palm towards Ian. Saroma Walton, the young girl said coldly, for our goal. But when her palm was about to touch Ian, it paused in midair. Ian was slightly startled. Saroma slowly turned her head and looked at the only person left in the hall. That foreign prince with a complicated expression. Ian came to his senses. He smiled in realization and looked at Thales as well. This time it was Thales who raised his eyebrows. I want it too? He asked in astonishment. You are the witness of this covenant, Thales. Don't underestimate yourself, Ian said with a chuckle. Or do you want to be an indifferent outsider who listens to the entire conspiracy? Saroma stared at the prince expressionlessly. Although her gaze was complicated, it did not leave for even a moment. Thales sighed and stood up helplessly. Thales Jadestar. The prince followed his memory of the 5 archdukes' action of swearing an oath of alliance. He extended his right hand and subconsciously closed Saroma's palm. he muttered to himself for a moment before he said coldly, "For our common enemy." Ian stared at the two tightly clasped palms and raised half of his eyebrows. He sighed and shrugged, closing the back of Thales' hand from the outside. The three palms clasped together and shook vigorously in the air. The covenant was formed. "And you have to attend as well, Thales. We in Dragon Cloud City can't be the only ones at that kind of event. There must be outsiders with sufficient status as witnesses to give them considerable pressure." Ian let go of his hand and gestured to the south. "But inviting Black Sand region is obviously a bad idea." Thales frowned. "Do you need anything else?" "No. The faster, the shorter, and the simpler it is." Ian pursed his lips, seemingly a little anxious. "The higher our chances of winning." But a few seconds later, the serious Ian revealed his true colors and returned to smiling. "Of course, our Prince of Constellation can also write a letter and ask Constellation to dispatch troops from Western Desert Hill, cross the Great Desert, and attack the Alliance of Freedom from the south. And with us being attacked from both the east and the south," Ian laughed and picked up another piece of cheese to ease the tension, "the war will end in less than 2 months. Thales rolled his eyes. "Right, then I'll be in trouble when I'm a hostage in Ekstedt. Guess, will Lampard publicly order the execution or hire an assassin? I think, rather than Constellation, you should ask for help from the orcs in the desert. It's more realistic." Ian mumbled and began to struggle with the cheese. Saroma's expression darkened. "What are our chances?" Ian shook his head and said vaguely, "Let's see how far we can go." He did not even look at them. His gaze was focused on the food in his hand. His cheeks moved back and forth as he chewed, but the words he said could not help but startle them. "As I said, we are writing our own legend. It was a pleasure talking to you, Madam, Your Highness." Ian swallowed the last mouthful of cheese, turned around without hesitation, and walked out of the dining room without the slightest bit of politeness. Thales was left behind, deep in thought. And the baffling Saroma. The two of them looked at each other in silence in the dining room. Saroma sat down and did not say a word. Thales watched her quietly. After a while, the young girl suddenly said, "A proposal, right? Did you know from the beginning or did you only realize it after?" There was no need for anyone to remind them. The atmosphere instantly became awkward. Thales exhaled and said awkwardly, "That was just a tactic, Saroma." But the Archduchess immediately interrupted him. "You believe him?" She looked outside the door, her emotions indiscernible. Thales looked at the young girl's side profile and forced a smile. "No, but I believe you." Saroma's expression changed slightly. Thales walked to the window and looked out at the lights outside Heroic Spirit Palace. 6 years. Dragon Cloud City. What is this city to me? The second prince closed his eyes and shut Dragon Cloud City out of his sight. He sighed. "Promise me, Saroma. On the next day of the council hearing, no matter what happens, don't do anything stupid." Saroma was stunned. "What? Don't care about others. Don't care about anything else. Don't hesitate or hesitate. Just choose the path that suits you and the Archduchess best. That's enough." Thales turned around. His expression was as cold as ice, as if he was about to face the most difficult test in the world. "I will solve the rest of the problems." Saroma looked at him, wanting to say something but hesitating. But in the end, she closed her mouth and did not say anything. Thales forced a smile. He nodded slightly, turned around and walked out of the dining room. The young girl behind him was left behind. Thales walked out of the corridor. He walked past Ging's, the female officer's still cold and solemn gaze, past the maid's pointing fingers and whispers, and past the guard's malicious gazes. Just like how he had walked past them countless times in the past 6 years. Then, as he was about to leave the palace gate, he was stopped. "This afternoon in the hall, I noticed the way they looked at you." Thales frowned and turned around. Ian Rockney was standing at the corner. He called out to him while flashing a fake smile at a guard who did not look like someone who was easy to deal with. The heir of the city of faraway prayers turned around and quickly caught up with Thales, leaving behind the guard's knife-like gaze. He smiled and said, "I don't think she can protect you, especially among these Northlanders." Thales sighed slightly. "So, you did it on purpose. You pushed me to the front of the stage again to be scrutinized." They walked past a pair of patrolling guards in the corridor. They seemed to be the Archduchess' personal guards. The leader narrowed his eyes and sized up the pair. Ian shrugged slightly and said in a low voice, "You know, the city of faraway prayers is the most remote territory in Ekstedt. It is far away from the king's tentacles, and we are adjacent to the great desert. Thales raised his eyebrows. So, if you are in the city of faraway prayers, you don't have to worry about the king's threat. My father also welcomes you. Ian winked. And from where we are, as long as you cross the desert, you don't even have to pass through other archduchies to return to Constellation's western desert hill. Thales paused and shook his head helplessly in his heart. Yes. But the premise is that Dragon Cloud City and King Chapman will allow me to leave. And if you're really kind enough to let me go, to let a chess piece that can be used to threaten Constellation leave. Ian raised his head and revealed his signature unruly smile again. If things go wrong, please remember that the climate in the city of faraway prayers is much better than here. I can't thank you enough, Thales said without batting an eyelid. I will keep it in mind. The two of them walked side by side towards the palace gate. They could already see Wuxia, Ralph, and a few guards from the city of faraway prayers waiting at the gate. You said that you want to write your own legend, Thales asked softly. What do you mean? Ian raised his head. He rubbed his chin as if his interest was piqued by the question. What do I mean? He chuckled. The Rockney family hasn't had a king for more than 300 years, and Dragon Cloud City just happened to give up its monopoly on the throne. And the city of faraway prayers has always been neglected. Ian turned his head. His smile made him look like he was joking. Maybe it's time to balance the distribution of power in Extet. What do you think? Thales' gaze froze. He understood what Ian meant and thought of the long-haired, resolute warrior. Archduke Rockney intends to fight for the throne? Ian shook his head. Ha. He lowered his head and flicked the knight's cannon emblem on his shoulder. He hid his gaze in a corner where Thales could not see. Of course not. Ian raised his head. His eyes shone with an indecipherable light. With a rhythmic tone, Ian said softly, At least it's not him. Thales stopped walking. Wuxia bowed respectfully to him from a distance when he was still more than 10 meters away from the palace gate. Ian also stopped walking and looked back at Thales with a calm and composed expression. The prince chuckled. You know that you're going to face Lampard, perhaps the most difficult king in Extet's history? Ian also smiled. Yes, my father has to remind me at every meal how terrifying the person under the crown is. The two of them looked at each other. But, Ian's smile slowly disappeared. Since we're going to write our own legends, we can't leave too much ink for the supporting characters. Thales curled up the corners of his mouth and shook his head in resignation. Are you sure he's a supporting character? The prince fixed his gaze on Ian. Chapman Lampard. Ian put on an innocent expression and shrugged. I don't know. But I know that if I want to be the main character, he must be a supporting character. The 19-year-old Viscount sighed. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Thales looked at him with a complicated expression and nodded. Is that so? Ian pursed his lips. All successful legends are written in this way, there are no exceptions. The second prince of Constellation and the heir of the city of faraway prayers stared at each other for a few seconds. Both of their expressions gradually disappeared. Now I'm starting to believe it. The second prince slowly narrowed his eyes. Ian raised his eyebrows and said in a clear tone, Believe in what? In Rockney. There's no doubt about it. Thales exhaled deeply and sighed a little. You are indeed your father's son. Chapter 315. Saroma frowned and impatience reappeared on her face. You must have a very good reason for returning to this topic. Thales coughed unnaturally. Saroma, but before he could finish his sentence, Ian chuckled. I didn't mean to offend you. Don't think too highly of yourself, madam. The heir of the city of faraway prayers raised a finger and shook his head slightly. You have to know that not everyone will cry and fight to the death to marry you. Saroma's expression changed. Ian abruptly turned his head and looked at Thales with a mysterious expression. Am I right? Thales became embarrassed. He coughed unnaturally again. Saroma, he means, I know what he's talking about. Saroma stared coldly at Ian, then turned to Thales. A slight contortion appeared on her fair face. He's right, isn't he? Obviously, I can't make people who don't like me fall head over heels for me. I'm not the main character in a legend. Oh my God. Thales lowered his head stiffly. As if he had discovered a new world, he suddenly realized that the food on the table was delicious. Ian curled up the corners of his mouth. He looked at her, then at Thales, and smiled. Neither of us is the main character in a legend. unless we write our own legends. Thales retracted his outstretched hand, which was about to reach for the food. Saroma exhaled, suppressed the displeasure in her heart, and looked at the rude guest. The Archduchess raised her eyebrows. And that is? However, Ian only smiled meaningfully before his expression turned solemn. My lady, your highness, we are now facing the same problem. Ian looked particularly special when he was serious. His facial features, which were slightly different from the traditional Northlanders, made people unable to help but stare at him. A few months ago, our respected King Chapman Lampard issued a new enfeoffment law in Black Sand region. Saroma and Thales put aside their awkwardness with great difficulty and listened attentively. The dining room seemed to have become a war room at this moment. Ian imitated Thales and knocked on the table. Do you know what this means? He tilted his head, his expression serious. The Archduchess frowned slightly, then nodded, unable to hide the displeasure in her tone. Yes, I've heard about it. Everyone is saying that he's imitating the cruel laws of the Empire, eliminating dissidents. For example, setting the standards for a commoner to become a noble, the king's decree. The standard of nobility. The prince suddenly remembered some knowledge that should not exist in this world. He also remembered the discussions he had with Hicks over the past few days, as well as Putre's advice, both overtly and covertly. Thales sighed, shook his head, and interrupted Saroma. No, Saroma, the laws are just the surface. It is not important whether they are strict or not. The real key is the flow of power behind the scenes. Saroma gave him a questioning look. King Chapman wrote all the traditional noble rules that have been passed down since before the joint ruling pledge, whether they are obscure or not, written or unwritten, habitual or not, compromising or not compromising, secret or not, and placed them in front of his own city gate. The prince remembered Lampard's words on the carriage. He remembered the courage and will of the terrifying King Chapman, who held the chess piece called Extet in his hand and played a game of chess with the Sage of Constellation from more than 100 years ago. He could not help but feel sentimental. He tried to superimpose the authority of the king on the autonomy of the nobles, and put the interpretation and implementation of the joint ruling pledge in his own hands. He offended the old nobles and vassals who have a long history, and who have even supported the Lampard family to rule Black Sand region since the beginning of the kingdom's establishment. If the decree comes into effect, it means that Chapman's will overshadow the traditional customs and rules. The lives and power of the vassals will no longer belong to them, and they will no longer even be shared with the king. They will only belong to the king. Saroma did not say anything. Ian sneered and shook his head. The corners of his lips curled up. In other words, he made a huge mess. He made him face the most difficult situation since his coronation. He looked at Thales. There is always a price to pay for change. He wanted to challenge the natural rights of the vassals, but he was also shaking his own natural rights and eroding the foundation of his rule. The old nobles and vassals in Black Sand region objected in unison. Count Mend made a public announcement and fiercely rebuked his suzerain. The Devenson family said that as long as the king did not revoke the decree, the tax resistance of all the vassals in their county would be extended indefinitely. Count Peruno went to Black Sand City in a high-profile manner to confront the king. The Ika family even recalled the 900 warriors who were stationed at the border and guarded Broken Dragon Fortress according to their duty. The entire Black Sand region became King Chapman's enemy overnight. The heir of the city of faraway prayers smiled. The second prince had lived in Heroic Spirit Palace for a long time. Although he had heard that Lampard had encountered a lot of trouble, this was the first time Thales heard about the specific predicament Lampard was facing. It sounds terrible. He recalled the king's complicated gaze on the carriage and his sentimental words. Thales thought of something. He was about to speak, but the Archduchess beat him to it. How strange. Saroma furrowed her brows. Seal told me before that the vassals each have their own interests and schemes. They will not easily show their blades to the king, and it's also very difficult for them to gather their standpoint and come together. What's more, they're facing Lampard and he's also the king. Without external help and trump cards, those opponents in Black Sand region might not be so confident, organized, and coordinated. In the face of the Archduchess' question, Ian put on a rather profound expression. The dining room was silent for a few seconds. Wait, it's you guys? Soon, the Archduchess moved a little and said in sudden realization, "It's you, the Archdukes, who are supporting their opposition to the king and even making a promise." Thales' gaze shifted. Perhaps, as the Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City, she had improved in the past 6 years. It's just that I never noticed it in the past. Ian bowed slightly in his chair, displaying a perfect etiquette. This was indeed rare among Northlanders. How can we miss this opportunity? Ian straightened his back, looked at the frowning Saroma, and chuckled. It's not just us, Defense City and Elifir City are also helping. The Viscount nodded complacently. Other than the Archduke of Beacon Illumination City who hasn't inherited the throne for long, and the Stustel family of Sentinel Region who remains neutral as usual, the Archduke of Glacier Sea has also expressed his willingness to join. Soon, Prestige Orchid Region and Reformation Tower, who are also in the south, will also send a reply. This is a collective conspiracy. The king in Black Sand Region, who is different from the rest, is our target. Looking at Saroma's unmoving expression, Thales knew that she was thinking of that day 6 years ago. That black ring. That blood-stained crown. That howling girl. Thales' heart was filled with an inexplicable emotion. In the dining room, Ian was like a hunter with a bow and arrow in hand. He flashed a confident smile. The arrow has left the bow, and the sword has been unsheathed. Lampard's bargaining chips are disappearing. His vassals are dissatisfied. His people are suspicious. His taxes are decreasing and his army is loosening. In the Lampard family, which is famous in Northland, the uprising king, Quisso, and one of the 9 knights, Holt, the Boiling Blood, have left their descendants a legacy of prestige. The Prince of Constellation carefully recalled Lampard's character and methods. Suppressing his subconscious disapproval, he listened to Ian quietly. Before long, perhaps in half a year or even a few months, the king's rule will be shaken. The natural authority of the Iron Fist family will dissipate. His decrees will no longer be able to leave the castle. He will become a powerless, lonely king who will obediently endure in his own castle until the next king's selection. Ian took a deep breath and suddenly changed the topic. However, when everything was going according to plan and we were only one step away from success, a small accident happened, he said, somewhat vexed. Saroma lowered her head and pondered. You mean a crisis broke out in the Alliance of Freedom and they tried to break away from Ekstedt? Ian flashed a smile of approval. And in this accident, the city of Faraway Prayers happened to be the first to bear the brunt, the Archduchess said slowly. Was this really an accident? Ian exhaled and nodded. It's understandable that there will be bumps in the road to the top. Even a mongrel orc who is on the verge of death has the power to fight back, let alone a usurper who killed his elder brother and the king. Ian sighed and nodded. Hearing Ian's words, Thales could not help but frown. During these few minutes, Thales did not interrupt. He quietly watched the conversation between Saroma and Ian, but he suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of unfamiliarity. That little rascal who hid behind me and wiped her tears, Saroma, who has been sitting on the Archduchess seat with fear and trepidation all these years. When did she become an existence who can play chess with her opponent at the negotiating table and conspire with her ally? Sentimental, gratified, disappointed, frustrated. Complicated thoughts formed by countless emotions surged into his heart. Why didn't I realize it in the past 6 years? Why now when I'm about to? But Thales immediately clenched his fists. No, this is not enough. Her opponent, her ally, this is far from enough. It's precisely because of the archdukes led by the city of Faraway Prayers and their external support and guarantee that the old nobles in Black Sand region can rebel against the king without hesitation. Ian sighed. But we can't turn a blind eye to the Alliance of Freedom. To be honest, based on the information I recently received, the situation in the Alliance is already irreversible. A peaceful solution is impossible. But if the army of the city of Faraway Prayers is busy on the campaign, and the Rockney family's hands are tied to the stake known as the Alliance of Freedom. He spread his hands and shrugged. Then, to the king's opponents, the promise of the city of Faraway Prayers will not be so reliable. Thales snapped out of his thoughts and quietly took over the conversation. At the same time, it will be easier for the king to suppress the opponents who are isolated and helpless, get through the crisis, and even further consolidate his authority and rebuild Black Sand region that belongs to him. Asterisk clap. Asterisk. Ian clapped his hands lightly. If Lampard gets through this storm, believe me, for us, it won't be as simple as a failed hunt. Ian put on his most sincere expression, sweeping away the frivolity and deliberate provocation from before. He slowly said, "That's something we don't want to see." As for what exactly it was that we don't want to see, he did not say it out loud. Saroma paused for a moment and asked in puzzlement, "So, That's why Dragon Cloud City is so important in this storm? That's right. Ian looked at the Archduchess with a certain gaze. Among the 9 great territories, Dragon Cloud City is the closest to us. It's also the only archduchy that has surplus military forces, financial resources, and an undeniable reason to send troops to fight the Alliance of Freedom with us. The closest? The only one? I can read a map. The Archduchess put on a disapproving expression. Do you think Archduke Letgo of Defense City is a dead man? Humph, that old bald man who plays it safe. Ian sneered. He's not much different from a dead man. Saroma raised her eyebrows slightly. Saroma, Thales organized his thoughts and said, the city of faraway prayers and Black Sand region, Archduke Rockney and King Chapman are on opposite ends of a scale known as the Alliance of Freedom Crisis or the King's Decree Crisis. You are the supreme suzerain of Dragon Cloud City. Your decisions, your army, and your vassals are the biggest bargaining chips in this game of chess. The prince looked at Ian cautiously and said, if Dragon Cloud City promises to send troops to the west and help the Rockney family conquer the Alliance of Freedom, Ian and the others' chances of toppling the king will be greatly increased. If you stand by and do nothing, the pressure on King Chapman will be greatly reduced. Saroma pondered quietly. But, Thales took a deep breath. Once you send out your troops, your vassals. Saroma raised her head. The coldness in her eyes startled both of them. About my marriage, the Archduchess said flatly. I understand. Ian and Thales exchanged glances and nodded. Lampard must have done something. That's why your vassals are revealing their desire for power and disrespect for the Archduchess at this moment. Once you decide to send troops, they will use this as a threat and force you to marry. Thales' expression became more and more serious. And you will be forced into a dilemma because of your family's honor. If you want to send troops, you must agree to their request and marry. But after you marry, Dragon Cloud City will fall into a vortex of power imbalance. Who knows what kind of trouble will be waiting for you? A suzerain and vassals threatening each other. Ian snorted coldly. Truth be told, this is nothing new in the city of faraway prayers. At the same time, King Chapman will use all sorts of methods to eliminate and get rid of his opponents in his territory. Thales sighed. One by one, day by day, until no one dares to oppose him and the king's decree. This is what Lampard thinks. This is also the reason why I came here. The heir of the city of faraway prayers sat up straight and waited solemnly. My lady, whether it's to fight for Dragon Cloud City, redeem the Dragon Spear family's reputation, or lend a helping hand to the city of faraway prayers to thwart the king's rebellious actions, this is a war you have no choice but to fight. Ian's eyes were bright. It was hard to believe that a few hours ago, he was still the maverick and infuriating descendant of the Archduchess. We are on the same side in this game of chess, facing the same opponent. Saroma did not say a word, but the seriousness in her eyes was unprecedented. She cast a glance at Thales, and the second prince returned her gaze with encouragement. But we also saw that Lampard used your vassals to hold back Dragon Cloud City's Black Sand region's envoy. He did not come to Dragon Cloud City because he was bored, Ian said seriously. After the city of faraway prayers, the Dragon Spear family's hands are also tied. So, the city of faraway prayers did not just come here to ask for help. It is unrealistic to ask for help from a person whose hands are tied. So, Saroma took a deep breath. What you mean is, Ian nodded gravely. We are here to help. If the city of faraway prayers and Dragon Cloud City are two people whose hands are tied at the same time, then what we have to do next? He made a knife-like gesture with his hand. I will first help you untie your hands, then you will help me cut the rope. The Viscount of Dual Wind City and the other two exchanged glances. Then stand up together and beat up the person who tied us up. Chapter 316. Stepping into the Hall of Heroes, Thales immediately saw the large fireplace that had an indissoluble bond with him, as well as the black and ferocious spear on the gun rack above. In the hall, there were already quite a number of Dragon Cloud City's vassals who were qualified to participate in the state affairs hearing. Thales looked at the scene in the Hall of Heroes and frowned. The layout of the hall had changed. Other than the Archduke's seat in front of the fireplace, many seats had been placed on both sides of the oval stone hall. The sides faced the Archduke and the seats faced each other. Only the middle area was empty. But even in such a solemn occasion, the Northlanders still showed their boorish and unrestrained side. Obviously, some nobles were not satisfied with the position of the seats. After sitting down, they deliberately adjusted their seats, sometimes taking 1 or 2 steps, as if they wanted to compete with the arranged seats. From afar, the meeting hall, which was originally in the shape of a 3-sided pocket, gradually became messy and scattered after the arrival of the vassals. In addition, the Northland nobles were either meeting their acquaintances or meeting for the first time. The entire hall seemed a little messy. It reminded the Prince of Ekstedt's banquet in the past. But Thales noticed that the 6 seats closest to the Archduke's left and right did not move at all. Even though the many vassals behind them were moving their seats, no one dared to cross or even touch those 6 seats. Looking at those 6 seats, Thales, who had expected it, already knew what was going on. Thales' arrival seemed to have startled quite a number of people, and the noise became much quieter. Many Northland nobles turned their heads and looked at the foreign prince, who had not appeared often for 6 years, with all sorts of gazes. The prince lowered his head and deliberately avoided eye contact with these people. Under Lord Justin's lead, he came to an extremely remote seat, far away from the dense group of Northland nobles. Ralph stood against the wall behind him. "Listen, just keep a low profile," Lord Justin said coldly. "If anything happens, I have already instructed the people around us. They know what to do." But the Lord's words came to a halt. With the sound of a chair being dragged on the floor, a young man unceremoniously moved his seat to Thales' side and sat down with a loud thud. Thales was also startled. "I've never liked Northlanders' meetings. Every meeting is like a quarrel between guerrillas." A familiar voice came from beside him. It chattered endlessly and vividly. "You know, male guerrillas in heat beating their chests and roaring at their rivals in love?" While Thales was dumbfounded, Lord Justin's expression became very unpleasant. "Viscount Ian Ronnie. As the envoy of the City of Faraway Prayers, your seat doesn't seem to be here." Beside Thales, Ian, who was beating his chest like a gorilla, closed his mouth, which had formed an O shape. He retracted his hands and nodded nonchalantly. "I know, my seat is over there." Thales turned to the other side of the hall, following the direction of his finger. The Raven of Death, Nate Monty, whom he had met a few days ago, sat boldly on the chair belonging to the City of Faraway Prayers diplomat group. He laughed loudly. Behind him, a group of nobles from the City of Faraway Prayers diplomat group glared at him with ashen faces. They stared at their theoretical leader Ian Ronnie from afar. "I promised to introduce him to a few beautiful widows who were bold and unrestrained in Wind City, so Monty agreed to help me hold back those old men." Ian sighed. "But I didn't tell him that in Wind City, the people of West Billow actually have a different aesthetic standard from ours." Thales sighed as well. He no longer wanted to ridicule this indecent air of the City of Faraway Prayers anymore. As the Prince of Constellation and the people from the City of Faraway Prayers took their seats, the hall regained the noises unique to Northland. Then a loud shout rang through the hall. Thales recognized the voice. It was the herald's shout. As he shouted, a few nobles, who were obviously of high status, entered the hall in a few short minutes, as if they had agreed on it beforehand. Some of them were fast, some of them were slow, some of them were early and some of them were late. The Count of Phelan Castle, Shalon Cotter's son. As the herald announced their names, the first man who walked in was about 50 years old. He was actually dressed in a military uniform. His eyes shone with a sharp light, and Thales could not help but frown. The Count of Rubble Hill in Harding County, Holt Nazir. This was an old noble. He walked forward slowly with the help of his attendants, but the nobles beside him subconsciously made way for him. The Count of Wild Woodland, Stone Liner. Count Liner did not seem to be much younger than Cotter's son. He was dressed strictly, and his expression was stern. He looked steadily forward, as if he was ready to rush to the battlefield at any moment. The Count of Hunt and Origami County, Con Kirkegel. This middle-aged guest was of medium stature. His expression was calm and he walked slowly. He came alone without any attendants, as if he was not affected by external objects. But the most eye-catching thing was that his left sleeve was empty. This was a one-armed count. The Count of Flatiron County, Brookinghurst. This guest was the youngest. He was in his 30s and he had a full beard with a golden luster. He wore a smile on his face, and his chiseled facial features left a deep impression on people. The 5 men walked into the hall one after another. Under the watchful eyes of the nobles in the hall, They walked to the front of the stone hall and sat down without hesitation on the 5 seats closest to the Archduke. The discussions and noises in the hall immediately quieted down. Ian whispered into Thale's ear, "They, along with Prime Minister Lispan, are the 6 most trusted and important counts of King Nuvan when he was alive. It is said that the strength of each of these 6 families is comparable to that of a country, and they can summon more than 20,000 warriors without hesitation to go to war, almost twice the number of the Walton family." "They seem to be experienced rulers," Thale said softly. Ian shook his head. King Nuvan did not allow his subordinates to have people who held positions without doing anything, or those with low abilities. That's why the people you saw were all heroes who served under him for decades and helped him spread his fame in Dragon Cloud City and even in Extet, unlike the people from the City of Faraway Prayers. Forget it, let's not talk about it. In short, this is one of King Nuvan's legacies. It also made Dragon Cloud City the strongest and most terrifying force in Extet. Thales observed the 5 counts seriously and added, "That was in the past, when King Nuvan was still around." Ian shook his head disapprovingly. "And now?" Thales nodded. But then he heard the interaction between the 5 counts. "How is your territory, Khan?" Count Cotter's son, who was dressed in martial attire, said in a voice that was as hard as iron, "Ever since His Majesty broke the neck of their previous Archduke, the bastards in Beacon Illumination City no longer dare to provoke you, right?" "Cut the crap." The one-armed Count Khan Karkagel did not give Cotter's son any face. His expression did not change, and he looked as if he was 1,000 miles away from him. "We all know why we don't bother with small talk here." Cotter's son, who had asked for a snub, snorted coldly and turned his head away. "The Soul Slayer pike is still as sharp as before." Count Nazir, who seemed to be the most senior among them, fixed his gaze on the Soul Slayer pike behind the Archduke's seat and sighed. "But the person sitting under it, the person we are loyal to, is no longer here." These words caused the expressions of the 5 earls to sink. Nazir shook his head. His gaze was melancholic. "When was the last time we gathered together?" 6 years ago, Count Liner, who was as stern as ice, answered coldly behind him. He shifted his seat forcefully as if everything around him was an eyesore. "First it was Constellation, then the Calamities, then the Dragon and finally Black Sand region. When we arrived with our men, there was only His Majesty's funeral left." The 5 of them were silent for a moment. Before Liner could finish speaking, he shook his head coldly. "A ridiculous king selection." "5 outsiders and Lispan decided who we would be conferred as kings, turning the most powerful Dragon Cloud City into the biggest joke in Extet." "Liner!" The golden-bearded Count Hurst interrupted him angrily. "For the sake of the Sunset Goddess, save your grumbling." When Thales heard this, he could not help but feel a shadow cast over his heart. "Saroma, what kind of vassals have you been facing for the past 6 years?" Count Liner snorted disdainfully and was about to speak. "The Count of Eagle County and Bloodshed Land." The herald's voice rang again. "Regent of Dragon Cloud City, Seal Lispan." Finally Thales saw a familiar face. Count Lispan was still as steady and calm as ever. He stepped into the hall with an unquestionable expression. Unlike before, the nobles quietened down the moment Regent Lispan entered the hall. Only the 5 counts stared at him without showing any signs of weakness. Count Liner even snorted softly. Regent Lispan walked in front of the 5 counts with an indifferent expression. "Everyone, it is my honor to welcome you with your presence." "It's not you, Seal." Count Nazir shook his head and flashed an unpleasant smile. "It's not you. We are here in response to the Lord's summons." Lispan turned his head and glanced at Nazir. "Of course," the regent said softly. He turned around and sat down on the seat closest to the Archduke's seat. As for the other 4, they did not even look at Lispan. It was as if he was not one of the 6 at all. He was not their companion. Thales frowned as he watched the 6 counts interact. "Ian." The prince suddenly took a step towards the young Rockney and said softly, "Tell me, in this matter, Dragon Cloud City is not your only hope." Ian, who was waving at his diplomat group from afar, was slightly stunned. He turned around with a puzzled expression. "What is it?" Thales' expression was firm. "Tell me." Ian frowned slightly as if he had thought of something. "You don't seem to have much confidence in us?" Thales shook his head. No emotion could be seen on his face. "Just tell me." Ian narrowed his eyes. "Of course not." In the end, the air of the City of Faraway Prayers still snorted softly. "Dragon Cloud City is just one of them." His expression darkened slightly. At this time, My sister has probably already arrived at Defense City with a mission. Thales pondered for a while. Defense City, Archduke let go. He remembered the bald old Archduke and the scene of him roaring in this hall 6 years ago. Of course, 20 years ago they were also among the reinforcements. The prince raised his head with a worried expression. But what you can think of, Lampard can also think of, just like how you came to Dragon Cloud City. Ian whistled and waved his hand nonchalantly. My sister will find a way. God knows how she'll use her big legs to tempt that old baldy to send his troops. Or maybe she'll use her mouth, who knows which one. Thales frowned. He noticed that Ian's gaze slowly froze in midair. You seem to be deep in thought. You don't seem to like your sister very much? Ian snorted softly as if he did not think much of it. Don't misunderstand, we used to be very close. Young Rockney looked at the stone carving of the cloud dragon spear above his head and snorted. But now we're almost like mortal enemies. His expression was sarcastic. Thales raised his eyebrows. Do you mind if I ask why? Ian did not speak. He only glanced at Thales with a complicated expression. At this moment, an even louder shout than before came from the door. Raikaru and Chara's bloodline. All the Northlanders in the hall turned their heads in unison. With the sound of countless chairs crashing into each other, all the Northlanders stood up. Even the 6 counts were no exception. They all clenched their right fists solemnly and pressed them against their hearts. The heir of the Dragon Spear family. Ian let out a sigh and slowly stood up. Under the urging of countless dissatisfied gazes, Thales quickly stood up as well. The ruler of Dragon Cloud City. Amid the thunderous shouts, Thales saw a lithe figure through the gaps between the layers of shoulders. She walked over slowly with heavy footsteps. It's her. Accompanied by Nicholas, the girl he could not be more familiar with walked past the vassals on both sides of the hall and walked towards her seat. That was the only seat. The girl's expression was calm. Her posture was elegant and appropriate as she walked forward. You asked me why. Ian's voice traveled slowly into his ears. Look, this is why. The Prince of Constellation was instantly stunned. He turned his head. What? Ian curled his lips into a mocking smile. 6 years ago. The first Archduchess in Eksted's history succeeded the throne in this hall in Dragon Cloud City. Ian's gaze turned cold. He turned his head and glanced at the Soul Slayer pike on the fireplace, then at the girl who walked slowly towards him from the center of the hall. There was a hint of melancholy in his voice. Since then, my dearest twin sister, the woman who was conceived in my mother's womb with me. She did not just see me as her dearest brother. Thales was stunned. Asterisk thud, thud, thud. Asterisk through the crowd, the young Archduchess' footsteps continued. She endured the unscrupulous gazes of countless men. She swept past countless men's overt or covert discussions. She walked past the coarse floor tiles of Heroic Spirit Palace, which had a long history, and entered the meeting hall that only male nobles had the right to enter for centuries. Step by step, she walked towards her seat. There was a moment when Thales wished he did not have nimble hearing or clear vision. For he saw that all the men in the hall, young and old, high and low, from front to back, from top to bottom, were scrutinizing the Grand Duchess's figure without scruple, gazing at her face. He even heard them laughing, teasing, and obscene comments about the Archduchess' figure, face, and even her. An inexplicable anger surged in his heart, causing Thales to clench his fists subconsciously. He clenched his fists tighter and tighter. But the girl still moved forward. Asterisk thud, thud, thud. Asterisk her footsteps made crisp sounds as she stepped on the centuries-old floor tiles of Heroic Spirit Palace. The floor tiles of Heroic Spirit Palace were still as sturdy and indestructible as they had been for years. But the girl still moved forward. Asterisk thud, thud, thud. Asterisk her boots continued to hit the floor tiles. Even though the floor tiles had never been broken or shaken, she did not stop. She did not retreat either. You know, from then on, my sister's eyes shone with a dangerous light. Ian's voice continued to travel into Thales' ears. The heir of the city of faraway Prayer's eyes shone with a dangerous light. That pair of beautiful eyes no longer stared at makeup and clothes, dowries and money, but at the handsome young men who might become her dependents and homes in the future. She stared at the things that women are born to care about. Instead, she looked at my father. She looked at me. Thales did not speak. The girl's figure was light, and her expression was calm. But her footsteps were still heavy. It was as if she was carrying a heavy burden. You changed the rules, Thales? Ian spoke at a steady pace, but it was filled with melancholy that could not be dispelled. Ewan Lampard. There was an unsettling look in his eyes as he stared at Thales. It was you. You took my sister away from me. The girl finally walked up the steps that belonged to the Archduchess. Nicholas stood still on the first step of the stairs. As her most important bodyguard, he had to stop here. He could not take another step forward. The girl could only walk up the steps alone. She walked up to her seat. She was alone. As the girl walked up to her seat, the herald's deliberately prolonged call came to an end. Archduchess, Saroma Walton. Under countless people's gazes, Saroma slowly sat down. She could not hide the paleness on her face. All the vassals of Dragon Cloud City under the steps lowered their heads and bowed. They showed their respect to their lords. But Thales heard it. With the help of the Sin of Hell's river, he heard it clearly. The vigorous and powerful pulses in the Archduchess' chest traveled into his ears continuously. It was Saroma's heartbeat. It was lively and powerful. Even the messy sounds of the people sitting down in the hall could not cover it. Thales heaved a long sigh. I see. Thales sat down on his seat and looked at Ian, who was beside him. He seemed to be deep in thought. For the crisis of the Alliance of Freedom, you came to Dragon Cloud City, and your sister went to Defense City. If you fail— No, Ian interrupted him coldly. The air of the city of faraway prayers had a fire in his eyes that Thales could not ignore. The one who will fail will only be her. It can only be her. Thales turned his head and looked at Ian. The second prince nodded slowly. There was a profound meaning in his words. Just now you said that I took your sister away. Ian frowned. Thales heaved a long sigh and slowly clenched his fists. You're right. I took her away. Thales took a deep breath and looked at the Archduchess on the Archduchess throne, at the Archduchess who was forcing herself to remain calm as she looked at everyone. She is indeed your sister. Thales smiled. He turned his head to look at the Archduchess who was about to speak, leaving Ian with a doubtful expression. Just now, when Saroma slowly walked to her seat, and when Ian told that story with hatred, Thales suddenly came to a realization. So, 6 years ago he still had Lampard. What they did in this hall. You're tuning in to the Han Lee's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.